The state secretly trained 9 violent machines and I was the last one. When the interrogator asked, if you were walking down the street and a passerby accidentally bumped into you, but immediately apologized, how would you react? The others all answered that they would just kill them outright. Only my answer was it's fine, then left. The interrogator was instantly moved to tears. Oh heavens, thank heavens, there's finally a bit of humanity. Then I continued, and after he was alone, they buried her alive. From then on, no one passed the interrogation. To help us regain our humanity, the country chose to send us back to our loved ones to try to reform us. And so, I was led into the Mei family mansion by mediocrities. My stepmother, Xia Rongyun, came up to me with a fake smile, but my younger brother Mike Suwang just tilted his head up, sitting motionless on the sofa. He looked me up and down, his eyes full of intimacy, and he immediately gave me a commanding presence. Like a broom and a broom, if you see Dad and your sisters, stay far away. When you're outside, don't call yourself the Mei family master. When she saw me, she had to call me Mr. Mesawang. My stepmother pretended to scold my brother, then turned to urge me to take big steps. My face showed no emotion, and I was even quite open-minded. It's okay, I don't mind being silly. Xia Rongyun instantly laughed. He thought I was just an easy pushover, but he never expected that the next second, I would walk straight toward Messi Wang. What are you doing? Messi Wang impatiently glanced up, but I couldn't be bothered to waste words and kicked him directly on the marble coffee table. With a loud bang, the coffee table weighing hundreds of jeans slammed heavily against Messi Wang's calf. Messi Wang let out a scream as if he'd slaughtered pig liver. Only then did I calmly turn around, hands in my pockets, and coldly speak to the shocked Xia Rongyun. I don't trust you, silly. Because of grudges, I hug you right here. Messi Wang hugged his legs, crying tears and snot streaming down his face, helpless and furious. Bastard, just wait. Wait for Dad to come back and kick you out. But I didn't care. If you tell me to get lost, I'll go. Who are you? Just then, an elegant girl called out from outside. What's going on? Seeing her, Messi Wang saw her, as if she had found a savior and immediately cried out. Sis, this bastard bullied me. Look at my legs. He almost crippled her. My stepmother wiped her tears too, saying I hadn't raised her. After hearing this, the woman named Mei Dantang just raised her eyebrows and then stopped walking toward me. I instantly got ready for a fight, but I never expected that. She didn't actually make a move. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged me tightly. Xiao Zhou, welcome home. I was completely stunned. My eldest sister Mei Dantang was left alone, smiling brightly as she patted my head. Xiao Zhou, you must have suffered in the past. After you get home, Big Sister will look out for you. Who bullies you? Big Sister helps you get angry. This is nothing like what I imagined. I could only thank her dryly, but Messi Wang exploded. She shrilled and demanded, Big Sister, am I the one being bullied by her now? I'm your brother too. How can you be so biased? Hearing this, the gentleness at the corner of Mei Dantang's mouth instantly vanished. Her beautiful phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light as she silently asked, Are you my brother? Do you carry my mother's blood on you? With just one sentence, it hit the mark. Messi Wang's face instantly turned pale. Then Mei Dantang turned to that hypocritical Jing, smiling discordantly and feeling anxious. Second aunt, don't mess with Xiao Zhou in the future, or I'll make you get out of the Mei family first. After the alarm was over, my eldest sister took me to see the room. She continued to care for me and was extremely gentle, but I kept staring at her. She noticed my gaze and chuckled. Why have you been staring at me since just now? I didn't waste words. Get straight to the point. Don't you hate me? She kept a straight face, but I exposed her word by word. I heard it was you who pushed me out the door, and then I was abducted by the traffickers. But the eldest sister just spread her hands innocently. Xiao Zhou, I was only 8 years old at the time, just wanted to take you out to play. But in the blink of an eye, you disappeared. She spoke with genuine emotion, as if she really wanted to make up for her mistakes. But I fell silent because my profile clearly stated it. My eldest sister was already 300 years old with an IQ of 300 when she was 5. A meticulous genius like a demon would be so naive and sinister as to be ruthless. Forget it, I can't be bothered to pursue it. I just spoke coldly. Let's not talk about the past. Big Sister is speaking in Wenyan. A flicker of unreadable emotion flashed in her deep black eyes, but she quickly regained her smile and said she was going to call the whole family to hold a welcome party for me. Meanwhile, downstairs, the mother and son were anxiously pacing around, while the eldest sister was already standing by her side. If her father and brothers also protect her, what would I do? Her stepmother reassured her with a confident look. Don't worry. Your dad will always have a thorn in his heart. She will never forgive Mei Xiaozhou. Your sisters hate her even more for causing her own mother's death. No hope, so I gritted my teeth. The Mei family only had me, a young master, and she wasn't worthy. After my eldest sister left, I lay on the velvet blanket, feeling uncomfortable all over. For the past 18 years, I was locked in a little dark room, living under surveillance. No freedom, only tasks. This relaxed environment was extremely hard to get used to. Just then, a sudden ringtone rang. I immediately picked up my phone. It was by Ningbing. The voice on the other end was as gentle as ever. Xiaojiu, is everything going smoothly at the Mei family? I recalled lightly. Not bad. She immediately chuckled softly. That's good. There's a task for you tonight. As soon as I heard there was a task, I perked up. What task? But unexpectedly, someone on the other end of the phone said something. If I didn't expect this, our master painter would trouble you to come out of the mountains and paint another masterpiece. At the same time, the eldest sister in the next room also called their father. Xiaojiu is home today. Come back for dinner. On the other end of the phone, my father didn't have Chao Xiong's voice, but it was icy cold. I'm going to an auction tonight. My eldest sister laughed and replied, What auction? It's more important than a son who just got home. Unexpectedly, what my father said next piqued my sister's interest as well. Today, the Master Wine ceremony is holding an on-site painting auction. The Master Wine, the Chinese painting genius who suddenly emerged a few years ago, sighed in regret. Ah, what a pity. If Xiaojiu hadn't come back, I definitely would have gone to join the fun. She hung up the phone, and as soon as she stepped outside, I happened to be leaving the bedroom too. I tilted my head. Lung Lung retorted, In this family, someone really welcomes me out. Why do I have no hope of hearing it? No one here welcomes me. Big sister's smile froze, but she quickly put her arm around my shoulder again. Why isn't there one? Big sister welcomes you. Your sisters are holding them up because of something. I stared at her expressionlessly. Is that so? Then call them now and tell them to come home tonight. My tone was calm, but I carried an unyielding order. The eldest sister was in a difficult position. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and dial my second sister's number. Second brother. Today my brother hadn't finished speaking when a cold, clear voice interrupted me. I have surgery tonight and can't leave. After saying that, he hung up directly. My eldest sister awkwardly smiled at me. Your second sister is a doctor, you know what I mean? I wasn't surprised and just spat out 2 words and continued. She had no choice but to call the third sister again. This time it was even worse. The irritable third sister started yelling, Didn't you say you wanted to train? Don't bother me. Another round of blind voices. Big sister's face was about to collapse, but I remained calm. Isn't there still one more? She could only despair and dial fourth sister's number. Before she could speak, a smiling voice came through. Big sister, I have to film tonight and don't have time, so stop pretending. Everyone knows you hate that new brother the most. As soon as I said that, the air instantly froze. I showed no expression and quickly pulled her hand off my shoulder. Now, can I go out? The eldest sister gave a bitter smile and tried to struggle. Where are you going? The eldest sister saw you off. I didn't even look back. No need. Someone picked me up. She hurriedly asked who it was. I threw out 2 words, letting her fully explain. Girlfriend. The next second, Bai Ningbing thoughtfully fastened my seatbelt. Flirtatious and charming. She smiled and asked me, Are you feeling well? You haven't been wronged at the Mei family, right? I smiled and replied confidently, Who can let me suffer? I tilted my head and suddenly began to size up the stunningly beautiful woman beside me. I blinked and said directly, Bai Ningbing, Do you want to be my girlfriend? She saw through my little scheme at a glance and refused decisively. No, I was instantly annoyed. I turned my face to the side, but she gently ruffled my hair and gently tried to persuade me to stop. Don't throw tantrums. The higher-ups sincerely want you to be happy. Don't just focus on completing tasks. I'm pretty happy staying in a special freeze formation. But why should some violent machine cause trouble and expect us to share responsibility? Bai Ningbing is useless, finally compromised. If you really can't adapt, then I'll tell the higher-ups and let you go back. As soon as I said that, I immediately turned back, my gaze sharp. Terms, half a year, 1 month, for months, 2 months, 3 months. If you keep haggling, I won't let you go back. I stared at her, spitting out each word. Bai Ningbing, you're such a scoundrel. Immediately after, the car stopped at the auction hall. As soon as Bai Ningbing got out, President Wang Zhong came over to greet her with a flattering smile. President Bai, you're here. I heard the Master of Ceremonies will be painting live tonight. I wonder if the Master will join you. Before I finished speaking, I jumped out of the car. Wang Zhong's eyes instantly widened. The man rumored not to be close to the blue President Bai. A man suddenly jumped out of the car. Oh my god. Big news. I tilted my head and looked at Bai Ningbing. President Bai, all I know is that he's the second in command of the Special Operations Bureau. Director Bai. This is the first time I've heard someone call him. President Bai. Could he have another identity? But Bai Ningbing pressed my head down and said to Wang Zhong, "Where's the private room?" It's there, Mr. Bai. I'll take you there." As soon as I stepped into the VIP aisle, I wrapped around his hand like a little snake, asking him relentlessly, "Bai Ningbing, what identity do you really have? Tell me quickly. He knows all my secrets, but I only know a little about him. This isn't fair." Bai Ningbing lets me pester her. Her smile indulges and dotes on you. "You'll know in the future. I want to know right now." He finally relented. "Then you better speak up later. If the auction price breaks 100 million, I'll tell you. It's a deal." The president walking ahead. His mouth has been wide open and never closed. The master sacrificial wine who is fervently pursued by the world is actually a young man. And the abstinent President Bai was actually being pestered by a young man and still enjoying himself. He must be dreaming today. Meanwhile, outside the club, my father didn't copy the bear. Watching his eldest daughter in a daze, he frowned and asked, "Just listening, why are you still stunned?" The eldest sister looked thoughtfully toward the front door. "I think I just saw Xiaojiu." The father was momentarily stunned, then denied it. He must have seen it wrong. How could he be here? A kid who grew up in the countryside. How could he possibly qualify to attend an auction with assets over 1 billion yuan? The eldest sister smiled and stopped arguing, but dropped another bombshell. "I heard from Xiaojiu that he was going to play with his girlfriend tonight." Father's steps instantly stopped. "He has a girlfriend. What does he do?" "My eldest sister is gluttonous. He didn't tell me." My father made a quick decision, his tone icy. "Investigate. Dating at such a young age. Don't mix with all sorts of people from all walks of life." My eldest sister walked over to my father. He joked with a smile, "Are you worried that Xiaojiu might stab you?" But his father just smiled, his stern face full of points, his tone utterly ruthless. "I'm just afraid he'll embarrass me for having no home." Yet at this moment, inside the VIP room, I was sitting lazily on the sofa, while my boss, the esteemed President Bai, bent down his precious figure to send me shoelaces. "Xiaojiu, I have to send your shoelaces. Am I your dad or your mom?" The woman complained aloud. But on my hand, I had a beautiful bow. I had candy in my mouth, my cheeks puffed out, and I felt justified. "I'm not lazy, because you're here." I don't believe him. Bai Ningbing was both amused and exasperated. This was all his habit. Just then, the VIP room door was knocked. President Wang walked in respectfully. "President Bai, the master libationer should head to the front desk." I muttered, "I haven't finished eating the candy in my mouth yet." Bai Ningbing patted my head. "I threw up first. I'll eat properly after it's done." My eyes darted around and I suddenly called out, "Bai Ningbing." The woman was holding a mask, but I hooked my arm around her neck. Then, a warm sensation came from my lips. A fruit candy was pushed into her mouth. Beside me, President Wang Jin's mouth could fit an ostrich egg. Is it really that bold? Bai Ningbing was stunned too. But before she could push him away, I suddenly let go. I raised my eyebrows at her proudly, feeling justified. I said from above, "No food wasted." After saying that, I put on my mask, patted the stunned President Wang, and continued walking forward, leaving with style. After I left, Bai Ningbing's assistant Gao Cheng came over. The tissues on the floor were Baiju. "Xiaojiu knows you have a cleanliness obsession. You can't keep spoiling her." But unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing took out his phone and typed the next line. "Find a clean food bag." Gao Cheng looked puzzled. The next second, he watched as Bai Ningbing put the candy into the food bag. Smiling, he said, "I'll give it back to him later." Gao Cheng was dumbfounded. "You two really know how to play." Meanwhile, the front desk and guest area of the guild hall were packed with people, all just to witness Master Jijo's style with their own eyes. My father didn't copy the bear. He was not listening alone, sitting at the table, with the surrounding chatter filling the air. This time, Master Jijo's masterpiece is definitely going to be decided. This is Master Jijo's first appearance. Even if we can't get a photo, let's at least see the old man's true face, right? Listening to the surrounding discussions, the eldest sister turned to the side and smiled, asking her father how confident he was. His father's presence remained steady, staring straight ahead at the stage, and he just uttered 4 words: "Determined to win." Immediately after, the host took the stage, and after a brief performance, the atmosphere was ignited. Next, the internationally renowned Master Jijo was invited to shout with passion. Everyone craned their necks, but unexpectedly, someone came out from backstage. It turned out to be a petite young man wearing a mask. Everyone was instantly in an uproar. What's going on? Where's Master Jijio? Why is this kid coming out? Are you kidding? The auction is just a fake to fool us. The audience instantly erupted. The eldest sister was also quite surprised and looked at her father. What do you think? But his father locked his eyes tightly on the stage, his tone icy. What I want is her words. What does it matter if she's male or female? Whether it's true or not, you'll know. The lady nodded, but her gaze returned to the stage, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, the host was sweating profusely and leaned over to me for help. Master, everyone's doubting is too loud. Why don't you prove yourself? I just waved my finger to the host, and the two whispered to each other for a while. Soon, the host stood up and loudly announced, "Everyone, please wait until the master finishes speaking before commenting." But the audience was quiet. It must be fake. Hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself. As people started leaving, the host was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. But just then, I walked over to the staff and whispered a few words. The staff instantly widened their eyes. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. The next second, to everyone's shocked gaze, a 3-meter-long piece of rice paper was thrown directly to the ground. The guests started talking again. He wanted to paint such a big outfit in 2.5 hours. How could there be time to bluff? I don't think this is a master sacrificial wine, but a master of persuasion. While everyone was discussing, the staff suddenly hurriedly brought over a live chicken and carried a bag of rice. What is this going on? The host was on the verge of tears. Then, with a splash, I grabbed a handful of rice and boldly scattered it onto a 3-meter-long sheet of rice paper. The next second, I grabbed the fate of the hen by the neck and let the chicken lie on the millstone. Then they threw the chicken directly onto the rice paper. The whole crowd's eyes nearly popped out of their eyes, letting a chicken trample on expensive rice paper. This was definitely not an insult to their intelligence. The pure white rice paper was instantly trampled into a ghost talisman by the chicken's claws. Now the audience was completely furious. Absurd, the people who came to watch the acrobatics treated us like fools. Angry doubts erupted, and the auction president was so shocked he almost had a giant devourer on the spot. His reputation was about to be ruined tonight. Amidst the angry cursing, the eldest sister thoughtfully asked, "Dad, what exactly does this sacrificial wine master want?" But my father kept staring intently at the stage for a long time before suddenly speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, I saw you kick away a well-fed hen, casually grab a brush as thick as an arm, the tip dipped in ink, your forearm full of spirit, and every casual stroke and turn on your finger unfolds under my brushwork into scenes that no one can imagine. The doubts in the venue gradually faded away. However, because the distance was too great, no one could see the whole picture. Just as everyone was anxious, a crisp voice rang out. I stood up, and the whole venue erupted. That's it. Less than 2 hours later, definitely just scribbling. If it had turned out to be a painting, I'd swallow it on the spot. But when the staff projected the painting onto the big screen, all doubts instantly disappeared before my eyes. No longer a painting of chickenfoot ghosts. The original paw prints have transformed into a natural barrier. Desire hastily loosened. Mountain peaks replay with overlapping curtains, clouds, and mist swirling. This is clearly a magnificent and exquisite landscape painting, a masterpiece. This is absolutely top-notch. A wealthy businessman suddenly stood up, making an unbearable offer. I bid 10 million. Before he finished speaking, everyone else went completely crazy. I bid 15 million, 20 million, 21 million. Just then, a single price cut made the whole room memorize it. 100 million, the whole place was in an uproar. 100 million, this was just 100 million. But I instantly lost interest. Mission done, I have to go find that woman. The next second, I was lying face down and pushed open the VIP room door. With a few big strides, he rushed to Bai Ningbin's side, wrapping his arms around his neck from behind. You can do it for me. Tell me, what other status do you have? I'm pressed tightly against him. Bai Ningbin sighed inwardly. This kid really doesn't understand the difference between men and women at all. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me closer. Without hitting a word, he asked back, "Xiaojiu, guess how much your painting is bidding for now?" I pursed my lips and said, "Not interested. I just want to know why the auction president calls you President Bai." "Who knows?" Bai Ningbin calmly stated another number. "It's already 300 million. If you don't say anything, I'll check it myself." Unexpectedly, the woman smiled. "What is there to check about my identity? Everyone knows. I looked it up online and found everything." On my way home, I immediately picked up my phone and searched online. The results shocked me. Bai Ningbin. Not only is she the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau, but he is also the third daughter of the Bai family, a top tycoon in Longwa. The old man dotes on her so much that he almost gives the entire Bai family to him, but he deliberately takes the unconventional path. He joins the army as a young man. After achieving great military success, he transferred to the political and legal system. Although the Bai family's business was managed by his brother, he himself held 40% of the Bai family's core shares. I fully understood, but I had new doubts. Looking up, he asked in confusion, "Bai Ningbin, such a huge fortune waiting. Why are you still at the Action Bureau?" The woman only replied with 3 words, "I'm willing." My eyes darted around him. The bureau's salary was said to be 20 or 30,000, so he could go back and inherit the fortune. Over 100,000 in 1 second. After thinking it over, there was only one truth. This person must be an idiot. Bai Ningbin's mouth twitched under my gaze, as if he were a fool. How could a mature and steady adult woman hold grudges with a little fool? So, when the car stopped at the May family's house, I jumped out and waved goodbye. "Wait a moment." Bai Ningbin suddenly called out to me. He smiled kindly. "This mission was well done. Here's a gift for you." "Gift?" My eyes lit up. I immediately looked over like a curious child. "What gift are you giving me?" Bai Ningbin flashed a fox-like smile and spread his hand. I obediently opened my hand right away. Then he placed his fist in my soft palm and slowly opened it. A hard object was in my palm. I withdrew my hand and swung it in anticipation. The result was a fruit candy wrapped in cling film. Just as I was puzzled, Bai Ningbin's smiling voice sounded, "Didn't you ask me to keep your candy? Now it's back to its owner." I instantly realized this is the one I stuffed into Bai Ningbin's mouth. Is it crazy? He even spat it out for me. "Isn't it dirty?" Bai Ningbin. I looked up, about to curse, but the woman's car was already out of business. I was dumbfounded. I had never seen a woman more scoundrel than Bai Ningbin. Meanwhile, at the May family mansion, Mei Chaoxiong and Mei Dantang had already returned. The stepmother and Mei Shiwang were gathered around Mei Chaoxiong, their faces beaming with smiles. But just as I was about to squeeze my hands and feet and sneak in, my eldest sister Mei Dantang called out to me, "Xiaojiu, you're back. Just in time, Dad is back too. Come and say hello." My heart skipped a beat. How did I get caught? I could only reluctantly move over, calling out to the man on the sofa with his back to me, "Hello, Dad." Mei Chaoxiong put down his words and glanced at me sideways. The next second, the faint smile on his face vanished instantly. Only after half a voice did Mei Chaoxiong speak coldly. "You're back." I sneered inwardly. "Just now you were laughing and talking, but as soon as you saw me, your face fell." "All right, I got it." So I imitated Mei Chaoxiong, crossed a stern face, raised an eyebrow, and looked at people through my nose. Mei Chaoxiong's gaze instantly grew even colder. Sure enough, just as Wang Wang and the others said, he was rude and unruly. He directly questioned, "You injured Wang Wang's leg? Why did you do that?" Mei Wangxi, standing nearby, immediately proudly provoked him. "You little bitch, this time you're dead." Stepmother Xia Rongyun spoke up even more coquettishly. "Chaoxiong, don't blame Xiaojiu. He learned bad habits in the countryside. As long as he properly apologized to Wang Wang, that would be enough." But Mei Shiwang wouldn't let it go. If his apology worked, why would the police be needed? He must be punished. "Serve me tea and water for a month." At that moment, the eldest sister Mei Dantang sneered, her beautiful phoenix eyes sweeping over Mei Shiwang. "Serving tea and water for a month, you really can say that." But Mei Chaoxiong immediately shielded Dantang coldly. "The one who did something wrong was Mei Xiaojiu. Can't you take care of Wang Wang?" Mei Dantang just laughed. "You're being way too biased. Why not ask Xiaojiu why he did this?" It was about to be exposed. The stepmother quickly smoothed things over. "Oh no, let Xiaojiu take care of Wang Wang for a week." Mei Chaoxiong actually turned to ask Mei Shiwang for her opinion, showing his undisguised favoritism. What did Wang Wang think? Mei Shiwang could only nod. "Then it's a week." After getting a reply, Mei Chaoxiong finally turned to me with a cold gaze. That attitude was worlds apart from Mei Wangxi's. "You injured Wang Wang's leg, and now you're taking care of your brother for a week. Any objections?" "Yes, I do. I remember Bai Ningbing once said, 'Don't wrong yourself in the Mei family.' So I expressed my thoughts through my actions." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. I decisively lifted my foot and slammed it heavily onto the coffee table. The table slid in an instant. Mei Shiwang screamed in terror. Mei Chaoxiong flew into a rage. "Mei Xiaojiu." But just as the coffee table was about to collide with Mei Shiwang, I stomped on the coffee table again, lifted my chin, and met my father's cold face with a stubborn and arrogant expression. He told me to take care of him. Impossible. Apologize to him. You're dreaming. This is my opinion. Bastard. Are you trying to turn the table? Mei Chaoxiong suddenly stood up. My eyes blazed with anger, but I was amused by his confused behavior. I wrinkled my nose. You still have a crooked butt, and you still call me a mess. I can't be bothered to talk to you, you old fool. After saying that, I was about to pull my leg back. But then, a rustling sound came from the coffee table. I looked down and saw that there was only one painting on the table. Because it was too long, it had been dragged outside, and my foot had just stepped on the painting. I even used a bit of force and I stepped on the painting. Wait, isn't this the chicken claw picture I drew at the auction? So the biggest victim who spent a fortune to buy this painting is my confused old man. Right when I was lost in thought, Xia Rongyun twisted the artificial clip, and suddenly it rang out. Oh my god. Xiaojiu, this is a painting your dad spent 300 million to buy. Xia Rongyun's face was full of urgency, but the schadenfreude in his eyes was about to overflow. That was a master of traditional Chinese painting. The Jizhou's painting has no value but no market. No hope. And I was even more excited. I immediately screamed, Mei Xiaojiu, you actually stepped on and destroyed Dad's painting. Do you know how much money Dad spent? You broom heart. How are you going to compensate me? I was so annoyed by the noise that I had a headache. I pursed my lips and said to the silent Mei Xiaoxiong, it's just a painting. If you like it, I'll paint you a better one to keep you company. As soon as the painting was shown, Mei Xiaoxiong silently looked up at me. That look was as if he were looking at a fool. He let out a cold, mocking cry, put away the painting, turned upstairs and didn't take my painting seriously at all. As soon as Mei Xiaoxiong left, Mei Shiwang's mockery instantly erupted. This is hilarious. Mei Xiaojiu, you think it's just a random painting, but it's the Master Wine's calligraphy, worth a fortune. Do you think you can compare to the Master Wine? My identity is a secret, so I can't reveal it now. So I asked indifferently, why can't we compare? Isn't that Jiju just a kid? How much difference could there be? Mei Wangxi was angered by my ignorant attitude. Idiot, you're a country bumpkin and still dare to compete with the Jiju master? Have you any shame? I've never seen anyone with thicker skin than you. Enough. Before he could finish scolding, the eldest sister Mei Dantang suddenly stood up, her smile fading. She spoke with a half smile. When Dad isn't here, just let yourself go. Xiao Zhou hasn't drawn yet, and you already know she can't draw. Mei Shiwang shouted angrily and aggrievedly. Big sister, why are you talking nonsense? She's just a country girl with no knowledge. What right does she have to compete with the master sacrificial wine? Mei Dantang let out a cold laugh, too lazy to say another word to her. She stopped and walked over to me, took my hand, and said with a smile, Xiao Zhou, let's go upstairs and say, I can't be bothered to look at Mei Shiwang anymore. I went straight upstairs. Downstairs, Mei Wang saw the big sister's completely different attitude toward us and gritted her teeth in anger. Mei Xiaojiu, you bitch, you're driving me crazy. On the second floor balcony, I leaned on the railing and tilted my head to look at the older sister beside me. Big sister, do you believe I can draw? Of course. Mei Dantang reached out and ruffled my hair, smiling as she said, our Xiaojiu is so outstanding. Drawing a picture is a piece of cake. Can you draw an exact one? Do you want me to find you another machine? My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively shook my head. No, I can't draw exactly the same. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why does the big sister have to say what? I immediately widened my eyes and started playing dumb. Big sister, why are you looking for a machine for me? Knock, knock, knock. My heart was pounding wildly. Could she recognize me as the Jiju? But I clearly changed clothes and was wearing a mask. Seeing me act guilty like a thief, Mei Dantang's lips curled into a smile, and all that thought vanished. As expected, Xiao Zhou was actually the Jiju. Interesting. The records clearly say I grew up in the countryside, but my true identity is a master of traditional Chinese painting. It seems someone deliberately forged their identity. Since I wanted to hide it, she naturally wouldn't expose it. So Mei Dantang immediately put on an innocent smile. Haha, because that master sacrificial wine artist had the chicken step on the paper first. I thought you wanted to do the same, right? I was half skeptical, feeling like this lady was just like Bai Ningbing, full of bad tricks. Then I said, that kind of drawing is very random, it's impossible to draw exactly the same, so you have to start drawing something else. This is my unique anti-counterfeiting mark. I see. So what do you plan to draw? Mei Dantang asked curiously. Draw plum blossoms, plum blossoms. Mei Dantang smiled. Do you need help with small animals? Get me a cat. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Mei Xiaoxiong sat at the headboard, gazing thoughtfully at the damaged painting. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xia Rongyun, dressed in black lace pajamas, exuded charm and pushed the door open. She stopped and walked over, gently comforting him. Xiaoxiong, don't get upset over a painting. I'm not that fragile. Mei Xiaoxiong put down his words, looking at her with no emotion in his eyes. He only cared about his son. Wang, are you okay? She was wrong today. Whatever gift you want, just name it. Xia Rongyun smiled and said, "It's nothing major. Don't always spoil her." As he spoke, he tried to sit next to Mei Chaoxiong. But unexpectedly, Mei Chaoxiong immediately squinted his eyes on alert. "What are you doing?" A trace of hurt flashed in Xia Rongyun's eyes. She said plaintively, "Super masculine, we're husband and wife. Can't I even sit down?" Outwardly, we're husband and wife. But who would have thought? In over 10 years of marriage, this man has never touched her even once. She went from youthful beauty to a yellow-faced old woman. Mei Chaoxiong, however, completely ignored her grievances, his voice icy. "Before we got married, I told him, my heart belongs only to your sister Xia Rongyun. If you are pregnant with Wang Wang, I can marry you, but I will never touch you again." "I know." But Xia Rongyun was filled with bitterness. Her eyes instantly reddened. She thought she was a man and would eventually compromise. But who would have thought she was truly like an ascetic, having been relying on the monk for a full 18 years. Now that she knew it was impossible, she absolutely couldn't gamble. I had to find a way to get her away. Early the next morning, I spread out rice paper in the yard. "It's just a vase, so I'll paint one for you." Then I grabbed a kitten and got its little paws covered in ink. Then I took out the cat teaser stick and directed it to dance wildly on the rice paper. For a moment, the pure white paper was covered in plum blossom prints. My dad, Mei Chaoxiong, saw on the spot. This painting technique was exactly the same as the master of the wine offering. But at that moment, I felt the kitten was almost done. So I grabbed the back of the kitten's neck and casually tossed it to Mei Dantang, the older sister in a white shirt beside her. The next second, her clean white shirt was instantly covered in black cat paw prints. The whole room fell silent. All the servants gasped, looking at me as if they were looking at a dead person. "I'm a bit fierce. What's wrong with you guys?" "I don't know. This big sister, Mei Dantang, has a severe cleanliness freak. Once, a servant splashed a drop of water on her. The next day, she disappeared immediately. But to my surprise, not only was my sister not angry, she even hugged the kitten and smiled at me. "Don't worry about them. Xiao Jiu, focus on drawing." Only then did I realize and quickly apologize. "Sorry, big sister, I got your clothes dirty." But to my surprise, she smiled even more dotingly, her tone willing. "It's fine if it's dirty, it's dirty. It's not like you can't wear it." As soon as I said that, the servant's eyes nearly popped out. I looked up. Just then, I saw my cheap dad, Mei Chaoxiong, looking at me in surprise. It seemed this family was starting to get interesting. However, just as I was shocked by the shock of my whole family, hopeless screams came from upstairs. Her leg hurt so much she couldn't get on the floor, but she found that one of the servants couldn't even be ordered. Furious, she leaned against the wall and cursed loudly. "Where are those scary people going? I'm going to tell my dad to stab them all in the legs." Xia Rongyun rushed over and covered her mouth, saying, "What nonsense was that? Do you still want your reputation for being domineering and unruly?" Just then, cries of surprise came from downstairs. Under everyone's astonished gazes, I transformed those messy cat paw prints into cold brows. A stunning scene of treading on snow and gazing at Mebros, born in an instant. "Oh my God! This is amazing!" The servants were completely fired up. My eldest sister, Mei Dantang, was also shocked. Even my father, Mei Chaoxiong, stared at me with a very complicated expression. Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. Is this child going to continue? But just then, a loud voice called out to the wind guards. "Why are you all gathered here? Aren't you working?" Mei Wang, supported by her mother, angrily pushed through the crowd when she saw the art studio on the ground. Her eyes were about to pop out. She didn't know how to draw, but she wasn't stupid. This painting was definitely master level, even more impressive than the one her father brought back yesterday. Mei Xiaojiu, was she trying to win Dad's favor? The next second, she really saw my father's gaze and began to change. Mei Hope's heart tightened instantly. On the street, a malicious thought surged in his heart. He wanted to destroy the painting. He quietly walked toward me, but still said sarcastic remarks. "No, Xiaojiu, let me see how your drawing turned out." Then he pretended to have a leg hurt, his body tilted, and he stomped hard at my painting. "Oh no, he wants to ruin my painting. Dream on." My eyes turned cold and I took a quick step forward. I shoved him away. "Don't step on my painting." But there was no hope. Caught off guard, he fell onto the hard stone slab. The intense pain hit him, and he instantly burst into tears. It hurt. My butt was about to break. Watching his exaggerated performance, I was furious and bluntly started the line. "Aren't you exaggerating? This is the floor, not a meat grinder." Hopeless. I gritted my teeth and immediately turned to my dad to complain. "Dad, look at him. He pushed me and even said sarcastic things." Mei Chaoxiong furrowed his head and immediately ordered me. Apologize to your brother. I could hardly believe my ears. Why did he deliberately step on my painting just now? But there's no hope, and he immediately starts pretending to be weak, crying his eyes out. Dad, I didn't mean to. My legs hurt and I can't stand steadily. He slandered me. Boo-hoo, his muffled sound left me speechless again. Why do you always sob? Are you a hairdryer? No hope, I'll make you furious. I looked at him like that. Liang stabbed him again. Isn't that supposed to be quite strong? Looks like it doesn't hurt much. Even my eldest sister Mei Dantang couldn't help but laugh and made a move, looking at him with no hope of grievance. But Mei Dantang just turned her head and pretended not to notice. At that moment, Mei Chaoxiong spoke up. He didn't know right from wrong and started attacking me relentlessly. Whether he did it on purpose or not, you shouldn't have pushed him. His leg was injured because of you. If something happens to him, can you take responsibility? He coldly ordered me. If you do something wrong, come forward. Mei Wang instantly felt smug, glaring at me with exclusive tiger power. Did you hear me? Apologize quickly. I looked at this family. I'm really fed up. These scumbags with only 5 combat power. I didn't dare to actually do it, afraid that if I accidentally injured him, it would be too frustrating. So I suddenly spoke. I don't want to do it. Mei Chaoxiong frowned. What did you say? I lifted my chin and met his gaze, regardless of whether I was looking at him or not. You only know how to find fault with me. I don't want to stay in this rundown house anymore. If you say so, I'll compensate you. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Why did you deliberately go pick Mei Xiaojiu's words? Mei Shiwang was instantly scared stiff and tried to argue. But Mei Chaoxiong immediately threw out 4 words. I'm not blind. Mei Shiwang was so scared she could only confess. Sorry, Dad. I'm just afraid Mei Xiaojiu will get your attention. From now on, you won't like me anymore. I know I was wrong. However, Mei Chaoxiong looked at his face and softened, only saying lightly, when Mei Xiaojiu comes back, apologize to him. Mei Chixiong blurted it out. He still wants to come back. Mei Chaoxiong looked at him silently and said, your big sister went after her and will bring him back. At night, I crossed my face and was finally brought back by the smiling Mei Dantang. Mei Chong saw me, his eyes were about to pop out, and he was wildly attacking me with his gaze. Didn't you say you wouldn't stay? Why are you back? I rolled my eyes at him. You think I want to come back? I ran out this morning and called the contact, saying I couldn't stay in this broken place for even a moment. But the other party told me if I don't stay at the Mei family for a month, I won't be able to go back. They even blocked me outright. Now look, the special operation situation is hopeless. But I just made a harsh promise that I'd never come back to this lousy house again. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to go back now? I was furious when I learned the truth. I immediately reported the tracking device worth tens of millions. The hacker fainted crying in the bathroom and asked my eldest sister for tens of millions more. Soon after, my eldest sister came crying and insisted I take responsibility. She kept pestering me and had no choice. I could only go home with her. As soon as I walked in, I saw Mei Wangshi's look as if she wanted to devour me. Then, she actually gritted her teeth and forced out 3 words, sorry. I was stunned. This man's gaze almost made me scream, but she was apologizing on the outside. So I bluntly asked, what's going on? Jinfin, Golden Fun, instantly got angry. You're the Jinfin. At that moment, Mei Dantang smiled and thoughtfully explained. Probably Dad asked her to apologize to you. I shook my head. No way. She hates me so much, yet I still think Mei Wang is a golden star. But who would have thought my cheap dad didn't try to kill me? Instead, he walked straight toward me with a stern face. I immediately looked up and met her gaze. What's wrong? She wanted to teach me a lesson again, but unexpectedly, she suddenly asked, you're a reporter for the National Chemical Master. I was instantly stunned. What's going on? Is this old fool or not? Mei Wang screamed even more. How could she possibly be the master sacrificial wine? She's just a villager from the countryside. But my father ignored her completely, just stared at me to double-check if it was really her. She actually compared the 2 paintings carefully and found that their drawing habits matched. Of course, I wouldn't admit it, so I tilted my chin back and said confidently, no. Mei Chaoxiong squinted. Then how can you paint, treading on snow, gazing at plum blossoms? I am so confident in that kind of painting. Isn't it possible to have hands? Mei hopes to mock me immediately. You mean we don't have hands? I looked at her sincerely. I also thought your hands might be just for nothing. Mei Shiwang cried again for me, and softened up to complain to my dad. My dad looked at her face, which looked so much like Mrs. Wang's, and said to me, can you stop always targeting your brother? I got angry on the spot, raising my chin even higher. Why don't you tell her not to keep looking me up? You can't just stubbornly take advantage of me just because I'm lonely and weak. My dad was left speechless by me. I guess she's thinking, how am I supposed to be a pushover? In the end, she probably got annoyed too. Fine, since she's back, let's stop causing trouble and rest. After saying that, she went straight upstairs. Watching her back, I felt even more annoyed. Then she turned around and complained to Mei Dantang. Why does she always lecture me? I don't believe in telling me not to cause trouble. I clearly didn't cause any trouble, but my eldest sister ruffled my hair and smiled brightly, saying, Xiaojiu, you misunderstood. Dad is compromising with you. She compromised with me. I seriously suspected that my eldest sister might be crazy. That old muddle-headed look didn't seem like she had compromised. But she quickly pulled me upstairs and promised to take me out to eat something even tastier tomorrow. Just thinking about that melt-in-your-mouth 5-flavor chicken and beef made me want to eat. I immediately craved it, so I reluctantly agreed and didn't pursue it further. I ordered food while going upstairs. I want to eat Wagyu again tomorrow. Big sister readily agreed. Okay. Whatever little Joe likes. Big sister will buy it for you. Just like that, my eldest sister Mei Dantang immediately dropped the company and went out at night to eat and drink with me. Within a few days, I was completely corrupted by the food. I realized that the outside world was indeed much happier than the Special Operations Bureau. Not to mention, just the food alone was overwhelming. That morning, as soon as I sat down at the dining table, I excitedly asked, Big sister, where are we going to eat today? Just as Mei Dantang was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Today she had to go back to work. I turned to see it was my cheap dad, Mei Chaoxiong. My face instantly fell, but my eldest sister had already promised to take me out for something delicious today. Mei Chaoxiong just glanced at me indifferently. To reiterate, I told her she had to work. Then she said to me, and you, don't always be idle. I've already arranged your admission to Lexington University. After the holidays, you can go to school with Wang Wang. It was like a bolt from the blue. The food in my mouth instantly lost its flavor. I actually agreed with her like never before. I immediately nodded repeatedly. It wasn't fair, but Mei Chaoxiong just gave me a cold glance. Stop making a fuss. I immediately pursed my lips. She furrowed her brows. Why are you angry at your own father? I switched sides, and her face turned dark. No humph. I stared at her leisurely and squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. Seeing that out of 100 gene, 99 gene were all real estate moves, Mei Chaoxiong finally squeezed out her trump card. If you talk back again, I'll arrange a week for you. And all snacks except for food were cancelled. That's just too cruel. My fists were clenched tight, trembling with anger, staring at her intently. This old fool is just relying on me not daring to hit her. She was clearly bullying me. I was so angry my cheeks puffed up and my face flushed red. But I just didn't dare to lay a hand on me. But just then, she looked at me in a pitiful state and let out a soft laugh. I immediately cursed at her. Wow, she even mocked me. That's way too much. I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to end up with this fall. Bai Ningbing, come pick me up quickly. At the same time, far overseas, Bai Ningbing suddenly sneezed. The subordinate nearby immediately asked if Director Bai had caught a cold. Bai Ningbing rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, feeling like someone was talking to him. Could it be that Xiao Zhou was being bullied at the Mei family? The subordinate's mouth twitched sharply. Are you kidding? That violent burly man who can crush the entire bureau's elites to the ground. He'll be bullied. I'm afraid the end of the world will come and no one will be able to bully him. Meanwhile, Mei Chaoxiong is already determined to send me to study at Lechwatan. Mei Wang was furious, locked herself in her room, and smashed things wildly. By the time Xia Rongyun went in, the whole house was in chaos like a garbage dump. Mei Wang sat in the garbage heap, eyes red, crying to his mom. Mom, Dad doesn't consider my feelings at all. I worked hard to get in. Why should that illiterate person get in just by paying money? What does my hard work matter? Yet Xia Rongyun wasn't angry at all. Instead, he shook his head and laughed. You kid. Why can't you keep your brain? Mei Wangxi looked annoyed. Mom, what do you mean? A trace of hunger flashed across Xia Rongyun's face. Mei Xiaojiu, an illiterate who barely knows a single word, has gone to Huadun, a hunter full of top students. Do you really think he can survive? He continued to analyze. If someone finds out, then I got in through the back door. Those students who got in based on merit only disadvantage me and dislike me. It wouldn't be long before I started making a fuss about dropping out of school. Mei Wangxi suddenly understood. Yeah, Dad thought he was talented. Once his illiterate true nature was exposed, his father would know what kind of person he really was. Xia Rongyun happily stroked his son's hair and began to slyly advise. So Wang, once you go to school, You can't target him. You should be even more kind and generous with him. Why is there a poisonous glint at the corner of Mom's mouth? The more rude and vulgar he is, the more he highlights your noble and generous nature. Then, you quietly spread the rumors about him pulling strings through connections. Once everyone rejects him, he'll definitely cause trouble and make a scene. If he really angers you, his good days will be over. Mei Shiwang's eyes lit up instantly. So that's how it is. My sister was forced by old madman to go to work. Now no one took me out to eat seafood at all. But the outrageous part was even more absurd. He even wanted me and Mei Shiwang to go to school together. I couldn't stay in this rundown house for even a second. I frustratedly rolled around on the bed. Just then, suddenly my phone rang. I buried my face in the blanket, too lazy to get up. My little hands fumbled around, and as soon as I grabbed the phone, I answered. I squeezed out a single word, but Bai Ningbin on the other end of the line heard it and asked with a smile, trying to coax a child. What's wrong? Who made our ace unhappy? I kept my head down, full of resentment. Old-fashioned, I told me to go study at Lekrite. But Bai Ningbin paused for a second after hearing this, then suddenly burst out laughing and started hitting like crazy. What a misunderstanding. Lekwarton Earth God, Professor Senwin, is about to be demoted back to being a student. If they find out you're Senwin, they'll have to keep you locked up. Hearing this, I was stunned and suddenly poked my head out from under the covers. Staring at his phone, he asked, Bai Ningbin, what Professor Senwin? Explain yourself. Only then did Bai Ningbin smile and explain. Those experimental papers you wrote before were already published under Senwin's name and have become top-tier academic papers. Not only that, Senwin happens to be a nominal professor under Lekwarton's name. In fact, Lekwarton's ranking at the top is entirely thanks to Senwin's articles. So my status in Lekwarton is no different from their ancestors. After hearing that, I was completely stunned. My mouth instantly turned into an O-shaped shape. I never used to care about these things. Okay? I never expected to be this awesome. Bai Ningbin immediately suggested, since your dad has enrolled you, then go have some fun. Of course I don't want to. Why? I hate having no hope and don't want to spend a little time with that hairdryer-like man. It's pure torture. But Bai Ningbin laughed after hearing that. You hate it so much and there's no hope. I shout from the bottom of my heart. I hate it so much. But he just draws out his pitch and slowly asks, so you're afraid of him? I instantly bristled. What the heck? Why am I afraid of him? Can you even talk? I never hoped for that kind of little trash. I could easily unscrew his skull. However, Bai Ningbin's laughter was so annoying it was to keep stirring things up. Wasn't he scared? Because there's no hope, he doesn't dare go to school. I thought it was like that. It's not that I'm afraid. It's that I think it's troublesome. Afraid of trouble, but isn't that still scared? Hearing this, my blood pressure shot up. I was actually being looked down upon. I fought for pride, not for steamed buns. I shouted angrily, who says I'm scared? Isn't it just studying with hopeless? I'll go. But Bai Ningbin started speaking in a green tea style. Really? Isn't this too much of a push? I was so angry my blood was boiling over. My answer was firm and forceful. I felt like I was being controlled by him. This woman is darker than ink. And so, the holiday ended. I willingly went to school with no hope. My sister didn't listen alone. Today she specially took time to drive us. But as soon as we got to the bus, the problem came. My sister sat in the driver's seat. Who would sit in the front passenger seat? With her jealous and competitive nature, she'd definitely snatch a seat. But who would have thought? She actually walked to the back seat, opened the door, and smiled at me, saying, Brother Xiaojio, big sister prefers chatting with you. Go sit in the front passenger seat. As soon as she said that, my sister didn't get a word and glanced at her calmly. I blinked honestly and sincerely asked her, No hope? Are you out of your mind? Still took the wrong medicine. With just one sentence, hopelessness instantly broke down. Her face fell, and she gritted her teeth and yelled at me. No, Xiaojio, you're the one out of your mind. You took the wrong medicine. Seeing this, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. So it was the attraction trigger. Wu Qiong's face twitched with anger, almost smoking strangely. My sister suddenly burst out laughing. Just like that, my sister dropped me off with Wu Qiong at school and left. As soon as she left, Wakiwang came over right after, speaking with a strong sense of superiority. No, Xiaojio, you barely attended school before. Now that you're at school, aren't you nervous? I'm confused. What's there to be nervous about? No hope, no mouth at all, no wandering laughter. Illiterate at elite university, not nervous. You're pretty thick-skinned. I glanced at her. That mouth really deserves a beating. Can't hope to see me clench my fists. My legs are going weak from fear. Yet you still stubbornly threaten me. Don't be arrogant without Xiaojio. You dare hit someone at school. Be careful not to be punished. I replied coldly. The next second, I threw a punch at her face. Hopeless, I hugged my head and crouched down. I withdrew my fist, looking at her cowardly expression. Willow eyebrows were a single line. You're way too cowardly. They say hitting someone at school gets punished. How could I really hit you? Just then, a short-haired boy suddenly rushed over, grabbed Messi Wong, and pointed at my nose, shouting, "Hey, which class are you from?" He actually wanted to hit someone. We need to report to the school leaders. I was speechless on the spot. I didn't actually hit him. It was just scaring people. Who knew the guy was so angry he laughed? Is scaring someone right? How could our school admit someone with your kind of quality? Good grief, my blood pressure shot up instantly. Clearly, Messi Wong was the one who started the talk. This guy doesn't even know the whole story. Just nagging at me. Don't force me to hit you. My fists are really hard. But that guy got even more fired up. If you've got the guts, hit me. If I don't sue you until you get expelled, I won't call you Zhu-chun. This contraband really argued with me. Seeing me so angry, my eyes widened. Messi Wong grabbed him and started pretending. He's my brother. Don't make a big deal out of this, brother. Zhu-chun looked shocked. Only then did Messi Wong reluctantly reveal his identity. He was the son of my father Wang Chi, kidnapped by traffickers as a child, and only recently was recognized. Then Zhu-chun blurted out, "So he's still alive." Then he got tough again. "Even if you're your brother, you can't bully you, right?" I figured I understood. These two are a perfect match. I couldn't be bothered to argue any further, so I turned and left. Messi Wong was still behind me, pretending to be sympathetic. "Little Nine brother, do you know the road? Come with us." I didn't even look back. No, as soon as I walked away, Zhu-chun immediately grabbed Messi Wong. "Gossip. You cheap brother? You're not in our class, are you?" "You guessed right, we're in the same class. My dad didn't want him to be lazy and gluttonous all day, so he used some connections to let him study." "What do you mean lazy and lazy?" Messi Wong added. "I'm telling you, don't mess it out. He hasn't even studied for a few days. My dad wanted him to come for a period and spent money to get him in." Zhu-chun exploded on the spot. "What? An uneducated wild kid dared to come to our school?" Messi Wong was still pretending to be so good. "I thought I was a good friend and told you, don't talk nonsense." But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu-chun immediately opened an anonymous group chat typical of a finance department. "Anonymous Apple, everyone, pay attention, a heavyweight figure is about to join our class." The next second, the group exploded. "What kind of character is this? It's a connections who barely studied for a few days, and they've pulled back doors into our class. Damn, connections make those connections get out of their cracked shell and slip down. Whoever agrees and opposes it, then the screen goes wild. Agree +1. Meanwhile, an instructor enthusiastically led me to the classroom door. He was extremely enthusiastic about me, all because the principal had repeatedly told me to meet all my needs. Then he smiled and clapped his hands. "Everyone quiet down. Today, a new student came to our class." As soon as he finished speaking, a girl immediately stood up and started making a commotion. "Got it? The new classmate's name is Manhwa, right? She came in through the back door. Is it true?" The instructor was furious. "Who spread this rumor? Stand up." However, the class was dead silent. No one admitted it. Just then, my gaze swept over the classroom, and finally my gaze landed on Mei Shiwang. I pointed at her and said word by word, "Mei Shiwang said it, right? She's the only one who knows." As soon as I finished speaking, the crowd exploded. Damn, Mei Shiwang, Mei Xiaojiu, they're brothers, right? What a plastic brotherhood. Now Mei Wangxi was both anxious and angry. The next second, she collapsed onto the table and burst into tears. "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The mood completely changed. The classmate who had just been sweet to me suddenly started to feel sorry for her. Mei Wangxi cried. Wasn't she the one who betrayed her? Feels so miserable. I was speechless. These people are so blatantly double-standard. Isn't it just crying and playing the victim? Who doesn't know that? Just then, Zhu-chun suddenly stood up. She shouted at me carelessly. "Mei Xiaojiu, stop being so unfair." I sent it. "What? Did I say something wrong?" I was directly scolded by her back. "You have a right to talk bad about people behind my back." But she didn't apologize. Instead, he crossed his arms and sneered. "That's right. You're someone who's never been to school, and you're harming the interests of ordinary students. We can't speak up yet." The counselor quickly scolded. "Zhu-chun, that's enough." So the counselor quickly turned to me and said, "Xiaojiu, hurry up and tell everyone. Which school did you go to before?" I just shrugged and admitted honestly, I really never went to school. As soon as I said this, the instructor's expression twitched instantly. "I really never went to school." I nodded to her for confirmation. No, her face turned green. She still wouldn't give up and asked, "Haven't you attended a whole semester?" I looked at her, absolutely certain. Not a day of class, the instructor was completely devastated and Ju-chun. But she's so arrogant to the extreme. Haha. Did you hear that? She didn't attend school all day. This kind of useless relationship is a disgrace to our school. Now the situation is completely out of control. The whole class is cheering and telling me to get out of this class. The instructor was sweating profusely from anxiety. She looked at me again and saw that I was actually moving my hands with a calm expression. Ancestor, please don't react a little, as if I heard her inner thoughts. The next second, I moved, my hands still in my pockets. I suddenly kicked the lectern with a loud boom. The 100-pound lectern was sent flying by me, crashing hard into the wall. The huge impact instantly left the entire classroom silent. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned by my kick. I coldly scanned the crowd. Can it be quiet now? A troublemaker snapped back to reality, stammering as he questioned. No, Xiaojiu, do you want to hit someone? I stared at him. He lifted his chin directly. Yeah, do you want to get hit? That troublemaker instantly got hurt. Looking at the lectern embedded in the wall, he didn't dare say a word. Then he looked at everyone and immediately flicked cards with dominance. I'm a connected player. If you're annoyed, right? If you have the guts, have the school kick me out, but don't nag me in front of me, or I'll beat you until you can't even get a grip. Now the whole class was so angry they didn't dare speak, and the instructor was so desperate he covered his face. Just then, a calm voice came from the doorway. Got connections, pretty cool. I looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall guy in a basketball jersey, smiling at me with a half-smile. My heart skipped a beat. Why did this guy look so much like Bai Ningbing? Could they be relatives? I blurted out, your surname is Bai, he has a single eyebrow. You know me. I shook my head directly. I didn't know him. Who would have thought he would stop talking to me and only walk toward hopelessness? Why are your eyes so red? Who bullied you? The class instantly erupted in flames. Someone immediately pointed at me, the one with connections. The next second, he walked up to me, looked down on me and said in a commanding tone, apologize to him. I didn't feel comfortable at all, lifted my chin and asked back, are you crazy? Watching him turn and leave. Suddenly, I called out to him, wait! I immediately dropped a bombshell. What is Bai Ningbing to do with you? At that moment, Bai Shuiwe turned to return to his seat, but I stopped him. Wait! What is Bai Ningbing's relationship with you? As soon as I said that, Bai Shuiwe paused, looking at me in confusion. Why are you asking this? I pursed my lips, curious if you two were related. Since we both share the same surname and look a bit alike, Bai Shuiwe retorted. You know my aunt. I flatly denied it. I don't know him. My current identity is from the countryside, so it's strange to know Bai Ningbing. Plus, I managed to get useful information. Bai Ningbing actually has a niece, but unfortunately, Bai Ningbing won't date me. Otherwise I'd meet Bai Shuiwe in the future. You can call him Big Niece. Bai Shuiwe squinted, thinking I wasn't telling the truth. So why are you asking this? I'm lying with my eyes wide open. I've seen photos of Bai Ningbing, and I think you look a bit like him. Just curious. Bai Shuiwe was a bit puzzled, but he wasn't interested in me and didn't think much of it. Then he walked over and sat down next to Mei Shiwang, his long arms naturally resting on the back of the chair behind him. Their movements looked very close, and Mei Shiwang wanted to move a little away. She said softly, don't do this. Bai Shuiwe remained calm and said in a calm voice, I don't want to know about my aunt's little Xiao Xiao. As soon as she said this, Mei Wangxi immediately looked at Bai Shuiwe with a longing gaze. Clearly, he was eager to know about Bai Ningbing. Seeing Mei Xiang's reaction, Bai Shuiwe's dark eyes turned cold, ignoring the feelings. Although he was close to Mei Hope, Mei Xiangwang had only met his aunt once before being completely captivated by her. Bai Shuiwe stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Mei Wangwang, who was eagerly watching him. As soon as he said this, Mei Shiwang's eyes lit up instantly. Really, he'd be staying in the army for a few days. How would I know? My aunt's missions are all confidential. If she could reveal that she's going to the army, it would be just as we were going, so there was no need to hide it, and she told us. Although Bai Shuiwe didn't reveal much information, Mei Shiwang was still very happy. Back then, he was invited by Bai Shuiwe to attend Grandpa Bai's birthday banquet, where he had met Bai Ningbing once, even though they had never spoken before. But Mei Shiwang was completely captivated by that steady and elegant figure. Her heart was pounding as she cautiously probed. When you go to military training, will your aunt come looking for you? If you do, can you bring me along? Bai Shuiwe saw Mei Shiwang's abacus beads almost shattering on his face. She couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. I advise you not to waste your energy on my aunt. With her experience and scheming, she would never like a boy like you. Besides, I've never seen her look at any man differently. But Mei Shiwang didn't see it that way. She was clearly pure. How did she know? Besides, Mei's aunt had already been in the 26th term. If her family was urging her to get married, could she keep hiding forever? Mei Shiwang shamelessly replied, Bai Shuiwe, please help me one more time. If your aunt comes looking for you, take me along. If she really doesn't like me, I'll give up. Bai Shuiwe wanted to push the man she loved to her aunt. Was she crazy? But Mei hoped to say if her aunt didn't like her, she gave up and thought it was feasible. After all, since Mei Wangshi couldn't stop thinking about her aunt, it was better to just let her reject her once. That way, Mei Wangshi could completely give up on her sister-in-law. So Bai Shuiwe readily agreed. I'll arrange this. Mei Shiwang is overjoyed. Thank you, Shuiwe. Then he turned and returned to the classroom. At that moment, Bai Shuiwe's phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Yang, his father's secretary. Bai Shuiwe answered. Hello, Uncle Zhang, is everything settled? Unexpectedly, Secretary Zhang hesitated and said, Miss Shuiwe, this matter is not easy to handle. Bai Shuiwe frowned. What do you mean? Secretary Zhang said. We have negotiated with the headmaster of Lequerton. The other side refused to let Mei Xiaojiu drop out. Even when we proposed divesting from Lequerton, he wouldn't budge. How could this be? Bai Shuiwe never expected that getting rid of Mei Xiaojiu would make him so busy. So who exactly is Mei Xiaojiu? He was the head of the Mei family, the daughter born to Mei Chaoxiong's ex-wife before she died. Mr. Mei had some connections which allowed him to transfer to Lechuan. Bai Shuiwe was puzzled. Even if he was from the Mei family, could the Bai family really not be moved? The Mei family is indeed influential in Beijing, especially Mei Qiwang's sisters, who are the prodigies of the Mei family in every field. But the Bai family status is still one level above the Mei family. How could the headmaster of Lequerton possibly offend the Bai family for the Mei family's sake? Secretary Zhang speculated that maybe it was because of connections to get into Lechuan, which was a gray income source for the school's upper management. If the rules were broken so easily, it would affect their future interests. Bai Shuiwe sneered. It's still a matter of money, then just throw money at it. I refuse to believe I can't drive away a single Miss Mei. Then Bai Shuiwe returned to the classroom and saw him walk in. I blocked his way and provoked. How about it? Bai Shuiwe, have you figured out a way to kick me out of Lechuan? Bai Shuiwe gave me a cold smile and said, Don't be arrogant. Sooner or later you'll be kicked out. Sooner or later, I'll be kicked out. I pursed my lips. I was so confident before, now I'm saying sooner or later. Bai Shuiwe, can you do it or not? So boring. Seeing my attitude, Bai Shuiwe's eyelids twitched. His blood pressure shot up instantly, and he almost exploded with anger. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Bai family, with a noble status and flattery from everyone, who would dare to disdain him as openly as I do? His gaze fixed intently on Miss Mei, his forehead slightly raised. Good, you completely angered me. One day later, the righteous newcomers of Lekwalt set out together to hand over their troops and begin military training for the 700 million states. As soon as the freshmen arrived at the base, before they could catch their breath, they were immediately called out and taken away by their respective instructors. But enemies meet on a narrow path. Mei Shiwang, Bai Shuiwe, Zhu Chun, and I were assigned to another formation. On the podium, the principal was already seated. In the center seat of the seat, there was still an empty seat. The leader on stage was clearly waiting for someone, so he didn't speak for a long time. The students around started discussing, wondering why they hadn't spoken yet. The sun was already up. They'd wait until they finished before training. People are about to turn into jerky, but Mei Shiwang and Bai Shuiwe know very well that the person these leaders are waiting for must be Bai Ningbing. Now Mei Shiwang is also extremely anxious. She desperately wants to see the woman she can't forget again. Soon, a soldier hurried over to the officers and whispered. The principal and officers, who had been sitting leisurely just moments ago, quickly stood up and looked in a certain direction. A tall woman in a white shirt walked over. The principal and officers greeted him one after another. The male students, seeing a beautiful woman who had arrived, couldn't help but feel restless. Oh my God! Who was that stunning beauty on stage? Her face was absolutely stunning, and she seemed to have a pretty status. The principal and the other officers treated her with respect. Mei Qishi couldn't help but feel excited the moment she saw Bai Ningbing. She was Bai Shuiwe's aunt, Bai Ningbing. Many of the male students recognized him. Damn, why is she here? Didn't expect to see her in person. That face is amazing. I heard she was also a Special Forces soldier. I really want to spar with her. Forget it, I heard Bai Ningbing was once an instructor in the Special Forces unit. The Special Forces unit is so formidable. Whenever they see her, they call her a devil. Apparently, they go all out with ruthlessness. Bai Shuiwe listened to the boys around her gossip, but her gaze remained calm. She glanced at Mei Shiwang, who saw Mei Shiwang blushing as she stared at her aunt. Bai Shuiwei even felt a bit resentful. Why couldn't my aunt come? What exactly was she here for? Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Zhang on the training ground and immediately noticed me standing in the front row because of my height. This kid almost stayed up all night playing games last night. Now he's pulling his hat brim low, so others can't tell he's making a bet. If you had shouted right next to his ear now, you'd probably be scared off the ground. Just imagining that scene. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Zhu Chen excitedly said, "Wow! Bai Ningbing seems to be thinking about us." Mei Shiwang also noticed Bai Ningbing's gaze, her heart pounding. No way, Bai Ningbing really noticed him. Then Mei Sisi couldn't help but puff out her chest and raised her chin higher, hoping Bai Ningbing would notice her in the Heli Kun group. Only Bai Shui's eyes were sharp, and she noticed that her aunt's gaze seemed to be fixed on me. So she followed along and looked over. The next second, Bai Shui's eyes nearly popped out. That kid couldn't have fallen asleep standing up, right? I called him over. He noticed something was wrong on my end. He walked over and scolded me. "What are you doing? Where's this daytime sleepwalking?" The moment he slapped me the shoulder in his hand. Reflexively, he instantly turned his hands forward to grab the instructor's hands, giving him no time to react. With a clean, crisp over-the-shoulder throw, he sent him flying. With a loud bang, the whole crowd was shocked, realizing everyone's attention was focused on him. Only then did I fully wake up, groggily rubbing my eyes. Are we eating? Oh my god. Was this guy really sleepwalking just now? I lowered my head and Mei Xiaojiu actually threw the instructor out. Wow, right after arriving, he was already at odds with the instructor. No wonder he's Mei Xiaojiu, even in front of the instructor, he's so arrogant. The principal, who was speaking on stage, saw me causing trouble and had a big mouth, while the other officers started analyzing my earlier actions. That guy was pretty interesting. The movements are quite standard. Could it be that the ones we practiced before could easily take down our special forces soldiers? Learning is no ordinary person. Bai Ningbing glanced sideways at the officers with a smile. You guys haven't been practicing in your spare time lately, have you? Listened to Bai Ningbing. The group immediately straightened their backs and said, "Instructor Bai, don't worry, we're ready at any time." Bai Ningbing smiled and said, "All right, I'll find someone tonight to practice with you." Wan Yen and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the instructor wasn't going to fight personally. Looks like we've cleared the level smoothly this time. After the principal's speech, each squad will start training under their respective instructors. To make the most of the space, each squad has different training items. For example, Mei Xiaojiu's squad. Today's training event is weighted running, but since we're all students, all indicators are only half of what regular soldiers are doing during training. Women carry 3 kilograms, men 5 kilograms, both running 5 kilometers with a 1-hour time limit. After hearing about the training plan, the students started wailing and howling. Oh my god, do we even need to survive? Report to the instructor. I have a condition that prevents me from running long distances. The instructor was unmoved. He walked over to me, raised an eyebrow and said, "Kid, you were pretty impressive just now." After practice, I sneered. I'm telling you, the instructor doesn't mess around, just smiles and says, "Their standards are too low for you. Do you want to go up the limit? If you pass, you don't have to practice today. I'll treat you to something delicious tonight. As soon as you hear there's something tasty." I was immediately tempted. Back in the Special Operations Bureau, because an old man on the road watched that all the food was low-fat, high-protein, bland, and tasted bad. It was only after I came out that I realized there were so many delicious foods in the world. I thought for a moment, my gaze grew increasingly resolute. At this moment, all eyes in the room were focused on me. Hey, look, isn't that Mei Xiaojiu? He's carrying a 20-kilogram weighted bag. Are you crazy? 20 kilograms. We're gonna run 5 kilometers, not 50. Damn, he's really tough. If he really carries 20 kilograms and finishes 5 kilometers, he'll be my big brother. Zhu Chang saw everyone's attention shifting to me and couldn't help but complain to Mei Qishi. Why does your brother love to show off so much? Just military training and he managed to stir up so much trouble. Mei Wang was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Mom said he should expose my illiterate status, so naturally everyone would exclude and target me. Most people would have been stuck in class for a long time, but I'm not a normal person at all. Others get isolated, withdraw, or break down, but I don't care at all. Now I'm making a big show in the military, and many classmates have actually changed their opinion of me. It feels like if this keeps up, the students who used to ostracize me are being excluded. In the end, they all blame me. But the person who worries Mei Sisi the most is still Bai Ningbin. I'm so flashy, Bai Ningbin won't notice her, right? She quietly looked toward Bai Ningbin on the high platform, only to find that the woman's gaze was truly fixed on them. In that instant, Mei Qiwang's heart nearly leapt out of her throat. No way. Bai Ningbin wasn't really watching Mei Xiaojiu, was he? If Mei Xiaojiu had used this move to catch Bai Ningbing's attention and get interested, she'd have to cough up blood 3 times without stopping. At that moment, Bai Shuiyue chose a 25-kilogram weight to carry on her back. Her move immediately drew everyone's gasp. Shuiyue, are you going to carry 25 kilograms? That's way too much. Do you have to push yourself this hard? You probably don't know this. Shuiyue used to train in the military, carrying over 20 kilograms. To him, he was a little KF. Zhu Chun watched Bai Shuiyue effortlessly carry 25 kilograms on his back. He said to Mei Shiwang, you have to admit, Bai Shuiyue is really impressive. Many guys have noticed her. She's always chasing you. You really don't intend to accept it. Mei Wangwang's gaze shifted to Bai Shuiyue. It must be said, Bai Shuiyue is the carefully cultivated heir of the Bai family. She was indeed outstanding, but then she glanced at Bai Ningbing on the high platform. If she hadn't met him, she would definitely have been dating Bai Shuiyue. But for now, she still wanted to try to get Bai Ningbing's attention. If Bai Ningbing really wasn't interested in her, she could just choose Bai Shuiyue then. Mei Wangxi was very confident in Bai Shuiyue. She firmly believed that even if other men pursued Bai Shuiyue relentlessly, Bai Shuyue's heart would only be with her. At that moment, the people around gasped again. Mei Wangxi snapped back to reality and realized I had put down a 20-kilogram weight, then turned around and picked up a 30-kilogram weight cup. It was 5 kilograms heavier than Bai Shuyue's. Damn, Mei Xiaojiu is really at odds with Bai Shuiyue. From the very first day at school, this guy has been attracting Bai Shuyue's attention in every way. Bai Shuiyue listened to the gossip around her, walked over to me, and walked over with a half-smile. You insist on arguing with me. I stared straight at Bai Shuiyue, not backing down. You're the one who wants to argue with me. I picked 20 kilograms and you picked 25 kilograms? What do you mean? Bai Shuiyue laughed angrily. Usually, when I run with weights, I just carry 25 kilograms. Who would argue with you? I sneered. Then I still have to carry 30 kilograms. I don't like being overwhelmed. What? Bai Shuiyue's face darkened. Her stubborn nature was instantly triggered by me. She tossed the 25-kilogram weight. She picked out a 35-kilogram weight cup again. Seeing this, my eyes widened as I pointed at her and accused. You said you're not arguing with me? You usually carry 25 kilograms, so why are you picking a 35-kilogram weight now? Bai Shuiyue twitched the corner of her mouth. He gave me a harsh smile. I was willing. What, if you don't accept it, hit me. I was so angry I was about to carry 40 kilograms. But the instructor stopped me with a slap. Enough, why is this still better? We're only preparing 30 kilograms. If we're competing, let's see who finishes 5 kilometers first. If the loser loses, they'll be used as a subordinate for these 7 days. How about that? I think that's a great idea. He lifted his chin and grinned at Bai Shuiyue, full of confidence. You're definitely going to lose, little brother. Bai Shuiyue imitated my words and gave me a cold smile. I think you're the one who's doomed to lose. Little brother, he doesn't believe it. In the past, every winter and summer vacation he went to the army for training. If he loses to me, the instructor clapped his hands and smiled brightly. Very good, very ambitious. If you finish 5 kilometers within half an hour, neither of you will need to train today. The others will prepare their own weights and head to the starting point to get ready. The students all arrived at the starting line and, without exception, gave up the front spots to me and Bai Shuiyue. Everyone take your positions. Get ready. At the instructor's command, Bai Shuiyue and I rushed out together. When the instructor shouted run, I shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, Bai Shuiyue and I had already opened up dozens of meters. This whole journey stunned everyone else. Damn, did Mei Xiaojiu run off on camera? Running so fast now, he'll definitely run out of strength soon. No, even if a normal person wanted to run this fast, could they possibly have the speed of Mei Xiaojiu? Is this guy even human? Bai Shuiyue looked at me, who had left him far behind, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. This speed really doesn't seem like a normal person. What exactly is he doing? My performance not only shocked a group of students, even the instructors who were special forces were deeply shocked. Several instructors came over, baffled. What's going on? Has that kid's speed broken our local record? No need to guess, this must have been professionally trained. That crash in the prison just now was also professional level. Wow, he's a tough character. I'll spar with him later. On the high platform, a few officers found out about me and were all surprised. That kid isn't an ordinary person, right? Their level has already surpassed our special forces here. It feels like they could be a key talent cultivator. Should we just recruit directly? Bai Ningbing overheard their conversation, smiled softly, glanced sideways at everyone and said, Aren't you curious? Who was the one you're dating tonight? The group turned to look at Bai Ningbing. A bold idea suddenly popped into their minds. Instructor, the person you mentioned isn't the kid from earlier, is he? Bai Ningbing didn't hide it, it was him. Several people were shocked. Instructor, Why is the person we are dating a student who's not even young? Bai Ningbing laughed. What, you look down on him? The officers gave an awkward smile and said, of course not. The person recommended by the instructor must be strong. However, although the opponent's weighted running results were impressive, their combat might not be as good as those of them who had trained in special training. It wasn't really that kid Xiao Qiao, but with his physique, no matter how strong he was, how much stronger could he really be? Thinking about it, everyone can rest even more at ease. Tonight's battle is a sure win. I've been breaking everyone's expectations since the weighted run. Generally, a unit running under 20 minutes is considered excellent, and every minute shortened after that improves physical ability to the big leap. I carried 30 kilograms. In most people's minds, even finishing the whole course was a question, but I finished the full 5 kilometers in just 14 minutes and 23 seconds, and only after finishing did I start to sweat a little. My breathing was also very even, clearly still having some surplus. When they saw me running back, the instructor's eyes nearly popped out. I finished running. I tossed aside my weight and said to them, done. Let's run along the route you gave us. Then I looked into the distance. At this moment, I couldn't even see anyone from the White Academy anymore. In a tone that begged for a beating, I said, oh no, my little brother hasn't come back yet. This is way too weak. Instructors in classical Chinese. Qi Shuahua looked at me again. Ancestor, are you sure you're not just too extraordinary? This has already broken their must-have. No, that's not right. It's the longest weighted running record in the entire Dragon Nation. The instructor couldn't help but ask, no small feat? What did you do before? Your fitness is definitely not ordinary. I'm a bit confused. Isn't this ordinary? Because I have to hide my identity, I can't fully reveal my strength. That weighted run just now was all about holding back strength. You have to know, when I was testing various fitness tests in the lab, the data was twice as strong as now. Seeing me ask in surprise, the instructors exchanged glances, wondering if they were just too miserable. Why doesn't this kid think he's superhuman at all? At that moment, another instructor asked again, no bound feet. Have you ever trained with anyone? I saw a group of people surrounding me, staring at me like X-rays, as if trying to see right through me, then blinking and lying with open eyes, saying, no one has trained me. This kid is definitely hiding his identity. Could he be an enemy agent? But that doesn't make sense. If he really is an enemy agent, why would he show off in their unit just to show off? Is he afraid of being suspected? Or is it just, I did this on purpose, hoping to confuse them? But what was my purpose? While the instructors were brainstorming, a captain's voice came through. Everyone looked over and saw Bai Ningbing and several officers approaching. Bai Ningbing smiled, looking kind and friendly. He said the classmate's performance just now was excellent. It seems the Qin family must have trained him before. From what Bai Ningbing said, I knew he wanted to help smooth things over and fool these instructors. So I cooperated very much and nodded, saying, I used to plant rice seedlings and carry grain in the countryside, so I gradually got used to weight-bearing exercise. Bai Ningbing smiled and said, I see. Your physical fitness is excellent. Don't waste it. I nodded obediently. The instructors exchanged glances. They weren't familiar with Bai Ningbing, but they knew he was a senior official in the organization, much higher than them. If he thought this kid was fine, then he really was fine. Bai Ningbing then said to the instructors, this student is exceptionally capable. We discussed and decided to let him participate in some other training activities. In the next few days, he won't need to participate in group training. They quickly agreed. It's Director Bai. Bai Ningbing smiled at me again and said, classmate, then come with us first. I nodded. Just as I was about to leave with Bai Ningbing, I suddenly felt my foot trip. Looking down, I saw my shoelace had come undone. I wasn't thinking about it at the time. Out of habit, I shouted, Bai Ningbing, my shoelaces are loose. As soon as he said this, the officers and instructors present all looked at me in unison. Damn, is this kid crazy? How dare he call Bai Ju by his name? Seeing everyone's eyes turning toward me, I instantly realized I had said the wrong thing and was thinking about how to fool this group. Unexpectedly, Bai Ningbing acted as if nothing had happened, his expression barely changing. In front of everyone, she squatted down in front of me and tied her loose shoelaces. This scene shocked everyone so much they could swallow an egg. Oh my god! What did they see? The rumored blue-white Ning soldier who looked like a nun. He actually squatted down without any hesitation to tie a male student's shoelaces. Just then, Bai Shuyue was running over, panting heavily, walking over. Then he witnessed a shocking scene. His aunt was actually squatting in front of Mei Xiaojiu to tie his shoelaces. After tying his shoelaces, Bai Ningbing stood up. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he smiled at me with poise and displeasure. After tying it up, Bai Ningbing seemed unaware of anything was wrong and fired a punch at the people around him. Han Xiao asked, stunned. Everyone was looking at each other for marriage, but it didn't seem like a problem. Was they overreacting? At that moment, Bai Shuiyue put down his attendance and walked over to Bai Ningbing. His aunt and Bai Ningbing were watching his little niece. His face still wore a warm smile. The vice runner did quite well today. Should we expand into other training activities with us? Bai Shuiyue was still hesitating. He wanted to participate in other training events, but he was a bit worried that Mei Qishi might not be able to handle this military training and something might happen. Before he could think of an answer, I only asked one of the instructors. Raising his chin proudly, he said, "It was the instructor's suggestion. If the deputy runner wins, the other person will have to be their underling. I beat Bai Shuiyue, so he wants to be my underling." The officer immediately glared at the instructor. What nonsense! A perfectly good physical fitness test is now being included in gambling. Bai Shuiyue is Director Bai's own niece. Now she's being made to be a subordinate to a classmate, carrying tea to the cement room and hanging her back. What does Director Bai think? The instructor immediately shrank his head and apologized. "Sorry, Captain Yang, I didn't think it through. I went back to write a 20,000-word self-criticism, but inside I was already in tears." He just said it all. Bai Ningbing smiled. "Let's end this farce for now. Testing plus winning and losing really isn't good." I was unhappy when I heard this and pouted, saying, "Bai Ning, Director Bai, you can't just show favoritism to Bai Shuiyue just because he's your niece. That's called building relationships." When others heard this, they felt their scalps tingle again. Wow, this ancestor really has guts. He really isn't afraid at all of offending Director Bai, right? He's not afraid, but we are. Everyone didn't dare make a sound, just hoping Mei Xiaojiu would quickly shut up. Bai Ningbing's deep eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that I didn't agree. Half smiling, half smiling. "What, you really want Shuiyue to be your little brother?" "Oh no, it's over." Baiju got angry. This kid is really something. If Baiju were a little more kind to him, she'd be lawless. Now look at it. Bai Shuiyue was also a bit worried his aunt might get angry at me. After all, he had already agreed to this matter himself. It made no sense to deny losing now. So the team said to Bai Ningbing, "Auntie, I promised the loser to be the other side's follower before. Now I accept the bet, so you don't need to get involved in this matter." Bai Ningbing's gaze lingered on Bai Shuiyue again, his eyes growing much darker. After a while, his faintly red lips tugged. Shudi smiled and said, "Suit me," then walked forward. Bai Ningbing walked away. The tense atmosphere instantly eased, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then they hurriedly followed Bai Ningbing away. I didn't understand the shift in atmosphere and didn't pay much attention, so I followed as soon as I was about to leave. Bai Shuiyue walked over to me, looking at the surrounded Bai Ningbing ahead. He warned me, "Don't mess with my aunt. She doesn't get angry often, but when she does, it's scary." I didn't care and said, "I'm not afraid of him." I thought, it's not like I've made him angry before. In the end, he calmed down and came back to find me. Bai Shuiyue laughed at my bold, fearless spirit. But thinking that my aunt and I would never cross paths again, warning him really didn't help, so he gave up. Then he glanced at me again. I asked, "What did you do before?" "Breaking records with a weighted party run." I casually replied, "Rice transplanter, rice seedling." Bai Shuiyue was silent for a moment, then said leisurely, "No bound feet. Do I look easy to fool? I'm greedy. Look at this. How can this guy turn the tables on others?" But Bai Shuiyue was angry for a while, and gradually his anger subsided. He curled his lips and raised an eyebrow at me. "You're not going to say anything, huh? Don't worry. I'll investigate myself." Hearing this, I blinked and looked at Bai Shuiyue calmly. "Then keep it up." Bai Ningbing walked at the front, but kept watching the two of us behind him. Seeing that I, this little ingrate, didn't notice his anger at all and was chatting and laughing with his niece, I felt especially irritated. This made him very unhappy. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing stopped and called out to Bai Shuiyue behind him. Shuiyue heard Xiao Du calling him. Bai Shuiyue hurried forward. I saw him and quickly followed, but I had just walked over. Bai Ningbing turned back and smiled at me, saying, "Classmate, we want to have a private talk. Is that okay?" I watched Bai Ningbing and Bai Shuiyue gradually walk away, dumbfounded. What was going on? Bai Ningbing actually ended up pressing me against me. He used to ignore me when it was important and never took risks, but now he's kicked me out. Turns out, blood relatives are different. No hope of dying to finish 5 kilometers. It was already an hour later and he just got back. I heard 2 major events. Mei Xiaozhou's shoelaces fell apart. It turned out to be Bai Ningbing sending him the laces. Second, because Mei Xiaozhou and Bai Shuye performed exceptionally well, they were selected by Ningbing to participate in other training activities. For the next 6 days, he wouldn't participate in the group military training. These two things made him utterly hopeless. How could this happen? How did things turn out like this? He tried every thought and method, but still couldn't get to see Bai Ningbing. But Mei Xiaozhou only took a quick run and unexpectedly caught Bai Ningbing's attention. Not only did he send him shoelaces, but he even joined Bai Shuye in a training session alone. If he'd known this would attract Bai Ningbing's attention, he would have carried 40 kilograms at the time. Anyway, he and Mei Xiaozhou both carried Mei family blood. He didn't believe he could be worse than Mei Xiaozhou. But now, regretting it was useless. There was no hope, but aside from beating his chest and stomping his feet, he could only see if he could come up with a way to get in touch with Bai Shuye. He asked him to introduce me to Bai Ningbing. The other training items Bai Ningbing mentioned included not only combat skills but also shooting, simple weapon disassembly and bomb disposal, and so on. I actually learned these early on as a member of the Special Operations Bureau. These are all basic skills. Bai Ningbing asked me to do it, not because he wanted me to train, but because he was worried I'd be too exhausted from the sun outside, so he found an excuse to let me stay somewhere cool. Whether it's training or playing is entirely up to me, but I actually got involved with his niece. This was unexpected for Bai Ningbing. Now that he keeps Bai Shuye by his side, Bai Ningbing feels that my little resentful gaze behind him is about to materialize and pierce him out. Bai Shuye also feels uncomfortable all over. He glanced at Mei Xiaozhou behind him, then quickly walked off with Bai Ningbing. After leaving me a bit away, he said, "Auntie, you don't have to take such good care of me." Bai Ningbing smiled with joy. Bai Shuye said seriously, "Being Mei Xiaozhou's little brother is my own choice. You kept me by your side, so Mei Xiaozhou must be dissatisfied. After all, everyone at school said he was a minor, but now his behavior was no exception." Bai Ningbing saw Bai Shuye's sincere expression and couldn't admit he really hadn't thought to care for him. He was simply unhappy about seeing him hang out with me. After all, my status was special and my mind was dumb. If I accidentally revealed my identity in front of Bai Shuye, that would be bad. At that moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly asked Bai Shuye, "What do you think of Mei Xiaozhou?" Bai Shuye was stunned for a moment, then honestly confessed. "At first, I thought he was a child, and because of some things I didn't like him. But now it seems like he's just in his mind and won't be reborn. Also, as for his aunt, I feel like Mei Xiaozhou has another identity." Unlike ordinary people, Bai Ningbing nodded and said to Bai Shuye with a bright smile, "Mei Xiaozhou clearly has a special background. With someone as complicated as him, you should avoid associating with him or you'll get into trouble." Bai Shuye had always admired Bai Ningbing, so I obeyed Bai Ningbing's words without hesitation. "I understand, Auntie." Bai Ningbing said again, "Since you want to fulfill the bet, you can go back. After these 7 days, don't associate with him anymore." Then Bai Shuye returned to my side. Seeing him approach, I immediately curiously asked, "Bai Shuye, what did you just say to your aunt?" Bai Shuye pouted, acting arrogant. "What did I say to my aunt? What does it have to do with you?" Seeing Bai Shuye's attitude, I immediately complained unhappily. "Bai Shuye, I'm your boss now, and you actually talk to him like that? Is there anyone who acts like a subordinate?" Bai Shuye tilted his head and glanced at me. Speaking slowly, "Boss, can't a subordinate have a bit of privacy? Do I have to report to you about eating several meals a day?" I'll pout and say no more. "I'm just curious what you said to your aunt." Bai Ningbing used to never guard any private matters, but this time he actually whispered to Bai Shuye. It instantly made me very unhappy. Bai Shuye saw that I was feeling a bit down, thought for a moment, and didn't say anything. We just talked about some private family matters, which weren't suitable to reveal to outsiders. "You have secrets you don't want others to know, don't you?" I thought about it and realized it was true. I hadn't been honest with Bai Shuye before, but I had him reveal his secret. That wasn't fair. After figuring it out, I compromised. "All right, if you don't want to talk, then forget it." Bai Shuye saw that I stopped pestering her. I didn't send a single message. I thought, is this kid actually pretty easy to talk to? As long as you reason with him, he won't make a fuss. Maybe I'm a pretty good person. After dinner, the other instructors in the unit took me and Bai Shuye to the shooting range to practice shooting. At the shooting range, the instructor gave us a detailed introduction to how to use firearms, then smiled and said, "When using a gun for the first time, your arm must be steady. Otherwise, the recoil can easily cause your hand to be dislocated." Then Bai Shuye skillfully pulled down the slide, loaded the bullets, activated the safety, then aimed at the target and fired rapidly. 10 shots in total, all fired without a single break. The instructor immediately ran over to check the targets. 10 bullets in total, all hitting the target. The instructor looked at Bai Shuye in surprise and exclaimed, "This isn't your first time playing with guns, right?" This result is almost on par with the Special Forces soldiers. Bai Shuiyue curled his lips and said, "Not bad. I've trained in the army before." Bang bang bang, firing done. I looked at the target ahead and snorted. This distance is way too close. No challenge at all. Then the instructor checked the target, and only the center of the target had a bullet hole left. Seeing this, the instructor couldn't help but gasp. He walked over holding the target, looking at me in disbelief. "You didn't hit the bullseye every time, did you?" I pursed my lips. "This should be something you guys confirmed. Why are you asking me?" Bai Shuiyue hurried over to take a look. He saw that the entire target had only the bullseye hole left with bullet holes, and not even a scratch mark around the holes. In this situation, either only one bullet hit the target or there were 10 bullets. All the bullets passed through the bullet holes along the same trajectory. The first scenario isn't hard, but the second scenario is nearly impossible. You have to understand, guns have recoil. Even when firing in bursts under the influence of recoil, the hand shifts slightly, and once it shifts, the trajectory changes. So even if you hit the bullseye all the time, you'll basically have to leave several bullet holes. But my target only has one bullet hole, so I'm either a lucky ordinary person who hit the bullseye, or a genius gunner with extremely high precision. I saw Bai Shuiyue and the instructor's gaze, and it almost smashed me. Deng Chung. I was a bit dissatisfied, staring at people without saying a word. That's really rude. Okay? Because I'm not sure what kind of intelligence I have. The instructor quickly called other soldiers over to study together. But after a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. So the instructor walked up to me, smiling, and said, "Xiao Jiu, can you fight again?" I agreed without hesitation and readily. "Sure," but this time the instructor brought out another target, marking red dots in different areas. He smiled at me and said, "Xiao Jiu, don't hit all the bullseye spots this time. Just use the red dots. Is that okay?" "No problem." I arrived at the shooting point, picked up my gun, didn't even do any pre-aiming, just fired rapidly at the target. Bang bang, all 10 bullets fired, each one passing through the red dot with precision. This time, all the soldiers present were stunned. They really hit the target, and they hadn't even done the aiming. Wow, is this kid a genius marksman? If he doesn't become a sniper, it would be a waste of talent. Although Bai Shuiyue didn't exclaim like the others, his eyes showed surprise. This kid is really this good at shooting? Bai Shuiyue walked up to me and asked, "Mei Xiaojiu, what did you do before?" No matter how strong the shooting is, just as I was about to speak, he jumped in. "Don't say he learned this with slingshots in the countryside." I saw Bai Shuiyue's curious expression, his eyes darting around, and he started to keep him guessing. "Of course, I didn't learn to shoot with slingshots." Bai Shuiyue asked, "How could that be?" I stuck out my tongue at him and made a half-funny face, saying, "Why should I tell you? Your little brother is not obedient at all. Boss, I won't indulge you anymore." Bai Shuiyue's blood pressure started rising again. Then he questioned life again. How did he think Mei Xiaojiu was a good person before? Was he out of his mind? My situation quickly reached the military leadership. Several officers surrounded by Ningbing, Bai Ju. That kid doesn't seem like an ordinary person. What exactly is his background? Bai Ningbing sat lazily crossing his legs in the center of the sofa, his posture calm and elegant. Then he said, "You don't need to know who he is. Anyway, he's one of us. I'm here this time. I just want him to spar with our soldiers and see how big the gap is. You don't have to hold back. Call all the best soldiers over. The method is flexible. You can fight solo, cart, or team fights." As soon as he said this, everyone present gasped. Does this mean that kid will have to fight against the best soldiers of their entire unit? And as long as we can beat him, our methods are unlimited. What incredible confidence is that? Everyone present quickly came up with a prediction. This military training was supposed to be their way of training students, but judging by Ningbing's attitude, it seemed he had sent someone to conduct reverse military training on them. By evening, I found Bai Shuiyue. He slyly said to him, "Bai Shuiyue, how about we sneak out and get some skewers?" Bai Shuiyue looked at me with a look that said, "Are you okay? Are you crazy? At this hour, you still want to sneak out for skewers? You haven't eaten enough during the day." I stroked my chin. When I came to the military today, I found a place with grilled lamb skewers. The lamb is freshly slaughtered, and the meat is especially large and looks delicious. The military meals are good, but there aren't those kinds of lamb skewers because I haven't eaten any. I couldn't stop thinking about it even more. Bai Shuiyue's expression twitched slightly. He turned to leave. "I'm not going." "No, don't." I grabbed Bai Shuiyue's arm, but he shook me off with a grump. "Mei Xiaojiu, are you out of your mind? Do you know how strict the bars are in the military? If you sneak out secretly, if you get caught, the punishment is light. Besides, my aunt is still in the army, so she wouldn't dare sneak out." My eyes sly as I swore, "Don't be afraid. Today, I've already figured out all the surveillance points in the entire unit. If you follow me, I guarantee you won't be discovered. Bai Shuiwei was baffled after hearing this. When did you figure it out? I proudly lifted my chin and snorted. Are you silly? When we ran with the load today, wasn't it just running around the whole unit? Back then, I had already mapped out the perimeter. Then, when I took us on a tour in the afternoon, I figured out the internal surveillance footage. Bai Shuiwei listened to my smug explanation. My eyelids twitched so much I couldn't hear it. In the end, Bai Shuiwei still refused my invitation. Although I regretted it, I also thought Bai Shuiwei was loyal enough to not even think about reporting me. When I was alone, I bypassed the surveillance and the guards. Just as I was about to climb over the wall, my phone suddenly rang in my pocket. I was startled. If someone heard the ringtone at this moment, it would be ruined. I realized it was a call from Bai Ningbin, so I quickly hid in a nearby tree bucket. Then I answered the call. Bai Ningbin's half-smirk voice came through. Why are you squatting by the wall so late at night? Hearing this, I almost jumped up in fright. I quickly checked around but didn't find any suspicious people or surveillance cameras. Then he quietly asked, Bai Ningbin, how did you know I was standing by the corner? You turned on X-ray. I'm going to report you for cheating. Bai Ningbin laughed. You've played too many games, huh? Come to the 301 Central Training Room immediately. There's a mission. Missions. Although the exam is delicious, in my heart, tasks are always the top priority. Then I dashed toward the training room. I came over right away. Wait for me 3 minutes, and when I arrived, I found several senior officers from the unit still standing inside. I walked over to Bai Ningbin and asked, Bai Ning, Director Bai, do you need something from me? Bai Ningbin smiled and pointed at the officers. Tonight, spar with them for 3 minutes. Can you handle this? As soon as he said that, the officers nearby immediately looked at each other. 3 minutes. The instructor really looked down on people. They were all trained by Ningbin, carefully selected elite soldiers, and now they were looking for this stingy, liver-stricken kid. Sparring with them was one thing, but they said it would take 3 minutes to finish. Even though it was the instructor's arrangement, they all had to teach this kid a lesson, or else someone would really see him clearly. I glanced at the officers and punched them. It seemed like he was weighing something. Then he withdrew his gaze and said to Bai Ningbin, Director Bai, if I take them all down in 1 minute, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it in a minute. I turned my head and saw several officers' anger soaring, staring at me intently. Too arrogant. 3 minutes wasn't enough to deal with them, and now they shamelessly claimed it was done in 1 minute, no matter who this kid really was. Let him see what it means to be a social poison party. Several officers looked at Bai Ningbin and asked, Bai Ju, can we all go together? Bai Ningbin stood aside, smiling calmly. No restrictions on the method, that's good. The group started making hand signals. They knew this kid was acting strangely. Maybe there was something else to start, but it didn't matter. As long as we subdued him before he made a move, it would be over. I stood completely unprepared on the training platform. With his hands casually in his pockets, he casually told the group, I can do it anytime. You go ahead. The officers didn't waste any words and immediately surrounded me from all directions. Front, back, left, right. Bai Ningbin immediately saw through their tactics. If it were anyone else, it would be hard to escape from their grasp. But if the target was me, that would be a different story. Just as they were about to act, they saw a boy who was still 3 or 4 meters away from them. Suddenly, the little face appeared magnified before their eyes. Everyone was shocked, and their first reaction was to dodge. But before they could even dodge, for crash knock-knocks rang out one after another. The officers who had just been thinking about capturing me in one fell to the ground. By now, they were all lying on the ground. My movements were clean and efficient, as easy as a pat. Took less than 10 seconds. Done. One of the officers said speechlessly to his companions. What the hell? How did you all get knocked down? The others were also baffled, not knowing what was happening. It suddenly appeared right in front of them, and they didn't even have time to react. Classmate, we agreed on a minute. Are you being unruly? I, 1 yen, turned my head and winked at them, obediently and earnestly said, if I said it would be done in less than 10 seconds, I wouldn't even give you any respect. Damn, then we should thank you. Clap, clap, clap. Bai Ningbin clapped and laughed as he walked toward me. Beautiful, but why are you getting so serious? I dashed over to Bai Ningbin. His handsome little face smiled brightly because he wanted to hurry to eat the skewers. Bai Ningbin, have I completed my mission? Can I go eat the skewers now? Bai Ningbin looked at me with a look full of indulgence and pampering, then smiled at the officers on the ground. You should have a sense of this kid's strength now. Go back and think carefully about how to plan your battle to defeat him. After we left, the officers slowly got up from the ground. Their faces were ashen. Look at me, look at you. After getting in the car, I suddenly remembered Bai Shuiwei and suggested, Bai Ningbin, Should we invite Bai Shuiyue to go have skewers together? Bai Ningbing looked up at me, a hint of humor in his eyes. You and Shuiyue are close. Huh? I went out for barbecue and didn't forget to bring him along. I laughed and said, my relationship with him isn't great. My mood improved a little, just about to say, I'll come. In an instant, he felt the atmosphere around him drop quite a bit. Then he quickly corrected himself, saying, no, no. After getting the correct answer, Bai Ningbing's smile returned to normal. Then he smiled brightly and said, you said it yourself. I was instantly stunned. Even though I was the one who said it, I still felt something was off. The next day, after eating the lamb skewers, I woke up feeling refreshed. When Bai Shuiyue walked up to me, I could still feel a faint smell of lamb on me. Then he frowned, leaned close to me, and whispered, Mei Xiaojiu, you didn't really go out for lamb skewers last night, did you? I looked at him with a big smile and said, yes, I did. That place's lamb skewers are really delicious. I have a good taste. Bai Shuiyue saw I was still wanting more, and the corner of her mouth twitched hard. Do you know you still smell like lamb? If you sneak out if they're caught, you're finished. As he spoke, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, my aunt isn't here. His sense of smell is especially sharp. If he were next to you, he'd definitely know you slipped away. You have no idea how strict your aunt is. If he catches you, you'll be dead. I listened blankly, wanting to tell Bai Shuiyue. Last night, Bai Ningbing took me out to eat skewers, but I just didn't know how to start. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li De, the instructor from my original formation, was training students. Today, they didn't have to run with weights anymore, they just needed to do line training. But under the blazing sun, the students were standing upright and had been on the training ground for a full hour. For those who usually can't pick hands or lift their hands, this was pure torture. At this moment, two students mumbled in the sound of mosquitoes. The instructor immediately overheard him, turned his head, and said, what are you saying? There's so much to say. Then stand for another half hour. As soon as he said this, the students wailed and wailed. Enough! He also said there would be another 10 minutes of penalties. Everyone immediately fell silent. At that moment, there was no hope of standing right in front of the instructor with Zhu Chun, not daring to move. It was utterly tortured. Just then, an officer walked over. He told him, we're going to the central training ground right away. Li De agreed right away, then told the students still practicing military supplies, if you need water, drink water. If you need to rest, rest. But don't run around. Xiaoxi, stand at attention. Dismissed on the spot. Everyone responded in unison. At that moment, Zhu Chun leaned in and asked, hey, where do you think the instructor and the others are going? Who knows? No hope, no interest in this now. Rather than what the instructors were up to, he was more curious now to see if he could sneak out and find Bai Ningbing while the instructor was away. He saw hopeless eyes sweep toward the military building, and a thought gradually formed in his mind. Li De and the other instructors gathered at the training ground. But inside the training ground, besides their group, there was another voice that stood out from the crowd. Me. Someone noticed me sitting in the corner playing games and immediately spoke to Li De. Is that your student of Fangzheng? Li De glanced over and realized it really was. Then he called out to me. I looked up at the sound and saw that the instructor from yesterday was walking toward me. I obediently went up to greet him. Instructor, what a coincidence, you're here too. Li De looked at me and said, why did you come here? Outsiders can't get in, and you sneaked here to play games? Which instructor is in charge now? Be careful or get fined if you find out. I smiled. I wouldn't get punished. Director Bai just told me to come here and wait here first. Li De was stunned for a second, then suddenly understood and said, I get it. So you were called over to train with us too. Just then, the officers walked in. The instructors saw the leader arrive and immediately lined up. Li De waved at me, saying, you love it, stand in front. Just like that, I was forced to stand in the front row. The officer, who had been looking serious, saw me. I immediately trembled uncontrollably like a mouse seeing a cat, then quickly walked over to me and said, Xiao Jiu, you're here. I nodded. Director Bai, did you want me to wait here? He said he had something to do. All right, come stand next to me. I'll follow the officer out of the line, then stand beside him. At this moment, Captain Liu, standing in front, began to introduce everyone. You should have heard about today's training. Let me introduce it to you now. Mei Xiaojiu is your instructor for this special training. As soon as he said this, the instructors immediately erupted in discussion. Captain Liu, are you kidding? Isn't he a Lequatan student? How can a student train us? Captain Liu said angrily. Who's joking with you? Mei Xiaojiu, Instructor Mei. I'm your instructor for this training. The training is simple. You can fight individually, in teams, or in rotation, any method you choose. As long as we can capture instructor May for 5 seconds, that's enough. Of course, my advice is not to fight alone, and not to save Grandpa like Calabash Brothers. Keep sending them one by one. Use tactics and coordination to find a way to capture him. Then he turned his head and said to me, Xiao Jiu, your task is to knock them down in the shortest possible time. Can you do it in 3 minutes? I glanced at the instructors, raised an eyebrow, and confidently said, No need. I can handle it in 1 minute. Captain Lu started sneaking in some private fire. No, not even 1 minute, just lock the time at 3. Because he played with a few friends. Guess how long I can take down these punks. He only pressed 3 minutes. I wonder why he locked the time at 3. Captain Lu made a serious mistake and said, Instructor May, you don't get it, do you? It's easy for you to quickly take them out, but to buy time and deal with them without being caught is a huge challenge. It's also a test for you. I was completely fooled and believed it. I nodded. So that's how it is. After hearing Captain Lu's conversation with me, the instructors below started to protest. Captain Lu, this is too much. We haven't even started fighting yet. We're already sure we'll be knocked down. Who are you looking down on? Exactly, we have 20 people here. Can't you catch a kid? Still take us down in 3 minutes. If this kid can pull it off, I'll never make friends with you again in this lifetime. Captain Lu, stop immediately. Hey, you can't say that recklessly. I'm saying this to boost your fighting spirit. If you can win, that's great, but if you can't, don't lose heart. Life is unpredictable, and there will always be someone stronger than you. Just keep it calm. The instructor beside Lida couldn't help but start complaining. Lida, you're Mei Xiaojiu's instructor too. Go up and show him how you look in a bit. Isn't that right? Lida still doesn't think he'll lose. He even felt that if he went to fight me, he'd be bullying the young man. Then Captain Lu said to the instructors, You have 5 minutes to discuss the battle plan. The instructor next to Lida immediately raised his hand and said, Report, Captain Lu. Lida said he was enough alone. Captain Lu heard this and said irritably, Don't go it alone. Why don't you listen to advice? The instructors below shouted, Captain Lu, Lida is Mei Xiaojiu's instructor. Let them fight, right? Lida, hurry up and show this kid what a special forces soldier is. With the brothers' encouragement, Lida was pushed forward like a duck on a shelf, standing straight and speaking to Captain Lu. Reporting to Captain Lu, I want to give it a try. Captain Lu has no choice, can only use the blank wrench. All right, if you want to try, just give it a try. These brats just won't cry until they see the coffin. Perfect, let's use this chance to show them what it means to see what it means to have a higher mountain. There's always someone better. Lida walked up to me again, smiled helplessly and said, No choice. Xiaojiu, the call is too loud. Let's just exchange a few moves. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. My Russian spun a punch on Lida. Then he curled his lips into a smile at Lida, his eyes curving into a smile. Instructor, you're really nice. Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you too. Hearing this, Lida thought to himself, Does this kid really think I can knock him down like I did yesterday? While Lida was still lost in thought, Captain Lu issued an attack command. Are you ready? As soon as Lida heard this, he hurriedly made an attacking move. But the next second, the world started spinning before his eyes. Then, with a loud bang, the man was knocked to the ground again. In just 1 second, Lida lay on the ground with wide eyes, seemingly not yet reacting to what was happening. I bent down and smiled at Lida lying on the ground. Instructor, are you okay? Lida was stunned, watching the beaming smile from above as he gradually pulled through the future. No way, he hadn't even started before he was already taken out. The other instructors saw this and immediately went wild. Lida, what are you sleepwalking for? You got knocked down in 1 second. Lida, don't ever say you're part of our unit. Captain Lu shouted at the noisy crowd and warned you again. Don't act alone. Don't act alone. Thinking of tactical group combat, another dissatisfied Special Forces soldier stepped forward. Wait a moment, Captain Lu. I'll give it a try. Even though Lida had already been knocked down by Mei Xiaojiu, he still felt Lida had underestimated the enemy. Instead of Mei Xiaojiu winning by sheer strength, Captain Lu saw that these people still wouldn't give up and sneered. If you don't believe me, then try again. Everyone who wanted to try stepped forward. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 Special Forces soldiers stepped forward, all eager to participate. Captain Lu turned to me with a smile and said, Xiaojiu, no need to be polite with these brats. Take them out as fast as possible. The Special Forces soldiers complained, Captain Lu, that's too much. I didn't look down on people like that. I just pushed him to think hard. All right, then I quickly attacked them. My speed was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. In an instant, I was right in front of those people. What speed? Everyone was about to defend, but I acted way too fast. Unstoppable. Swift. Steady. Precise. And ruthless. Even though the opponent had set up a defensive stance, I still easily broke through and struck a vital spot. Bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the Special Forces soldier who had been eager just moments ago. At this moment, he was already knocked to the ground and couldn't even get up. Seeing this, the others were shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Li Da was killed alone. It could be said he was distracted and careless. But now, 7 or 8 of them were knocked down in the blink of an eye. I can't just say they're distracted, right? Unbelievable. Who is this kid? He's so fast you can't even see clearly. Not just fast, but his strength far surpasses theirs. Didn't you notice the others have already reacted and started attacking him? But Mei Xiaojiu easily neutralized them all and then counterattacked. I guess this kid really understands human body science. Every strike hits a vital spot. Look, they still can't get up. I'm with my hands on my hips. He asked the remaining people if anyone else wanted to compete. Everyone instantly fell silent, afraid of being called out. Captain Lu saw that those arrogant brats had now swallowed their words and expressed satisfaction. He smiled brightly and glanced at everyone. He said, "Why are you all mute now? If you're not confused, then quickly discuss tactics and reiterate. As long as you can restrain Xiaojiu for 5 seconds, even if you win," everyone exclaimed after hearing this. 5 seconds. Then everyone would marry each other. Before, they thought Captain Lu looked down on so many of them to deal with a young guy. But after seeing my performance, they were angry and wondering if Captain Lu was overestimating them. This kid maxed out both speed and strength. Who can restrain him for 5 seconds? It's really tough. Okay? Captain Lu ordered directly. Enough talk. If you can't finish it, the training tasks for the next week will be doubled, and everyone will have to write a 10,000-word star text. Everyone immediately wailed in despair. At that moment, I turned to Captain Lu and said, "Captain Lu, what about me? If they keep catching me, they won't want me to keep playing cat and mouse games. Feels so boring." Captain Lu smiled and said, "Xiaojiu, just put in a bit of trouble. Practice with these guys. Once they're all exhausted and start to get down, it's over. I'll grab the keyword right away. As long as they get down and start moving, it's over." You said no backing out. At this moment, all the special forces felt that something was off about that sentence. Hey, little ancestor, what are you doing? Don't mess around." On the other side, Wuchi quietly slipped into the military building. But he wasn't familiar with this place and didn't know where to find Bai Ningbing. He could only wander around the building like a headless fly. So, unsurprisingly, he was caught red-handed by the soldiers inside. "Who are you? What are you wandering around for?" Feeling guilty like a thief, he was suddenly called out. He cried out in surprise, then quickly turned back and squeezed out 2 tears. Pretending to be pitiful, he said, "Hello, instructor. I'm a student at Lequerton. I'm here to find a friend, but I got lost." The soldier walked over, his face dark, and asked, "What friend?" "The military building is closed to outsiders. Your instructor didn't tell you. Which formation are you from? What's your name?" Messi stammered when he heard the other ask. Inside, he was anxious and panicked. Oh no, barging into the military building without permission will get him publicly criticized. He's going to lose face. Just as Messi Wang was flustered and at a loss, a sharp, cold voice came from behind. "Brother Su, he's my friend, here to find me." Hearing the voice, Messi Wang immediately turned around. It was Bai Shuiwe. The soldier was stunned for a moment. His gaze quickly shifted to Bai Shuiwe and Messi Wang. Then he showed an expression of "I understand" and smiled, saying, "All right, since he's your friend, I'll let him off this time. But from now on, you can't let outsiders in casually." Bai Shuiwe smiled. "Okay, thank you, Brother Su." After the other party left, his gaze fell on Messi Wang again. "Why did you come here? Don't you know you can't just enter the military building?" Meishi Wang saw Bai Shuiwe. He immediately sniffed in grievance. "Isn't it because you never came out to find me? I saw the instructor left, so I sneaked in." Bai Shuiwe raised an eyebrow. "So you came here just to find me?" Messi looked at him for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Bai Shuiwe saw his reaction, swallowed lightly, and gave a cool smile. "Is it really necessary to show such a troubled expression? I know you want to come find my aunt, right?" Messi looked a bit embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. He immediately changed the subject. "Where's Mei Xiaojiu? Didn't he come in to train with you? Why isn't he with you?" Bai Shuiwe shrugged and said, "He's been called to do other training." Although Bai Shuiwe felt a bit disappointed, he admitted it. "The difference between him and me," Messi Wang responded and casually asked, "Is he doing well in there?" Bai Shuiwe replied, "Very good." This remark immediately struck Messi Wang's nerves. He raised his eyelids and glanced at Bai Shuiwe. "Do you think highly of him? Is he even better than you?" Bai Shuiwe smiled. "Compared to Mei Xiaojiu, he's worlds apart. Mei Xiaojiu is Yun, he's you, but Mei Shiwang is mistaken." I thought Bai Shuiwe looked down on him for comparing to me. Then the topic shifted to Bai Mingbing. By the way, Bai Shuiwe, you said you'd take me to see your aunt. He's still in the army, right? Do you have time now? Can you? Bai Shuiwe saw Messi looking at him with a quiet, cold look and felt a bit stifled. He frowned slightly. The army isn't my home, and besides, my aunt came to the army for important matters. It's not something you can just see whenever you want. Messi Wang was instantly a bit disappointed. Can't you go find him any time? Bai Shuiwe looked at him and said discontentedly, Of course not. Messi Wang sighed. All right. I know you can't force things like this, or you'll just annoy Bai Shuiwe, who took him to meet Bai Mingbing. Bai Shuiwe saw Messi Wang showing an undisguised look of regret, which made him even more annoyed. He said, If you're fine, just go back first. I want to practice shooting a bit more. Messi Wang shamelessly followed after Bai Shuiwe, blinking and saying, If you want to practice shooting, take me with you, okay? I want to see you shoot the shot. It must be super cool. Wan Yen Bai Shuiwe paused, glanced sideways at Messi beside him, and saw his face full of anticipation. His gloomy mood eased a little, and he unconsciously raised his eyebrows. You want to see me practice shooting? Messi looked at Bai Shuiwe with eyes full of anticipation. Is that okay? Bai Shuiwe glanced at him, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Walk down the hall. Come on, I'll take you to see it. In the blink of an eye, a whole morning passed. The instructors crawled out of the training room like dead dogs. I originally wanted to play a bit tricky and knock them down and then slip away, but Captain Lu kept me in the training room and trained those people all morning. So much so that whenever the Special Forces soldiers, who had been thoroughly tormented, saw me, their legs trembling and foaming at the mouth, they were truly scared of me, this little devil. When I arrived at the cafeteria and was about to get my food, I happened to see Bai Shuiwe and Messi Wang also coming to eat. I asked in confusion, Messi Wang, why are you here too? Of course not. This is the internal cafeteria. Outsiders can't just come in. Messi looked at me provocatively. Then I'm going in. How about that? Just then, Instructor Lida happened to see Messi and immediately called out, Messi Wang, why did you end up here? Messi Wang was startled. After all, he had sneaked in quietly. Seeing his instructor, he started acting guilty. Lida frowned and walked over. Who told you to come in? Didn't I say outsiders can't enter the military building at will? Coming in without permission? Want to be publicly criticized? I smiled and nodded in agreement. Clearly, Messi doesn't understand any manners at all. Who would have thought that my shout would catch Lida's attention? When Lida saw me, he acted like a mouse seeing a cat. Xiao Zhou cried out, Xiao Zhou! Seeing Lida's terrified expression, I was still upset. But before I could ask why he was this person, Lida searched his eyebrow. There was nothing I could do. I had committed such a brutal act of violence that morning. It left Lida with an indelible psychological shadow, so that now, whenever he sees me, his actions move faster than his mind, leaving him unable to think about anything else. He can only run ahead and move forward. Seeing Lida's sudden brows surge into the shadow, Bai Shuiwe, who had originally wanted to plead for Mesawang, also fell silent with him. He turned to look at me. What did you do to the instructor? How did he see you and me? I was so unaware of my own actions. I was angry and put my hands on my hips. How would I know? Do I look scary? Why do you run away as soon as you see me? Seeing that there was no escape, Messi started attacking me again. Then you really need to reflect. What exactly did you do at the recruitment banquet? The instructor actually walked away when he saw you. Mei Xiaojiu, can you please stop like this? You've completely disgraced the Mei family. I squinted, clenched my fists, and said to Messi Wang, Are you looking for a beating? Mei Shi Wang immediately dodged behind Bai Shuiwe and gritted his teeth, saying, Mei Xiaojiu, why do you always want to hit people? This is the military. I heard from Bai Shuiwe. His aunt values discipline above all else. If she finds out you're fighting in the military, you're dead. If I twist my wrist, I want to see if I'm really doomed. Bai Shuiwe saw I was about to get serious, and her expression lit up. Ready to stop me, Mei Xiaojiu. Who would have thought? Just then, someone shouted, Director Bai is here. I immediately looked toward the support area and saw a crowd not far away, with Bai Ningbing shining like a towering beam of light. Surrounded by everyone, he walked gracefully toward the cafeteria. Messi Wang immediately spotted Bai Ningbing. His heart was so excited it almost leapt into his throat, and he couldn't wait to go to Bai Ningbing's side. But since the other party didn't know him, rushing over would likely provoke their displeasure. So Messi Wang immediately remembered Bai Shuiwe beside him and hurriedly called out, wanting Bai Shuiwe to take him to Bai Ningbing's side right away. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, I suddenly ran straight toward Bai Ningbing. Seeing this, Messi Wang was so shocked he nearly popped out. What is Mei Xiaojiu doing? How dare he so brazenly go to Bai Ningbing? Who gave him the courage? Wasn't anyone stopping him? Yet when others saw me go to Bai Ningbing, not only did they stop me, they even stepped aside to clear a passage after seeing me. This nearly shattered Messi's worldview. What's going on with these people? Are they really that lacking in sense of crisis? They actually sent Mei Xiaojiu over directly. If Mei Xiaojiu tries to attack Bai Ningbing, they're the good guys who accomplices. Mei Shiwang gritted his teeth, staring with pleading eyes, both anxious and angry. I was hoping Bai Ningbing would treat me coldly for my lack of manners, even to get him out of sight. Unfortunately, that wish was dashed. When Bai Ningbing saw me, he smiled brightly and said, I heard from Captain Liu. You worked hard this morning. It's not like it's super tough. I don't use formalities. When I feel tired, I just express it directly. Especially in front of Bai Ningbing, it's even more so, no secrets. Bai Ningbing smiled and asked, should I add an extra lunch to you? I was so happy I had to eat lots and lots of delicious food to replenish the energy I burned this morning. At that moment, Bai Shuiyue and Messi Wang also came over. Bai Ningbing glanced sideways and smiled as he greeted his little niece. What did you practice this morning? The main focus was on shooting. Bai Shuiyue said as he glanced at me, then reached out and pulled me close. Mei Xiaojiu, come here. He dragged me over, very dissatisfied. What are you doing? Bai Shuiyue was completely speechless. Is this kid crazy? In front of so many people, he was so disrespectful to his aunt. Auntie saw there were so many people around, so she was more polite to him and didn't lose her temper. But he was the one who acted out, quite good at pushing his luck, climbing up the heights without treating himself as an outsider. Messi looked at me shamelessly and stepped forward to get close to Bai Ningbing. He was almost furious. His face twitched slightly, but he still had to keep smiling. He insincere and said to me, Brother Xiaojiu, Director Bai is busy with affairs every day. Please don't bother him. I was speechless. How am I bothering him? What I said to Bai Ningbing. Do you still need to gossip? Do you live by the sea? Why are you so meddlesome? Messi looked carelessly and said sternly, You're disturbing me and still haven't realized it yet. I don't care how you used to live in the countryside, but once you're in the city you have to follow the rules. Then he took the opportunity to step forward, winking at Bai Ningbing and apologizing in a sweet voice. Sorry, Director Bai, my brother grew up in the countryside and didn't have much upbringing. If he offended you, I'll apologize on his behalf. Please be magnanimous and don't take him too seriously. Messi Wang truly lives up to being Xia Rongyun's son. The paleface is always at ease. If your rank is lower, it's easy to be fooled by his sugar-coated cannon fire. Unfortunately, the one in front of him now is Bai Ningbing, so Messi looks like he's defending but actually undermining me. Bai Ningbing saw through it at a glance. His gaze swept over Messi Wang with a heartless glance. Then his lips curled into a faint smile. And that smile almost made Messi Wang move away again. This woman is way too stubborn. If it were her girlfriend, I bet all the men in Longguo would envy me. While Messi Wang was still thinking about Ru Feifei, Bai Ningbing's half-smiling voice echoed, Classmate, this is the military building. Who allowed you in? With just one sentence, Messi's endless fantasies were instantly brought back to reality. He stared blankly at Bai Ningbing, only to see the woman before him wearing her usual smile. Unfortunately, the smile didn't reach the meaning and was a formidable military enemy. No permission. Who let you in? Messi glanced at him and immediately panicked. He hadn't expected his earlier performance to fail to attract attention. On the contrary, it made him notice that he had sneaked in. What should he do? What should I do? Messi Wang instinctively hid behind Bai Shuiyue, hoping Bai Shuiyue would say a few words for him. Bai Shuiyue immediately shielded Messi Wang behind him, feeling a bit nervous as well. He said to Bai Ningbing, Auntie, she's my classmate. She came to see me. I saw the instructor wasn't here this morning, and they didn't train, so I just let her stay here. Bai Ningbing smiled with a warning. Shuyu, this isn't the Bai family. I can indulge you elsewhere, but in the army, you have to follow the rules. Her voice wasn't loud, but she didn't get angry and felt threatened. Even Bai Shuiyue felt a tingling scalp and felt a lot of pressure. Messi Wang was overwhelmed by the heavy atmosphere, almost bursting into tears. She hadn't expected the consequences of sneaking into the military building without permission to be so serious, making Bai Ningbing so angry. Messi Wang was so panicked he cried out helplessly. Boo-hoo, if I'd known, I wouldn't have come in. Suddenly, a rumbling stomach rang out. The tense atmosphere was broken. Everyone mocked the person who made the noise. Looking over, I held my stomach and said to Bai Ningbing, Bai Ju, I'm hungry. When will we eat? Captain Liu half-coaxed and half-tricked me to stay on the training ground working for half a day. Now the cigarette but looked pitiful. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's time to eat. Come on. Come with me to the small cafeteria. The heavy aura dissolved, and the others feeling the pressure instantly breathed a sigh of relief. I took the opportunity to make another request for Bai Ningbing. I was exhausted this morning, but I need to make up for it by noon. The beggar's chicken I ate yesterday was really good. I want to eat it again today. Bai Ningbing saw my eyes practically sparkling with stars and laughed. Let the cafeteria arrange it. All right, with something delicious, I instantly regained my strength. I said to Bai Ningbing, hurry up. Let's go. Let's go to the small cafeteria. Before leaving, Bai Ningbing turned his head and smiled at Bai Shuiwe, who was still standing there. This time I won't pursue it. Don't let it happen again. Send your classmate out and don't let him in again. Bai Shiyu lowered her head and thought hard. Got it, little aunt. In front of Bai Ningbing, even the heir of the prestigious Bai family would have to obey. He didn't expect his eyes to turn red at that moment. He felt everyone's eyes were focused on him, mocking and mocking, which embarrassed him to the extreme. But what was even harder for him to accept was that Wu Xiaojiu was actually going to eat with Bai Ningbing. Seeing the two of them about to walk away with no hope and no reason, he shouted at me and Bai Ningbing, wait, I'm rushing to eat. No way, no hope. Bai Ningbing was even less likely to pay attention to him. No hope. Neither of us showed any sign of stopping. He gritted his teeth and called out to me loudly again. Little wine brother. Because there was no hope. My cries were so desperate it sounded like a soul cry. I stopped, glanced back at him, and asked, what's going on? There's no hope, and I hate myself so much. But when I turned my head, he had to pretend to be a good little brother, his voice immediately softening. Brother Xiaojiu, we're real brothers. Can I have lunch with you at noon? No hope. Bai Ningbing seems pretty loyal to me. If I could plead for him, maybe Bai Ningbing would forgive his mistake of sneaking into the military building and even let me have dinner with him. When I heard those hopeless words, my eyes darted and then I immediately widened my eyes. Unbelievable, no hope. Didn't you hear what Director Bai just said? He told you to leave, not to come back in. Why are you still thinking about eating with me? You say I don't know the rules. I feel like you don't know the rules as well as I do. I spoke these words sincerely and professionally, with no selfish motives in mind. But I didn't expect to hear them. Instead, what I heard was blatant humiliation and mockery. His face flushed red once again as he looked at the gazes of those around him. As if unable to bear the humiliation, he covered his face and ran out crying. Seeing no hope of escape, Uncle Bai hurried after him. Seeing this, I found it quite baffling and turned to Bai Ningbing. Director Bai, am I wrong? Hopeless behavior means knowing not to break it? Why is he still feeling wronged? Bai Ningbing smiled at me and lectured. You didn't do anything wrong, Xiaojiu. Following the rules is right. Lowering the bottom line for so-called favors will only cause a big fire sooner or later. You have to always stick to your bottom line from now on, understand? I obediently nodded and asked, can we go eat now? Bai Ningbing smiled dotingly and said, let's go. Order whatever you want to eat. Uncle Bai chased after him, but there was no hope of leaving the military building. Then he grabbed his hand. After losing hope, he threw himself into Uncle Bai Yu's arms, crying his eyes out. Whoa, Uncle Bai Yu, I feel so embarrassed now. Why did Xiaojiu treat me like this? We're clearly brothers, but he deliberately made me embarrassed. He just wished I would die. Bai Shiyu Vinian was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering. After a long pause, he whispered, actually, you can't blame Xiaojiu entirely for this. After all, my aunt has spoken. You want me to leave and then ask Mei Xiaojiu to plead for you to stay. Isn't this just making Mei Xiaojiu slap my aunt in the face right in front of me? No hope. I never expected Uncle Bai to defend me. He suddenly lifted his head and pushed Uncle Bai hard away. Unbelievable. Bai Shiyu, what do you mean? Mei Xiaojiu made me lose such a big reputation. You didn't help me, but you spoke up for Mei Xiaojiu. Bai Shuiwe saw Mei wanting to be blinded by anger and frowned. I'm reasoning with you, even if it's to help Mei Xiaojiu. Bai Shuiwe hasn't even said anything even tougher. Mei Qishi is just unfair and tricky in handling things this time. Just a moment ago he was still confronting me, but now he's playing the emotional card again, making people help out of brotherly loyalty. Who would want to help? Now that she was just rejected, Mei Wangxi felt wronged. But if Mei Xiaojiu helped her but was scolded by Xiao Gu, she didn't think Mei Qi would feel guilty or upset because of it. It was simply because Mei Qi was someone she liked. So if it was too blunt, Bai Shuiwe didn't want to say it. Mei Wang couldn't argue and started being unreasonable. Haha, right, you all have a lot of reason. Mei Li is the only one who can handle it. Bai Shuiwe stepped forward with a stern face, wanting to pull her back. Mei Wang, can you calm down? Mei Shiwang stepped back, dodging Bai Shuiwe's hand, her eyes red as she shouted angrily. Bai Shuiwe, I've suffered such humiliation, and all you know is to keep me calm? Fine, since you think I'm being unreasonable, then don't bother me anymore. Go find your Mei Xiaojiu. You two should love each other for life. Get lost. After saying the harsh words, Mei Shiwang turned and ran away without looking back. He didn't know how long he ran before slowly stopping. After calming down, she also felt she couldn't fall out with Bai Shuiyue. Even if she couldn't catch Bai Ningbing's eye, she had to hold Bai Shuiyue tightly. She slowly looked back, hoping Bai Shuiyue would chase after her and keep comforting her. But unexpectedly, there was no one behind her. Bai Shuiyue actually didn't pursue her. Mei Shiwang almost lost her breath and was furious again. Why is Bai Shuiyue like this? Didn't she like me? Why didn't she keep chasing after her this time? Women really are no good. Back at the military building, Captain Lee hesitated again. He called out to Captain Lee. Captain Lee, is my aunt in a good mood right now? She was clearly angry just now. Bai Shuiyue was a bit worried. She went over and happened to bump into someone's gun. Captain Lee smiled and said, It's fine. I think Director Bai seems to be in a pretty good mood. Bai Shuiyue was a bit surprised. He had thought that hopeless things would make his aunt hold a grudge. It seemed he was overthinking it. Bai Shuiyue went to the small cafeteria and saw several people sitting inside. Some military officers and his aunt, and me. At that moment, the officer inside noticed Bai Shuiyue at the door and quickly called out, Shuiyue is here. Listening to the officer's greeting, Bai Shuiyue said, I'm here. He immediately waved over. My little brother is here. Bai Ningbing also looked at him. There was a faint smile on his face, a hint of teasing. You're back so soon? I thought you'd always be with your little boyfriend. Being beaten up like that by Bai Ningbing, Bai Shuiyue felt a bit embarrassed. He explained, Auntie, he's not my boyfriend, is that so? Bai Ningbing's smile didn't change, but you two looked very close. It's okay, right? I don't know if Bai Shuiyue was just imagining it, but he kept feeling that his aunt's mood suddenly worsened again. At this moment, the dishes came up too. The food server brought the dishes while smiling as they introduced them. But you all waited so long. This is the boat and shrimp, we just ate it for free. The king crab is half steamed, half garlic sauced, and the wagyu is made into steak roots. Bai Shuiyue saw these ingredients and stared wide-eyed. When did the army's meals get so good? These costs quite a bit. Isn't doing this in the army really a violation? Time flew by, and the week of military training was already the last day. The righteous freshmen, who were almost exhausted from tears after training, were overjoyed. Great, finally it's the last day. I heard today's training is basically over. Tonight, the army will organize a farewell party for us. After the farewell party ended, they were leaving tomorrow. The instructors were gone, and everyone was chattering and discussing. Zhu Qin glanced around, then walked over to the downcast Messi Wan and curiously asked, hoping this was the last day. Bai Shuiyue isn't still training inside, is he? Have you contacted him privately? Messi Wang Wenyan showed a hint of superiority in his eyes, then shook his head and said, No contact. Zhu Chun was surprised. What? Is Bai Shuiyue going too far? Doesn't he like you? You've been training outside these past few days and working yourself to death. Not only did he not check on you, but he even put you in for training without even contacting him. What kind of person is this? Hearing this, Messi Wang felt even more down. Ever since the second day of military training, after falling out with Bai Shuiyue, he never went to see Bai Shuiyue again. Bai Shuiyue was heartless and hadn't come to him these days. Messi Wang was now deeply sad and regretful, not understanding that he was just angry. He was throwing a little tantrum and wondered why Bai Shuiyue didn't come to comfort him. He used to like him so much, but now Messi Wang was even more afraid. What if Bai Shuiyue spent every day with Mei Xiaojiu these days and the two really developed feelings for each other? Damn it, that bastard Mei Xiaojiu. He'd better get as far away from Bai Shu as possible. If he found out I was targeting Bai Shuiyue, he definitely wouldn't let me off easy. Meanwhile, in the central training room of the military building, the Special Forces soldiers who had sparred with me were lined up neatly. Bow to me, Instructor Mei, you've worked hard. I bowed very politely to everyone. You've worked hard too. Up to today, all my training with the Special Forces soldiers has ended. After everyone saluted each other, they walked over with smiles and said, It's almost lunchtime. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. Meanwhile, Bai Shuiyue finished training and walked toward the cafeteria, bumping into me right by seeing Bai Shuiyue. I waved and greeted people openly. Little brother, you're done training. Bai Shuiyue was used to seeing me walking with the Special Forces. He knew the Special Forces had been training these days, and I always went in and out with them. Then he walked toward me, and at that moment, a soldier approached and said to Bai Shuiyue, Xiaojiu, Shuiyue, training is over. You can rejoin the unit now. Go back to your original formation. I was stunned for a moment. I hadn't even gotten a bite yet, and they already told me to go back. Isn't that a bit much? In the end, before joining the team, I still didn't give up and went to the cafeteria first, grabbed a few big chicken legs, and was finally satisfied. Meanwhile, some students resting on the playground were seen by someone. I immediately saw Bai Shuiwei coming out of the military building. Hurry up and read Shuiwei had returned. I didn't expect it. As soon as I heard Bai Shuiwei had returned, I turned around in surprise. But there was not only Bai Shuiwei coming back, but me too. The two of us walked side by side, each holding a big chicken leg in our hands, while I was still gnawing on a big drumstick. In front of a group of students with chicken guts and deer colors, their chicken legs were very eye-catching. Wow, chicken legs. Do these two have to be so embarrassing? Boo-hoo. I'm craving it, I want to eat a chicken leg too. Bai Shuiwei held the drumstick but wouldn't eat it. Could it be that someone brought it for someone? The surrounding students were all talking about it, while Zhu Chun excitedly shook his hopeless shoulder. Hope. Didn't expect Bai Shuiwei to have some conscience? Knowing you haven't eaten well these days, he even brought you chicken legs for extra meals. Hopeless because he failed the physical fitness test. As punishment, even the food he ate was much worse than other students. These days, let alone meat, he rarely even saw parades. Even though he was the pampered young master of the Mei family, seeing a few braised chicken legs made him swallow hard. But with no hope, he was still somewhat reserved. Although he was already craving it uncontrollably, he still pretended to be honest, saying, Chanchin, stop talking nonsense. Bai Shuiwei might just take it for himself. Let's not be one-sided. Zhu Chun is unconvinced? Why is it just wishful thinking? Bai Shuiwei is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Every word and action is in accordance with court etiquette. When have you ever seen him eating chicken legs outside? Even if he wanted to eat them, it would only happen at the dining table. Now he's showing off his chicken legs like that. Obviously, they were taking it for someone else. Look, Mei Xiaoju had some too. They must have brought a few out when they went to the cafeteria. If these drumsticks aren't for you, then who else could they be? Zhu Chen's words hit the nail on the head. He actually felt that Bai Shuiwei was the one who brought the chicken leg for him. After so many days apart, Bai Shuiwei definitely wanted to make up with him. But as the young lady, she had her own pride and couldn't easily bow her head. So now she was trying to reconcile by giving him a chicken leg. While chatting with both emotion and reason, Bai Shuiwei and I also returned to Fengshan. Many guys immediately gathered around, their eyes glowing green as they looked at the chicken leg in Bai Shuiwei's hand. Shuiwei, thank you for bringing us the drumstick. Your kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Who would have thought that just as they were about to take the chicken leg, Bai Shuiwei's hand dodged. Come on. Who said this is for you? The classmates were puzzled. Who was it for? You can't be planning to eat it yourself, right? Bai Shuiwei said. It wasn't me who I ate it. Someone kept asking who it was for, but someone immediately bumped into that person. Hey, are you stupid? Shuiwei especially brought back 2 chicken legs. Who do you think they were for? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood each other and let out a sharp glance. Then all eyes fell on Mei Shiwang. Everyone in the class knew Bai Shuiwei had an ambiguous relationship with Mei Shiwang, and Mei Wangwang had been eating poorly these days. It was probably Bai Shuiwei who specially brought the chicken leg for Mei Shiwang for the meal. Seeing everyone's eyes turning, Zhu Chen immediately took the initiative to grab Mei Shiwang's hand and loudly boasted, Why don't you all lose anything? Shuiwei's chicken leg was obviously meant for Shiwang. Why are you all still fighting over it? As he spoke, Zhu Chen led Mei Shiwang over to Bai Shuiwei, grinning as he said, Shuiwei, Wangwang can't finish 2 chicken legs by himself. I'll accept the other chicken leg on Shiwang's behalf. He was just about to take the chicken leg from Bai Shuiwei, but unexpectedly, his other hand took it away faster than Zhu Chen. Startled, Zhu Chen quickly turned to look and saw that Bai Shuiwei's chicken leg had ended up in mine. In front of everyone, I took a bite of a chicken leg, then bluntly said to Zhu Chen, whose eyes were almost popping out, These drumsticks are mine. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar, and the smile on Mei Wangshi's face instantly froze. Zhu Chen was even more furious, his face twisted with anger. He snapped, Mei Xiaojiu, where do you get your big face? How did the chicken leg Shuiwei took become yours? He clearly gave it to Hope. The way I look at Zhu Chen is like looking at a lunatic. After taking another bite of the chicken leg, Zhu Chen said, Are you okay? This was clearly a chicken leg given to me by the cafeteria uncle. I couldn't handle it alone, so I asked Bai Shuiwei to help me. Unfortunately, you asked Bai Shuiwei. Zhu Chen quickly turned to ask. Bai Shuiwei and Mei Xiaojiu were telling the truth. Bai Shuiwei hadn't expected that the chicken leg he brought could turn into a mix-up. He shot me a sharp look, but Bai Shuiwei couldn't lie with his eyes open. He let out a sigh. He admitted, I helped Mei Xiaojiu get it. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers nearby erupted again. What's going on? The chicken leg in Shuiwei's hand was actually for Mei Xiaojiu. Turns out it wasn't for Mei Shiwang. Wait, when did Shuiwei and Mei Xiaojiu get so close? Shuiwei even helped Xiaojiu get a chicken leg. TSK. Could it really be a touch of emotion? Listening to the chatter around him, Zhu Chun was both anxious and angry. He saw Mei Wangxi beside him, his eyes turning red. Her anger was directed directly at me. And she snapped, Mei Xiaojiu, aren't you going too far? I was silently gnawing on a chicken leg and was being unjustly attacked. I found it baffling. Then I looked at Zhu Chun and asked, Are you crazy? Zhu Chun started morally blackmailing him. Mei Xiaojiu, I hope it's your brother. You were eating big fish and meat inside while he was eating coarse feasts outside. Now you're even using chicken legs to provoke him. What kind of superstar are you? And you even asked Bai Shuiwei to help you get them. Don't you know they're lovers? Doing this in front of Hope, you're really scheming. Breaking them apart makes you happy. Huh? Zhu Chen's big pot suddenly hit my head, which really pushed me hard. So I quietly took another big bite of the chicken leg. After pressing down on his tendons a little, he asked quite seriously, Zhu Chun, do you have paranoia? This is an illness that needs treatment. Zhu Chen crossed his arms and sneered, Haha, Mei Xiaojiu. Don't change the subject and muddy the conversation. You deliberately flirted with your brother's girlfriend. You know exactly what you're thinking. After Zhu Chen stirred things up, the other students started discussing. Mei Xiaojiu's actions were indeed a bit unfair. Even though they knew Bai Shuiwei had a relationship with Mei Shiwang, and flirting with others like that, your intentions are way too obvious. Facing more and more doubts about myself, I didn't react much, just focused on gnawing on my chicken leg. It's not that I'm not angry about being wronged, but mainly that the chicken leg doesn't taste good once it gets cold. And after training, I need to quickly replenish my energy. So I'm planning to eat the last chicken leg before battling these foolish humans. Seeing me like this, Bai Shu couldn't hold back any longer. His face darkened as he coldly spoke to the students chatting around him. Enough talking. Mei Xiaojiu just gnawed on a chicken leg. You guys can make so many connections. And as a student of Li Kuadun, is it really that easy for someone to stir things up? I was shocked when I said that. Did the little brother just speak up for me? Why did he suddenly act like a human? Because I was so surprised. I quietly took another big bite of chicken leg and duck spirit. Bai Shuiwei turned around and saw my eyes wide, looking very surprised, but still gnawing on a chicken leg, the corner of my mouth twitching slightly. Zhu Chen didn't expect Bai Shuiwei to speak up for me. He glared and said, Bai Shuiwei, are you blinded by Mei Xiaojiu? He doesn't have hands himself? Asking you to help him get a chicken leg? This is clearly for Shiwang, and you're defending him. Have you ever thought about how Hope feels when she sees it? Are you living up to Hope? Bai Shuiwei glanced at Mei Wangwang, who looked shocked and aggrieved, then silently looked at Zhu Chan and asked coldly, How could I have wronged Mei Wangwang? I kept trying to please her. Isn't it that she keeps denying anything to do with me? How come now that you're talking about us, we're lovers? Zhu Chen, you and Mei Wangxi are good friends. You can speak up for her, but that's not your reason to slander others. Right now, he immediately apologized to Mei Xiaojiu. Bai Shuiwei was ordered to apologize. Zhu Chen's face turned pale and flushed, and the other students looked at each other in confusion. But no one expected Bai Shuiwei to treat Zhu Chen for his sake. After all, Zhu Chen was Mei Qiwang's close brother. As for Zhu Chen, in other words, he didn't give Mei Qiwang any face. While the students were speculating, Mei Qiwang really did live up to expectations. She rolled her eyes and fell straight to the ground, unconscious. Someone cried out in surprise. Mei Qiwang fainted. Zhu Chen was startled and hurried over to help. Qiwang, what's wrong? Don't laugh at me. But Mei Qiwang closed her eyes tightly, looking as if she wouldn't wake up even if the world ended. Zhu Chen shouted at Bai Shuiwei again. Bai Shuiwei, what are you standing there for? Hope has fainted. Bai Shuiwei looked at Mei Wangwang lying on the ground, a bit fierce, but since it was the person he liked, he still rushed over immediately. Could it be that he was completely unconscious? Zhu Chen angrily accused that Qiwang's foot was injured at home by that bastard Mei Xiaojiu. So the military training was always acceptable. If he didn't pass, he couldn't keep up with the meals. He hasn't had a proper meal these days, malnourished, and now you're still him off like you and Mei Xiaojiu. How could he not faint? Bai Shuiwei was stunned and looked at me. You did hurt his foot. I won't deny it, I'll be honest. He provoked me first, so I taught him a little lesson. Zhu Chen cursed. Mei Xiaojiu, you bastard. I clenched my fists and stared at him. Zhu Chen, feeling itchy, huh? Zhu Chen was startled by my calm aura. President Fan even stepped back. Enough. Bai Shuiwei glanced at the unconscious Mei Shiwang in his arms and said to me, Wang Wang has already fainted, and you guys keep arguing. When will I take Wang Wang to the infirmary? After saying that, Bai Shuiwei hurriedly carried Wuqiwang on his back and left. I looked at Bai Shuiwei's distant background, feeling a bit confused. It was Zhu Chun who provoked me first and cursed me so harshly. Why did Bai Shuiwei only look at him and say that? Just now he said he looked like a person, but now he's acting up again. Zhu Chun saw Bai Shuiwei so nervous, leaving with no hope on his back, and then thought he was good enough. He proudly said to me, "Oh my, some people think that after spending a few days with Bai Shuiwei, they'll get close. But I didn't expect that." Bai Shuiwei was more concerned about hope. "No bound feet, aren't you mad?" I looked at Zhu Chun as if I were crazy and retorted, "What the hell am I mad at?" Bai Shuiwei wanted to be close to whoever he liked. I didn't care, but Zhu Chun didn't see it that way. He put his hands on his hips and smugly shook his head at me. "What are you pretending for? You're so mad you can't say anything. No bound feet. You look like a loser now." I saw Zhu Chun's face full of disdain, and it felt like he was saying, "If you have the guts, come hit me, come hit me." So I took a deep breath and said to Zhu Chun, "Zhu Chun." Zhu Chun is now so arrogant, raising his chin to provoke me. "What are you doing?" Zhu Chun was furious after hearing that. "No little feet, you bitch. Is this the reason you hit someone?" "Instructor, look, no little feet already admitted to it." But Lida immediately turned to Zhu Chun and said sternly, "Zhu Chun, how can you verbally insult classmates? You're ruining team harmony. There's a problem with his conduct." Zhu Chen's eyes widened instantly. He thought the instructor would deal with him, but why was he now targeting him? He quickly said, "I just said a few words to him, but no little feet just thrown me over my shoulder." Lida angrily pointed at him and said a few words, always talking to everyone. How could others not be upset? "You stirred up trouble and blamed others for fighting back? You have a good point, huh? You can't do this. Standing for 2 hours as punishment." Reflecting on himself, Zhu Chen immediately shut up. He looked at Lida with a wronged expression, not understanding why he ended up being the one punished. Lida stopped looking at him and turned back to gently remind me, "Xiaojiu, counterattacks are fine, but don't go too far." I nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know when to strike." At this moment, Zhu Chen's resentment was soaring. If his resentment could materialize, Lida and I would both be glared right through by him. Lida glanced back at him again. "Zhu Chen, why are you still here? Hurry up and stand as punishment, or it'll be 4 hours." In the end, Zhu Chun still went to stand in tears. That night, the army held a farewell party for the students. After being hidden all afternoon, Messi Wang finally returned to the playground like a willow with Bai Shuiwei's support. Some sharp-eyed students saw it immediately. "Look, Shuiwei and Messi Wang have returned. TSK, this Messi Wang is almost stuck to Bai Shuiwei. Haha, who is this for?" Many students gossip about Bai Shuiwei and the Mei brothers' melodramatic love triangle, so someone immediately commented to me who was gnawing on duck neck, "Mei Xiaojiu. Shuiwei seems to have made up with Mei Shiwang." I glanced at Bai Shuiwei out of the corner of my eye, indifferent, and said, "What does it have to do with me if they make up? Ha ha ha, whatever you are, don't you like Shuiwei? I think it's ridiculous. My eyes are wide open. Which eye of yours can tell I like him?" That classmate pointed to his own eyes and both could tell. I said leisurely, "Well, your eyes are a bit blind. Why don't we change them?" You really don't like Shuiwei Li. If you don't like them, which one do you prefer?" I thought about it carefully. My ideal type is Bai Ningbin because he's really good looking. Unfortunately, Bai Ningbin didn't become my girlfriend, which is a real shame. Then I shook my head and said, "I haven't decided yet, but I like pretty girls." The classmate immediately pointed at himself and smiled brightly, saying, "Isn't that me? I'm pretty too. Maybe you should consider me?" I looked him up and down, wondering where this guy's confidence comes from. Thinking he's pretty. He's worlds apart from Bai Ningbin, you know. Just as I was about to refuse him, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Old Lu wants me to come out and experience family, friendship, love. Family can't choose, but friends and lovers really can. Since Bai Ningbin isn't going to be my girlfriend, why not just find someone to brush things off and report it out? So I immediately nodded and agreed. "Sure, I'll be your boyfriend, then we're lovers." Seriously, he didn't expect me to agree so readily. Thinking I was teasing him, I said, "I don't believe it." Pointing to my own face, "Unless you kiss me, that's easy." Without twisting my face, I leaned in and kissed his cheek. That scene, the students around were completely stunned. Damn, what's going on? Didn't Mei Xiaojiu like Shuiwei? Why is she kissing that playboy Lu Ruyan again? TSK, Lu Ruyan is impressive, just started school and she's already hooked up with so many guys. Does being pretty mean you can do whatever you want? Mei Wangxi was shocked to see me kiss Lu Ruyan, and felt quite contemptuous. Seeing that he couldn't hook up with Bai Shuiwe, he actually ended up having an affair with Lu Ruyan. Is he really that short of women? After military training, he told his dad about it, but he didn't forget to fan the flames with Bai Shuiwe. Who would have thought, Shuiwe, my brother was still sticking with you a few days ago, and soon after, he got involved with Lu Ruyan. That's just how he is, he can't live without a woman. Bai Shuiwe's thin red lips pressed together, saying nothing, but her gaze was fixed on my direction, her expression shifting between mood and gloom. On the other side, Lu Ruyan saw that I really kissed her. He was also startled by my bold nature. He smiled and looked at me in surprise. Mei Xiaojiu, you're serious, seriously? I asked directly. Can I even fake this? Haha, that's enough. I like it. Lu Ruyan leaned in a little closer. His beautiful fox-like eyes curved in a smile were flirtatious with me. Let's make something big, I asked curiously. What big one? Lu Ruyan's thin lips moved and closed, and two words came out of his mouth. Kiss me. When everyone heard Lu Ruyan's words, they immediately started sighing gossipingly. How could the plot develop like a stray dog running wildly out of a tank? It's like a huge twist every second, right? But I didn't think much of it. I thought Lu Ruyan was inviting me to go out and run naked together. I really can't do it, so I just kissed. What's so hard about that? This time, I hooked my arm around Lu Ruyan's neck and tried to kiss her mouth. That really got everyone excited. Oh my god. I really want to kiss Mei Xiaojiu. You really surprise me every second. Quick, kiss or the instructor is coming. Mei Shiwang is blushing watching this. What is Mei Xiaojiu doing? This is shameless. Shuiwe, look, who would have thought? Before Mei Shiwang could finish speaking, Bai Shuiwe strode straight toward me. Mei Shiwang was stunned. This afternoon, she pretended to be unconscious. Bai Shuiwe immediately carried her to the infirmary and even scolded Mei Xiaojiu. She was so proud at the time. If it weren't for maintaining her comatose image, she would have woken up laughing. But what was she doing now? Bai Shuiwe didn't know why she was taking action, but when she saw me going to kiss Lu Ruyan, she suddenly got furious. Mei Xiaojiu, that idiot, actually got tricked by that fox spirit Lu Ruyan. Is her brain really that all she can do is fight and eat? There's nothing she can do. After all, she's still her boss now. She can't just stand by and watch me foolishly get tricked. Bai Shuiwe found an excuse for herself and hurried over to stop her. But just as Lu Ruyan's lips were about to touch, another broad hand suddenly stood between us. Looking for the owner of the hand, I realized it was Bai Ningbing. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Ah, it's Bai Ju." Bai Shuiwe was also stunned when she saw Bai Ningbing approaching. So her aunt hadn't left yet. Lu Ruyan hadn't expected the lofty Bai Ningbing to suddenly intervene. She's a bit fierce. Bai Ningbing was polite and polite. She smiled at Lu Ruyan. Classmate still in the army in public. Isn't this a bit much? Lu Ruyan is kind and kind. Haha, let's just mess around. Bai Ningbing wore a cold smile, her powerful aura almost making it hard for Lu Ruyan to breathe. She said, "If you're just joking, it's even worse. What do you think?" Because you really can't stand Bai Ningbing's overwhelming presence. Lu Ruyan couldn't last 10 seconds before Xingxing gave in. Kind and kind, haha. That Bai Ju. My stomach hurts and I suddenly need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, she ran off in a panic. I saw Lu Ruyan run away and still remembered the kiss. She shouted loudly, "Are you going to kiss me when you come back?" As soon as she said this, Lu Ruyan ran even faster. The others looked at me like a warrior, ancestor, and wildly tested her in front of Bai Ju. You're amazing, just as expected. Hearing my words, Bai Ningbing's smile widened even more. She turned back and gave me a half-smile. Xiaojiu, do you really want to kiss someone that badly? I scratched my head. Not really, but he said he wanted to kiss her. Bai Ningbing smiled. He said he wanted to kiss, so you kissed him. Xiaojiu, your sense of gender still needs to be improved. If you do this, your future wife won't be happy. I was about to argue. What's there to be afraid of? I won't. Bai Ningbing's smile was warm as a spring breeze. No, suddenly, I don't know what happened. My biological instincts told me my situation was very dangerous right now. So I swallowed all the words on the tip of my tongue, biting my head like crazy, saying no, I won't kiss anymore. In classical Chinese, Bai Ningbing smiled. Xiaojiu has found his way back. I'm sure your future wife will be very gratified. Bai Shuiwe stood to the side, silently watching his aunt and me. Seeing the two interacting, I felt an indescribable strangeness. He felt a tightness in his chest. He stepped forward again. Auntie, why are you here? Bai Ningbing turned around and smiled, naturally saying, You're going back to school tomorrow. I'll come check on you. Bai Shuiwe gave an awkward laugh. Really? But why does it feel like more than meeting him, my aunt's focus is still on me? Maybe it's just my imagination. After all, we've only known each other for a few days and we're not close. Because of Bai Ningbing's arrival, the classmates were both excited and nervous. At the same time, the look at me grew a bit more envious because Bai Ningbing was right next to me, and on my other side was Bai Shuiwei. Bai Ningbing hadn't stayed here for long because of his special status, and staying too long would be too noticeable. But before leaving, Bai Ningbing still called Bai Shuiwei aside and instructed, "Shuiwei, I think Xiao Jiu is pretty innocent. Anyone with a bit of smooth talk can be fooled. Your classmates. If something like this happens again, like this, help him, remind him not to be deceived." This time, Bai Shuiwei didn't immediately respond to his aunt. Instead, his gaze swept over Bai Ningbing. Then he suddenly asked, "Auntie, did you know Mei Xiaojiu before?" As soon as he said this, Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered slightly, but he paused for less than half a second before smiling and smoothly dennying, "I know him. How could you think that way?" Bai Shuiwei wasn't surprised by this answer and pursed his lips. It was quite unexpected. "I didn't expect that during this time in the army, you actually took good care of Mei Xiaojiu." Bai Ningbing smiled and responded fluently. "Because Xiaojiu is very outstanding and I admire him greatly, I paid extra attention to him." "What's wrong?" "Because she didn't take care of her, she got jealous." "How could that be?" Bai Shuiwei got goosebumps. He scratched his head and felt a bit relieved. "Auntie, don't worry. I don't need you to tell me. I'll see Mei Xiaojiu. He's so stupid. If he doesn't keep an eye on him, he might have been deceived by someone like Lu Ruyan. That idiot actually kissed Lu Ruyan." Now Bai Shuiwei is furious just thinking about it. She really wants to pry open my head and see if there's nothing but fighting and eating inside. She couldn't think about anything else. Seeing Bai Shuiwei agree so readily, Bai Ningbing felt a surge of unreadable emotion in Mao Di, then smiled calmly. "But don't get too close to him. After all, he has a bit of a pig on him. If you get too close, I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Bai Shuiwei nodded and smiled at Bai Ningbing confidently. "Auntie, don't worry. I know my limits. That kid has secrets. Wait for me. I'll dig out his secret sooner or later." Bai Ningbing didn't comment either, her lips slightly ugly. "Think within your limits. Don't push people too hard." After Bai Ningbing left, I immediately came over from afar, my eyes full of gossip, asking, "Bai Shuiwei, what are you talking to your aunt? I see you all looking my way. You're not talking about me, are you?" Bai Shuiwei noticed the curiosity in my eyes and suddenly felt like teasing me. He curled his lips and said, "Do you want to know? I'm on my hips. Of course, if you don't want to know, why would I ask you?" Bai Shuiwei replied, then gave a mischievous smile. "But I don't want to tell you. What should I do? My blood pressure is starting to rise." If it weren't for Bai Shuiwei, who was Bai Ningbing's niece, I had already hit him. "Forget it, I won't stoop to my niece's level." I stopped pestering and turned to leave. Then it was Bai Shuiwei's turn to be stunned. Seeing how decisively I left, he quickly grabbed my arm. What was going on? He had asked several times before. This time, I didn't get any questions and left. I shook off Bai Shuiwei, pouted and said, "Why do you keep asking me if you don't tell me? Also, don't pull at me, or you'll be staring at me to death with hope." Ever since I came to find Bai Shuiwei, no Hope kept staring at me, that looked like a thief. Bai Shuiwei was stunned, looked up at Hopeless, and when she saw Bai Shuiwei looking at him, she immediately ran over, blinking charmingly as she asked, "Shuiwei, what are you talking about with my brother?" Bai Shuiwei watched me walk away slowly and was about to chase after her, but was stopped by Hopelessness. With red eyes, he asked, "Where are you going?" Bai Shuiwei was a bit confused. "No Hope. What are you doing?" Hopeless and heartbroken, he asked in return. "This is my turn to ask you. Bai Shuiwei, don't you like me? Why are you chasing after Mei Xiaojiu now? Do you like him?" Bai Shuiwei frowned and explained, "Who likes him? My aunt said he's too dumb and easy to be fooled, so she told me to watch him out of loyalty while training together, but I couldn't hope to stare into the distance. Why does Director Bai want you to watch Xiaojiu? They're very close, not close. It's just that Xiaojiu performs excellently, and the elders are just looking out for the younger generation." No hope and silence, but secretly gritting his teeth in his heart. Damn it, Xiaojiu is really scheming. Before military training, he injured his leg, preventing him from performing well during training. That way, he could freely show off. It even made Bai Ningbing notice him. What a despicable wretch. I returned to the group and saw Lu Ruyan. My eyes lit up and I leaned over. I slapped Lu Ruyan on the back. She turned and saw me. "Xiaojiu, what's wrong?" I said eagerly, "Didn't you say we wanted to kiss too? Now, kissing or not, in my heart, as long as you kiss, you can become lovers. This experience of love is done." Lu Ruyan's eyes slid across my face. After a few seconds, he curled his lips into a smile and said to me, "Forget it. I won't kiss you anymore." I just let my face fall. my heart sinking in the cold. Why? Lu Ruyan shrugged with a smile. Haven't you noticed Bai Ju is really dissatisfied with me? I don't dare cause any more trouble. I was even more confused. How come I didn't notice that? Lu Ruyan shook her head, looking like a seasoned veteran. Tell me, how can you be so emotionally untactful? Then she leaned close to my ear and said, I feel like Bai Ju really likes you. If I kissed you, she'd obviously be jealous. I was stunned, jealous, then stared at her with a sincere expression. Maybe your sensory system is malfunctioning? Why don't you go to the hospital? Lu Ruyan looked speechless. It's normal to hang out with idiots like me with low emotional intelligence. After military training, everyone returned to school one after another under the school's organization. After a week without a phone, the first thing everyone did when they got their phones was to check messages. Soon after, a piece of news exploded among the male audiences. The popular young actress Mei Danyao and the youthful actor Lin Lang starred in the Xinxia drama New Blue Ju, and instantly became a hit, attracting a huge number of male fans. Her status skyrocketed, becoming the hottest top star right now. Mei Danyao and Mei Wangwang are biological siblings. So many new guys immediately surrounded Mei Wangwang tightly. Wangwang, I really love your sister's portrayal of a heart-hungry little skill. Can you help me get an autograph? Wangwang, can Sister Yao come to the school? I want to meet her in person. Mei Wangxi never expected that because of fourth sister's sudden popularity, the whole class would chase after her. She smiled gently and said to everyone, I'll talk to my sister when the time comes. See if she's free. She didn't agree right away, since only she knows that those sisters usually don't take her out to play. And in class, not everyone revolves around Mei Wang. Some boys don't like her attitude. Instead, she turned her gaze to me. Xiaojiu, are you close to your fourth sister? Could you help us get an autograph? I looked around at the boys eagerly looking at me, shrugged and said, I don't have a chance. I just returned to the Mei family and haven't even seen fourth sister's face. The boys were all deflated after hearing this. They hadn't seen each other in so long. Meanwhile, Zhu Chen's hatred for me deepened after being punished by the instructor for military training. After returning to school, he kept staring at me and saw a bunch of boys looking for me to get my fourth sister's autograph. He immediately walked over to Mei Shiwang and whispered quietly, Wang Wang, I notice some men are genuinely moved, putting all their hopes on Mei Xiaojiu. They just don't think about it. Isn't it all because of Mei Xiaojiu? The Mei family's sisters are all gone. How could he possibly favor Xiaojiu? He even asked for an autograph. If he didn't kick him out of the Mei family, that would be fine. Mei Wangxi listened to Mei's words. Actually, he didn't want to keep a low profile. He just couldn't figure out what fourth sister was thinking, since he hated his eldest sister the most. As soon as he saw me, he was friendly. What if fourth sister was like eldest sister? Thinking about this, he felt so wronged. Why was it that he and those sisters had been together for over 10 years, yet still couldn't compare to me, who had just returned half a month ago? After military training, the school gave freshmen 2 days off. Mei Shiwang and I also planned to return to the Mei family. The two of us walked one after the other onto the main avenue. When Mei reached the school gate, she saw a large crowd gathered in front of the gate, and many boys were excitedly shouting. We both laughed and looked up at the school gate, then saw a beautifully dressed, beautiful woman standing next to a horse shala, her long legs gracefully crossed. She smiled and waved to the people around her. It was Mei Danyao. Mei Wangwang was a bit surprised to see Mei Danyao appear at school, and I stared at her too. Honestly, she was even more eye-catching in person than in the video, even rivaling Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Mei Danyao noticed Mei Shiwang and me. Her bright face lit up with a bold smile. She strode with her long legs, spread her arms wide, and walked toward us. The scene looked familiar. Mei Wangxi's heart tightened with excitement. Could it be that fourth sister would be like big sister and give me a big hug? Thinking of that day, her eyes instantly reddened, and she glared at me with jealousy and anger. I also noticed Mei Danyao walking toward me, but her trick was a bit off. Sure enough, the next second, Mei Danyao turned right in front of me, tossed me aside, and strode toward Mei Shiwang, then gave Mei Shiwang, who was filled with jealousy and anger, a ponytail. She even warmly said, Woof woof. Fourth sister misses you so much. Did you miss me? Mei Wangxi was flattered. In all her life, this was the first time fourth sister had touched her so easily. After Mei Danyao let go of Mei Shiwang, she affectionately rubbed the base of her hair. What's wrong? Seeing fourth sister, you're stunned. Without fourth sister, Mei Wangxi held back his excitement and quickly scanned the area again. Now, a large crowd was gathered around, full of curiosity, envy, jealousy. That feeling of being noticed instantly made Mei Shiwang feel absolutely stunned. Mei Danyao held Mei Shiwang's hand and smiled, saying, Is it normal for your sister to pick up her brother after school? Come on, the car is parked right at the school gate. Mei Danyao pulled Mei Shiwang along the way, not even glancing at me the whole time. It was as if I was a stranger to her. Mei Shiwang also noticed that fourth sister seemed to be deliberately ignoring me, and she was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, fourth sister was actually on her side. The two quickly got into the car and left the school, when a voice came from behind. It was Bai Shuiwe. I glanced back at her, recalling last military training when Mei Xiangxi fainted and argued with Zhu Chun. Bai Shuiwe told me to shut up. I remember that clearly. Tianxin. Bai Shuiwe wasn't a good person either. I ignored her and kept walking forward. Bai Shuiwe was too scared to come up and blocked me, saying, "What's wrong with you? I told you why you ignored me." I glanced at her sideways and lifted my chin sniffily. "What's wrong? I don't want to talk to her now. Why are you calling me? Do I have to respond to you?" Bai Shuiwe was stunned for a second, then laughed in exasperation. "Mei Xiaojiu, what are you crazy about?" Hearing her say that made me even more unhappy. I shook her off and was about to leave, but Bai Shuiwe caught up, grabbed my wrist. "Don't go. Mei Xiaojiu, can't we talk this out properly? Is the Cold War fun? Auntie asked me to look after you. Can you cooperate?" Hearing Auntie's words, I stopped and turned my head again, blinking. "It's Director Bai who wants you to manage me. Bai Shuiwe doesn't beat around the bush." "Yeah, on the last night of military training, weren't you curious about what your aunt said to me? Actually, she just wanted me to watch you. She thought you were too innocent. I'm afraid you'll be deceived. Why did you suddenly lose your temper with me?" I immediately brought it up again, pouting. No hope of fainting. That time I argued with Zhu Chun. "Why did you say I was enough? You were clearly targeting me. I annoyed you, so I ignored you." Bai Shuiwe was a bit incredulous. "No way, you still hold grudges?" She thought people like me couldn't hold anything except eating and playing around. The more I spoke, the angrier I got, glaring at Bai Shuiwe. "Yeah, I do hold grudges, whatever. Are I the most annoying of you guys who just stand and talk without feeling pain? Don't bother me." I ignored her and walked to the school gate, stopped to wait for the bus, and Bai Shuiwe came over to talk to me again. "I just heard your fourth sister came to school. She must be here to pick you up. Then why are you still at school?" My mouth feels like it's glued. She stubbornly stayed silent. Bai Shuiwe knew I was still angry and spoke herself. "Could it be that I just left with no hope and ended up leaving you behind?" I glanced at her. At least this silly girl has some sense. At that moment, Bai Shuiwe took the initiative to suggest, "It's hard to get a taxi now. I'll drive you." I tilted my chin high and refused very coldly. "No need, I can wait by myself." Bai Shuiwe didn't say anything more and just stood beside me. The two of them stood at the school gate with the stone decorations. After a while, I still hadn't gotten the car. Bai Shuiwe hadn't left either. I turned my head in annoyance. "Why are you still lingering here?" Bai Shuiwe lazily looked at me, tilting her head and raising her eyebrows at me, with a face that deserved a beating. "It's not your business to stay here, is it? No, Xiaojiu. Do you live by the sea? You're quite lenient." I was furious. Bai Shuiwe was actually Bai Ningbin's niece, and I didn't dare to actually lay a hand on her. I could only puff out my cheeks fiercely and walk aside in frustration, trying to put some distance between us. But I hadn't even taken a few steps when I heard her sly voice behind me say, "Hey, I forgot to tell you. There was traffic control on the street just now. Today, taxis aren't even parked at the school gate." I watched her stomping her foot in anger and cursed inwardly. "Bai Ningbin, look at your niece. Are you still going to take care of me?" Mei Dantang saw Mei Danyao and Mei Shiwang chatting and laughing as they entered, but didn't see me in the back. So she frowned and looked around. "Danyao, why did you and Wang come back? Where's Xiaojiu?" Mei Shiwang saw the displeasure on Mei Dantang's face and quickly hid behind fourth sister, pitifully whispering, "Fourth sister, I'm scared." Mei Danyao saw how well Mei Shiwang was doing and understood clearly but didn't expose it. She smiled at Mei Dantang. "Mei Xiaojiu, I didn't run into her. I thought she came back first. So she didn't have it?" Mei Dantang immediately saw through the water in Mei Danyao's words. She smiled and said, "Did you come back? Why don't you call to confirm? I'm afraid you won't find her. She even gave you her number ahead of time." Mei Danyao responded to every move, smiling without a hint of apology. "Haha, it's my fault. It's been so long since I last saw you. So happy, Mei Xiaojiu." Mei Danyao kept laughing, reached out to ruffle my hair, and said, "It's good that you're back. Actually, I asked your fourth sister to come pick you up, but it seems you missed it." Mei Danyao cheerfully came over and quickly added, "Xiaojiu, I'm really sorry. I didn't see you looking for anyone, so I brought Wang Wang back first. You don't mind, do you?" At the end, those words clearly emphasized her tone, basically warning me not to talk too much. But I guess my emotional intelligence is just SOSO. I stared at Mei Danyao with a very puzzled look and asked, "Fourth sister, can I ask you something?" Mei Danyao smiled. "You asked," then saw me blinking and sincerely said, "You just walked from in front of me to Mei Shiwang's side, and you said you didn't see me. Your eyes aren't good. Are you going to donate them?" My lie was instantly exposed. Mei Danyao's smile immediately faded. Mei Dantang looked at her. "Why did Lao Si and Xiaojiu say something different from yours? Who was lying?" Mei Danyao immediately dropped her pretense and flinched away. She said to Mei Dantang, "Big sister, to be honest, I'm not very willing to pick up Mei Xiaojiu. Who says the older sister must pick up her brother from school?" Mei Dantang sneered. "No, but you even sent the driver back and said you were going to pick up your brother yourself." Then she threw Xiaojiu down. Mei Danyao didn't hide it at all when she was exposed. Just spread her hands. It's normal to teach her annoying brother a lesson. Isn't it easier to die outside? Why come back and bother others? Mei Dantang's face darkened. "Danyao, you're too much." Mei Danyao raised an eyebrow, her smile growing even more arrogant. "This is what you call going too far. I can show you that I'm even more outrageous." The two Mei sisters clashed again, neither willing to back down. Mei Wangxi looked terrified on the surface. Actually, I was already excited inside. "Hurry up and fight. Hurry up and fight." I couldn't help but tug at Mei Dantang's hand. "Big sister," Mei Dantang turned to look at me. Xiaojiu." I stepped forward and met Mei Danyao's eyes. She asked, "Fourth sister, do you really dislike me?" Mei Danyao smiled and retorted, "What? Am I not being obvious enough?" I nodded and looked at her, saying, "All right, I'll just say it straight. Actually, I really dislike you too. If we dislike each other, there's no need to pretend to be siblings anymore." Then I crossed my brows and said, "From now on, let's keep to our own business. Don't mess with me, I won't care. But if you dare mess with me, I promise you'll find out. The higher the sky, the more thick the earth." Mei Danyao was truly laughed at by my arrogant ride. She strode over and poked my forehead, her smile especially provocative. "Mei Xiaojiu, what I hate most is when people ask me for 5 yang power. I'm already provoking you. What can you do?" Mei Qiwang saw Mei Danyao approaching without any guard, and his heart raced into the well. Just as he was about to warn him, he wanted to say that after I fought the thief, I couldn't be bothered to waste words and just threw him over the shoulder. Mei Qiwang was so frightened, she was so faceless she closed her eyes, not daring to look. But the expected collision didn't happen. I was stunned. I didn't expect Mei Danyao to defend against it. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of her mouth, deliberately mocking. "Kid, you think having a bit of brute strength means you can walk sideways. Maybe it helps when you meet others." When she bumped into me, she hadn't finished speaking when I slammed her hand hard with a thud. I walked over, lifted my chin, and smiled. "As usual, it works for you just as well." Mei Shiwang hurried over to help Mei Danyao up, then immediately turned and scolded me pretendingly. "Mei Xiaojiu, how can you hit your sister? You're too much." I laughed. I warned her not to mess with me. She insisted on coming up here to stir up trouble. "I'm calling this courtesy before force." Mei Shiwang pointed at me and said, "What courtesy before force? You hit your sister? That's too much." I, Bai Shiwang, glanced at me and asked if I was a repeater. I kept repeating the same sentence over and over. Then, I stepped closer to Mei Shiwang and clenched my fist. "If you're really willing to stand up for your fourth sister, why don't you try taking a couple of my punches for her?" Mei Shiwang immediately recited, "Are you kidding? I can kick hundreds of Jin of lectures with my feet." Making her take 2 punches from me was just asking for death. She immediately hid behind Mei Danyao, her voice growing weaker as she stammered, "Mei Xiaojiu, don't be so arrogant. When Dad comes back, you'll be in trouble." Seeing her so timid, I rolled my eyes. "Mei Wangwang, why are you hiding behind fourth sister? Whenever I mention hitting you, you lose loyalty. Your sibling bond is just plastic." Mei Wangwang choked on me, her eyes red, almost crying. She hurriedly tried to explain to Mei Danyao, "Fourth sister, I didn't do it. I just think violence isn't good. We can try another way to solve this. Why get beaten for nothing? Mei Xiaojiu is trying to sow discord between us." Mei Danyao looked at Mei Shiwang, unable to squeeze out 2 tears for a long time. Her mouth twitched, but she still put on the good older sister act, patting Mei Shiwang's head. "When Shanghong, look at you, don't cry. Fourth sister understands you. Mei Xiaojiu is trying to sow discord between us." Fourth sister isn't that easily fooled. I looked at the two deeply affectionate siblings before me. My heart wasn't stirred at all, and I was even a bit hungry. Suddenly, I really wanted to eat a big chicken head. Just then, Mei Danyao came over, took my hand, gave me a gentle smile and said gently, "Xiaojiu, you must be hungry. I just asked the kitchen to prepare some braised dishes. You can have a little before the meal." As soon as I heard the food, my eyes lit up. Big sister really understood me. I immediately forgot about those two and happily followed Mei Danyao toward the kitchen. Mei Wangwang watched from the side. Envious, she secretly glanced at me again. After my eldest sister left, I couldn't help but think of my fourth sister, Mei Danyao. She actually wanted Mei Danyao to treat her the way she treated me. So she secretly said, "Fourth sister, big sister really treats Xiaojiu well. I'm so envious. If only my sisters could treat me like this." But Mei Danyao didn't respond at all, acting as if she hadn't heard. Her eyes still fixed on the direction where my sister and I left. I thought, is my sister crazy? Could she really be sad for me? Are you kidding? To be honest, if it weren't for giving birth to me, Mom wouldn't be so angry, Dad wouldn't have been so heartbroken, and instead turned around and married a stepmother. What used to be a big family with Himai ended up being stirred up by me. How could my eldest sister still treat me so well? She didn't believe it. The eldest sister was probably thinking something in her mind. No matter what the eldest sister did, Mei Danyao wouldn't complain because of anyone's attitude. Anyway, she just didn't like me because of my mischievous attitude. It'd be best if I could go and get lost on my own. But Mei Danyao remained silent. She was terrified of hopelessness. She was afraid that fourth sister would be beaten up by me and become some kind of dog or sheep type, and from then on, she would be interested in me. So she raised her voice and shouted again, "Fourth sister!" Mei Danyao made her scream so hard her head hurt. Mei Hao snapped back, "Are you calling for souls?" As soon as she spoke, Mei Shiwang froze, looking at Mei Danyao with a pitiful and innocent expression. She had just been so friendly, so why was she reverting to her true self? Maybe she felt she had already reacted to her. The next second, Mei Danyao suddenly changed her expression again, smiling as gently as a spring breeze. "Woof woof, what did you say just now?" Fourth sister didn't hear it. "Say it again." Mei Shiwang was stunned, secretly complaining to herself about how quickly she changed her expression. She must be a chameleon, right? But she didn't think much of it and continued to sweetly say, "Fourth sister, I think big sister really treats Mei Xiaojiu so well. I'm so jealous." Actually, Mei Danyao knows about Mei Shiwang's little schemes, but she's still willing to cooperate now. Smiling, she said, "Sure, are you hungry? Big sister had the kitchen make so many filter flavors. I'll take you to try some." Mei Wangxi frowned. Actually, she didn't like filter flavors but preferred delicate small cakes and pastries. After holding it in for a long time, finally, she said, "Fourth sister, I want to eat cake." But as soon as she said two words, Mei Danyao interrupted with a smile. "You want to eat filtered flavors, right? I won't bet on your uncle, right? I'll bet on you." After Mei Danyao pressed her, Mei Shiwang could only nod timidly. "I want to eat yabo." I just picked up a hot braised chicken leg and took 2 bites when I saw Mei Danyao and Mei Shiwang squeeze into the kitchen. "Big sister, why don't you invite me and Wang Wang to eat? That's too much." Mei Danyao can't remember her hatred. Just moments ago, she wanted to choke me, but now she came over with a big smile to please Mei Dantang. Mei Dantang spoke gently. "I remember you guys don't like eating these things, didn't you?" Mei Danyao immediately pushed Mei Shiwang forward, smiling brightly. "Who said that? What does it have to do with me?" I've never been the type to keep food all to myself. "All right," my eldest sister smiled dotingly, even reached out to ruffle my head. Then her tone cooled down and said to Mei Shiwang, "If you like it, take it yourself." Mei Shiwang immediately rushed over. The auntie by the boiler took the initiative to ask, "Young Master Wang Wang, what would you like to eat? I'll help you pick some." Mei Shiwang glanced at the pot and really didn't want to touch that thin, hard-to-bite duck neck. So she said, "Give me a chicken leg." The auntie thought hard. I tilted my head and stared at Mei Shiwang. "Didn't you say you really wanted to eat braised duck neck?" Mei Shiwang's face instantly turned ashen. She pulled a gold ornament from the corner of her mouth and forced a laugh. At that moment, Mei Danyao's devilish voice came out again. "Wang Wang, you want to eat duck neck, right?" Mei Shiwang shivered all over. Slowly turning around, he saw Mei Danyao's angelic face smiling. But behind that smile was a complete tyrant's extreme aura. Mei Shiwang's heart was full of tears. She had lost her appetite. If only she hadn't gotten involved. Wouldn't she have gotten involved? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? With no other choice, she bit the duck neck and kissed her, desperately trying to save money. I glanced at her and saw how uncomfortable she was biting the duck neck as if biting wax. She couldn't help but laugh. Mei Shiwang, is duck neck bad? Why do you still want to cry? For the first time, Mei Shiwang felt I was too considerate. She had originally planned to tease me a bit, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Mei Danyao stopped her. Mei Danyao walked over and smiled at me, saying, Mei Xiaojiu, stop talking nonsense. Our Wang Wang clearly loves duck necks. How could he be crying? Right? Wang Wang. Mei Wangxi glanced leisurely at Mei Danyao. She thought to herself, fourth sister, do you dislike me or Mei Xiaojiu? Why are you attacking me indiscriminately? Mei Danyao's expression was especially sincere, clearly without any malice. She spoke, Wang Wang, why are you so dazed today? How about having a duck head to boost your brain? Mei Wangxi hurriedly waited. No need. I'll just eat a duck neck. At that moment, I jumped in and said seriously, can you look a bit happier? Eating with a bitter face. This is disrespectful to food. Mei Danyao said to Mei Shiwang, make a happier face, please. Mei Xiangwang's lips trembled and her face twitched. Her mind full of wild horses rumbled. Damn, are you two really in league? Mei Dantang saw the scene, smiled and said to me, Xiaojiu, if you want to eat, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, when dinner starts, you won't be able to eat anything else. I was reminded. Oh right, it's all their fault, they seriously slowed down my eating. After a while, Mei Chaoxiong and Xia Rongyun returned from outside. Seeing their father, Mei Danyao greeted them. When Xia Rongyun saw Mei Danyao, she immediately showed a warm smile and greeted her, saying, Danyao is back. Congratulations on your TV drama hit. Today I went to the beauty salon, and all the ladies around me were talking about you. This time, you've completely become popular. Mei Danyao smiled faintly, gave Xia Rongyun a half-smile and said slowly, thank you, Wen Yen. Xia Rongyun's expression stiffened slightly. After all, she was now the matriarch of the Mei family, but the Mei sisters still refused to call her mom, and still called her second master as before. But after more than 10 years of going through this, Xia Rongyun wouldn't be easily defeated. She still forced a smile and looked at Mei Shiwang beside her. Smiling, she walked over. Wang Wang came back too. How was this military training? Good job, right? Mei Chong immediately acted spoiled when she saw her mother. I've really worked hard this time. Military training in the army was exhausting, and the food was especially bad. Xia Rongyun felt heartbroken. Poor thing, no wonder she looked so pale and thin. Mei Danyao, however, spoke sarcastically. Is the army's food really that bad? I think Mei Xiaojiu's face looks pretty rosy. Mei Xiaojiu, you're not sneaking food. Are you? I glanced at my troublesome fourth sister and snorted coldly. Mei Shiwang and I are not the same. Mei Qishi, afraid I'd show off my glorious achievements in the army, quickly interrupted me. Of course you're not the same as me. You injured my calf, which caused me to fail the physical fitness test. My food is even lower than yours. I'm speechless. You can blame me for this. I know when to strike. Normally, Mei Shiwang's leg injury should have healed long ago. But Mei Shiwang gritted his teeth and said, it's your fault. I get it. You're the type who can't pull a baby and blame Mouking. Mei Xiaojiu, why are you so crude? Mei Danyao, who was watching the show with great enthusiasm. Mei Chiwang was eager to start fighting with us quickly. At that moment, Mei Chaoxiong interrupted. Is it enough talk? Mei Xiangxiong said aggrievely. Dad, look, Mei Xiaojiu is bullying me again. I looked at Mei Chaoxiong and lifted my chin as I said, what's wrong? Just telling the truth counts as bullying. Old confused. You're not going to pick a fight again, are you? I'm not afraid of you. Mei Danyao, once you speak in classical Chinese, I'm way too fat here. How dare you call Dad old fool and you talk so arrogantly? Who gave me the courage? But Mei Chaoxiong's gaze fixed deeply on me. Mei Chaoxiong is a very rule-abiding person who makes things in his hands. So when the Mei family ate, they basically followed the rules of not talking while eating and chewing slowly without making a sound. But as soon as Mei Danyao got home, she found that the rules everyone had followed for over 20 years had been broken by me. At the dinner table, I kept chattering about Mei Dantang, asking Mei Dantang to serve me food. My eldest sister was also hardworking and took on the role of serving food for me. Whatever I wanted to eat, she would serve me whatever she wanted, and after finishing, she would even thoughtfully ask me questions. Do you want more? What else do you want to eat? If it's not enough, let the kitchen make more. Mei Wangwang, who had never been a descendant of her big sister, was so bloodshot that her eyes turned red. She couldn't take it anymore, put her chopsticks down with a snap, and gritted her teeth at me. Mei Xiaojiu, didn't you feel good yourself? Why does she have to serve food for you just to eat? She's grown up and has never served her food. Why does she get the treatment she never gets while I do? I really don't understand why Mei Hope went bankrupt after swallowing the sea cucumber. He confidently told Mei Shiwang, I'm younger, but big sister will pick it up for me. That way, I'll eat more efficiently. Okay? Mei Shiwang clearly couldn't accept my excuse. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? She frowned and said, no one is fighting with you. You can't eat slowly, I said righteously. No, Mei Wangxiong was furious and was about to argue with me for 300 rounds. Mei Chaoxiong glanced at her and said calmly, all right, what's the fuss during mealtime? Mei Shiwang saw Mei Chaoxiong actually say something about her. Her eyes wide open. She pointed at me in defiance and said, Dad. Now it's Mei Xiaojiu who broke the rules first. Not only did she wolf down the food, but she also shouted loudly. Why are you only talking about me? Mei Chaoxiong calmly retorted. Does saying she work? Look, she seems obedient. As soon as he said this, Mei Qi's blood pressure shot up. Just because I listened to Quan, Dad only lectured me. What kind of logic is that? Since that's the case, I'm not going to obey either. At that moment, Mei Danyao suddenly laughed and started fanning the flames. Your attitude isn't quite right. You never taught us before. If you don't listen, then I'll hit you on the back. Anyway, there are still so many rings left unused. Just the right time to make the most of it. I heard Mei Danyao's bad idea, glanced back at her and said, Mei Lao Si, are you looking for trouble for no reason? Mei Danyao lazily dragged her cheek and smiled at me. This is called making trouble for no reason. You've broken the Mei family's rules. I told Dad to deal with him according to the family rules. Can't I? I sneered. I don't care what rules you have, but if you want to hit me, that's impossible. If you insist on hitting me, I'll fight back. If I break you, I'm not responsible. Mei Danyao's smile deepened. Her voice was incredibly gentle, but the words she spoke were truly disheartening. Arrogant, since you don't follow the Mei family's rules, then I'll trouble you to get lost. Don't stay here because it's an eyesore. Mei Dantang's tone was deep, her eyes full of warning. Danyao. Mei Danyao knew her eldest sister was now protecting her mistress, so she looked directly at her father Mei Chaoxiong and smiled, saying, Did you hear what Mei Xiaojiu just said? Why keep such an uncultured brat? Hurry up and tell him to get out of the way. Mei Dantang pursed her thin lips and glanced at Mei Danyao stirring up trouble and Mei Wangwang, who was secretly expectant. Then she said to Mei Chaoxiong, Xiaojiu just got back and doesn't know the rules. You can teach him slowly, but he often tells people to get lost. This kind of child-fighting tactics are not advisable. Mei Danyao narrowed her eyes. Big sister, you just want to scold me for being childish, huh? Mei Dantang turned back and smiled. What? You took it personally. The two sisters started arguing again. Mei Shiwang glared at me angrily. Mei Xiaojiu, are you satisfied now? Back then, big sister and fourth sister had a great relationship. It was only because you came back that they started arguing. I glanced at Mei Shiwang. What does that have to do with me? Why are you always trying to get all sorts of crap on my head? Do I look easy to bully? I'm gonna beat you up. Isn't it just leaving? Wait a month. I'll leave on my own, no need for you to dare. Anyway, the old guys in the bureau say we have to stay at least a month. When that's a month, I'll just leave quickly. Mei Dantang frowned when she heard this. Xiaojiu, don't talk nonsense. This is your home. Where are you going? Mei Danyao clapped her hands and said, Really? Mei Xiaojiu, you'd better keep your word. Get out of here in a month. Mei Chaoxiong saw that even after a meal, smoke was rising. Qian Shang said to everyone, Everyone, shut up and eat, including you. Mei Xiaojiu. I pursed my lips, muttering to myself, Can't you talk while eating? Say so early? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I'm not someone who can't be negotiable. After dinner, Mei Chaoxiong called out to Mei Danyao, who was about to go out to digest, and reminded her, Danyao, you've been too frugal lately. When you're out, you need to be careful with your words and actions. If anything comes up, talk to your eldest sister more. Don't mess around. Mei Danyao glanced at Mei Dantang, who was peeling fruit for me not far away, her face full of hunger and mockery. Look at my current situation with my eldest sister. Can we still have a proper discussion? Mei Dantang finished cutting the apple and handed it to me. Then he looked at her. If you speak properly, I'll discuss it with you. But if you want to pick a fight, get out of the way. Mei Danyao complained to her father. See, big sister is really fierce. Mei Chaoxiong sighed, feeling helpless about this fourth daughter. In the past, this fourth child was the hardest to manage, constantly causing trouble and struggling to maintain his temper. Under her iron-fisted methods, although he behaved a lot, the rebellious spirit deep in his bones was never completely eradicated. Mei Danyao suddenly remembered something, her gaze shifting between Mei Shiwang and me. Smiling, she said, Recently, a variety show approached me. A wilderness survival live show organized by families. I want to invite my 2 younger brothers to join me. I wonder if anyone else has any opinions. As soon as she said this, Mei Shiwang was extremely excited. I want to go, I want to go. I decisively said no. Mei Danyao was a bit surprised when she saw I wasn't going and started tempting me. This is a great opportunity in the Forbidden Army entertainment industry. Don't you want to enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight? I gnawed on the apple my eldest sister peeled for me, saying without any desire, whoever wants to go, go if they want. Anyway, I'm not going. Mei Danyao saw how decisive I was and sneered, heh, everyone has their own ambitions, whatever you want. At this moment, Mei Wang came close to Mei Danyao, eagerly looking forward to it. Fourth sister, will you really take me to a variety show? Mei Danyao smiled and said, then it's settled. Come with me, Mei Shiwang readily agreed. Okay, fourth sister. Mei Danyao glanced at her younger sister. From what she knew about this guy, whether toward me or Mei Shiwang, she was always up to no good, even though she didn't like Mei Shiwang. Mei Danyao still spoke up to remind her, you'd better think carefully. Wilderness survival variety shows are different from ordinary shows. Even if it's just for show, you still have to go out in the wild. Mei Wangxi was a bit surprised to see her big sister speak to her, but judging by her tone, it seemed she didn't want her to participate in variety shows. Because I wasn't going, she wouldn't be allowed to show off either. She had seen through her sister's thoughts. Since she didn't like her, why would she keep shamelessly pretending in front of her? So Mei Shiwang decisively refused Mei Dantang, forcing a smile and saying, thank you for the reminder, big sister. But even in the wild, with fourth sister here, I'm not afraid, right? Mei Danyao smiled brightly and nodded. Wang, rest assured, fourth sister will definitely protect you. Mei Shiwang's voice grew even sweeter when she heard this. Fourth sister is so kind. Mei Dantang looked speechless. Words are really hard to persuade you to damn ghost. How does Lao Si usually treat her? Mei Shiwang has no memory at all. Since she had already given up, Mei Dantang naturally wouldn't persuade her further. 3 days later, early in the morning, Mei Shiwang packed her luggage, ready to join Mei Danyao on a wilderness survival show. Before leaving, she looked at me with great pride. Brother Xiaojiu, are you really not going? Maybe by the time this variety show ends, she'll be famous. I stared at Mei Shiwang, expressionless, and said, then I wish you success soon. Mei Shiwang's face fell, thinking I was mocking her. Angrily, he said, Mei Xiaojiu, don't be sarcastic. Do you think I don't know how jealous you are of me? I was speechless inside. I really couldn't communicate with someone with paranoia. I brushed it off casually. Yes, I'm really jealous of you. Is that enough? Mei Shiwang heard this and immediately flew into a rage. Mei Xiaojiu, you finally told the truth. You're just jealous of me, jealous to death. I'm getting a bit impatient. My finger joints were pinched by me, and he sat down, squinting his eyes. Mei Shiwang, do you want to get hit? Mei Wang saw me clenching my fist and immediately chickened out. Often, Mei Danyao would hide behind me. Fourth sister, Mei Xiaojiu, was about to hit someone. Mei Danyao started putting on airs, filled with righteous indignation. Mei Xiaojiu, why are you always so violent? Don't go too far. Wang, don't be afraid. Fourth sister will protect you. I'm completely numb. You 2 drama queens, get lost quickly. I really don't want to see them again for a second. After Mei Shiwang left with Mei Danyao, Mei Dantang took me to school. At the school gate, she smiled and said, Xiaojiu, be good at school. It's the weekend. Big sister will take you out to eat something delicious. I'll open the car door, jump out quickly, and wave obediently to Mei Dantang. Big sister, bye. After Mei Dantang drove away, I headed into the school. But before I even entered the classroom, my phone suddenly rang. I realized it was Bai Ningbin calling. Bai Ningbin's voice was gentle, always with a faint smile. Xiaojiu, how have you been lately? I was grinning. Not bad. Then asked, Bai Ningbin, why are you calling? Is something up? Bai Ningbin didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Xiaojiu, there's a task. I suddenly perked up. My eyes lit up. What mission? South. Uninhabited island. A small boat floats alone on the sea, gently rocking with the waves. The surroundings are eerily silent. Suddenly, a whoosh. My slender little hand broke through the calm sea without warning. The machine was surging with waves. I was wearing a diving suit, surfacing and holding a pitch-black high-tech oval-shaped device in my hand. I threw that thing onto the small boat. After coming ashore, I casually tossed the instrument onto the beach. Nearby, I had already piled up pitch-black precision instruments as tall as small mountains. These are the things Bai Ningbing mentioned. The enemy has deployed monitoring equipment along our national coastline. Now, all these deep, hard-to-find, and hard-to-recover instruments have been recovered. Then I started sending messages to Bai Ningbing. It's done. Soon, the other side came back too. So fast. No wonder you're Xiaojiu. I'll send someone to pick you up. I looked up at the sky, then messaged by Ningbing. Don't come today. It's gonna rain here in a torrential downpour. I'll stay on the island for a day. Wait until the storm stops. Come pick me up tomorrow. By Ningbing replied, Are you okay alone? I filled the message with pride and words, looking down on anyone. As the Bo family's secret weapon, my potential is limitless. By Ningbing replied helplessly, Alright then be careful alone. After reading this message, I put away my communicator and quickly moved the monitoring devices to a place sheltered from wind and rain. But I had just finished doing it. Immediately after, a storm swept in like a raging storm. The sky was pitch black, as if it was about to collapse. Fierce winds raged, thunder and lightning clashed, and the rain poured down. Normally, a normal person would find a place to take shelter at this time, but I'm not a normal person. Facing the raging storm and turbulent waves, I actually prefer quiet even more. I completely ignored Bai Ningbing's warnings and plunged into the sea. After all, I had already eaten all my dry food and had to find food myself. To me, the ocean is like a self-service restaurant, with so many ingredients you can't count them all. I was completely obsessed with the ocean. Splash! Just as I leapt out of the water, I was still holding a stone slab fish in my arms, ready to swim back to shore. But suddenly, a wave 10 meters high crashed toward me. Before he could even cry out in shock, the overwhelming waves slammed in, and he closed his eyes and was completely knocked out. Meanwhile, the hopeless wilderness survival was under the attentive care of a group of staff. Grab a few items bought at the market, pick up some items drifting from the sea, then have a picnic, that's it. But when he arrives, he realizes it's not that simple. Not a single so-called big star or celebrity. Aside from his fourth sister, who just went viral at the top, the other guests on the variety show were all minor celebrities. Their ordinary friends and relatives didn't even know a single face. Their equipment was so basic they couldn't even afford props. The director of the variety show is still crazy, saying that since it's survival in the wilderness, you have to be pragmatic and not fool the audience. So after arriving on the island, not only did he confiscate all their electronic devices, like lighters and beauty boxes, everything was taken away. The southern tropical sun is strong and the UV rays are strong. There's no hope of applying sunscreen or using an umbrella. I'm almost completely sunburned off and the food is very basic, nothing but fish every day. And even the fish aren't many, because most of the guests in the team are kids from big cities. Who really has strong survival skills in the wild? Only Mei Danyao had previously served in the military and learned some survival skills in the wild. So over the past 2 days, all the guests' meals have relied on Mei Danyao's efforts to find ingredients. But with more people, the more people get shared, so even those who have no hope of complaining, the damn Bai Shuizhu, haven't had any extras. It was even worse than during military training. The only consolation was that fourth sister was so powerful and outstanding in her abilities, making this originally niche variety show suddenly popular in a niche variety show. Mei Danyao played the role of a mother in the team, because she can climb trees to pick coconuts and jump into the sea to fish, and she's also great at cooking and daily life. Compared to others, she's so versatile and perfect, so she's gained a huge wave of fans. No Hope is also because she's Mei Danyao's younger brother. She set up the image of a well-behaved little brother. Although she can't do anything except eat, because of their sibling relationship, compared to the other guests it feels much more natural. If things keep developing like this, it wouldn't be so bad. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Who would have thought a sudden storm would hit yesterday? Because the storm came so suddenly, no one was prepared. The hard-earned ingredients were all swept away by the waves. Even the tools everyone painstakingly crafted for fishing and catching ingredients were mostly destroyed by the storm. Mei Shi, having witnessed the terror of storms firsthand, was deeply afraid of nature. Just thinking about having to stay on this deserted island for 5 days was enough. She felt completely unwell and immediately started leaving the room. She quietly pulled Mei Dantang aside and said with a bitter face, "Fourth sister, can we go back? This place is not fun at all. The storm is terrifying. Isn't the filming equipment malfunctioning now? Why not tell the director that we should go back?" Mei Dantang looked at Mei Wangxi, who was almost tanned and skinless, looking listless, pale and thin, with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. She was very satisfied with the result. In fact, she had long known about the authenticity of this variety show. The director is straightforward and emphasizes authentic experiences. Mei Wangxi arrived, but she definitely couldn't endure such hardship and was driven mad. Mei Wangxi was driven mad, and Mei Dantang achieved the effect she wanted. She was a very bad person. The greatest joy in this life is watching others eat without suffering. She needed to maintain a humble and proper image outside, and had long been fed up. When she got home, she could fully be herself and fully unleash her true nature. And Mei Qishi was someone she rarely cared about. That's why she wanted to use this variety show to mess with her. Seeing her looking so embarrassed and begging for mercy, Mei Dantang was very pleased. The only regret now is that Mei can get me involved too. That brat is so arrogant. Not even the flowers or red carpet can attract me. Mei Dantang still had to think of how to mess with me, so she wouldn't kneel down and cry and beg for mercy, and then she'd be gone. And just then, the director, who had been working with the crew on Tang equipment, suddenly burst into joy. The equipment was ready. Mei Shiwang and Wen Yen widened their eyes and suddenly turned to look at the director. At that moment, the director was calling out to the guests. Everyone, the live streaming equipment is fixed. Now let's start the film. Everyone, get ready. Mei Wangxi was so angry she was anxiously cursing beside her. Is this guy crazy? Can we rest for a bit before filming? Isn't it exhausting to keep streaming? But the director doesn't care about them because the live stream was paused for a while because of the storm. She was extremely anxious. The equipment was already fixed, so she quickly asked the staff to turn on the live stream equipment. The camera went straight to the most popular Mei Shiwang and Mei Danyao. Danyao, Wang, pay attention, the live stream is starting. At this moment, Mei Wangxi's mind was suddenly filled with chaos, plus a herd of grass mud horses rushing forward. As soon as the live stream started, the chat was flooded with comments. It was terrifying. The stream actually restarted. Looks like everyone is fine. Terrified. Yesterday, the storm suddenly hit. Even through the screen, I was scared. Whoa, Sister Yao. I'm so glad you're okay. When the camera pointed to Mei Shiwang, although angry, she immediately put on a pitiful face and said to Mei Danyao, "Fourth sister, I'm so hungry. We haven't even eaten today. Let's go get a few fish to eat." Mei Danyao gracefully rolled up her sleeves, then smiled at the guests. The fishing gear is gone. Remaking it is quite troublesome, and the storm came. There should be quite a few fish or berets near the shore. Let's all look for them together. Mei Dan took the lead, and the other guests started moving too. Listening to Sister Yao, Mei Wang didn't want to move at all. She didn't even want to touch the seawater. Afraid of losing skin, they simply stood by the shore as a cheerleader. Everyone, keep it up. I'll be your cheerleader. Keep it up. Some guests saw Mei hoping to be alone on the shore and looked a bit unhappy. Why is it only that kid acting special? It's been 2 days, and I haven't seen him work at all. Don't talk nonsense. He has a sister spoiling him, and thanks to Mei Danyao we can only eat our fill. He left with a burden to show that he was different from Mei Shiwang. That guest even took a few extra steps toward the deep sea, hoping to try her luck and find something big. This was a female guest who was resting her head and happened to see something dark floating on the sea surface. I thought it was a sea fish killed by waves. I thought I was going to catch a big fire this time, so I hurried over to scoop it up, but after flipping the big fish over, I immediately screamed. Right next to me was the live broadcast camera, with countless viewers watching. I didn't want to reveal my strength at all. After all, I was afraid of being criticized by the bureau's higher-ups, so I planned to imitate Mei and play weak to minimize my presence, then take the opportunity to bring my fourth sister back. Besides, with so many people present, I'm not worried at all that Mei Danyao won't let me eat, because I found that whenever he's in front of outsiders, Mei Laosi is especially good at pretending friendly. He's a typical good-natured person. People like him definitely can't bear to let their own poor weak younger brother go. As expected, I had just called out when Mei Danyao came over with a soft, flawless smile. She placed several washed moon shells in front of me and said, "I found a few shells. Xiao Zhou, you handle them for now." I glanced at the moon shells. She said to Mei Danyao, "It's still fresh." Mei Danyao sighed. "Ah, there's nothing I can do. Yesterday's storm extinguished the fire I had finally gotten and soaked the dry wood I picked up was soaked by the rain. Now I can't start a new fire right away. You should just make do for now." Although Mei Danyao looks regretful on the surface, I'm always sensitive to people's aura. I quickly saw through Mei Laoxi's true nature. When he saw me wanting to eat a cake, he was overjoyed, while others could only eat raw food. Everyone looked worried. "Oh my god. What should we do now? No fire, will we have to eat raw meat from now on? Little Nine brother, if you really can't eat, maybe we'll wait and figure out a way to make a fire and roast it." But I decisively refused, saying no need. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I pried open each of the moon cups one by one, slurped them down, and in the blink of an eye, ate all the shell meat inside. For a moment, everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Really eating it raw. Mei Shiwang was like a ghost, standing far away, but her eyes were secretly fixed on me. When she saw me eat the shell meat raw, her expression twisted involuntarily. Mei Shiwang suddenly felt devastated. She was actually a brother to someone like me. If others misunderstood, she'd be one of those savages. If she really wanted to stab me with 2 knives, she wouldn't have it. At this moment, the live comments started flooding the thread. "Awesome. Little Nine little brother, if there's something to eat, won't you get parasites?" After I finished eating, I looked at Mei Danyao, who was just as surprised. licked her lips and said pleadingly, "Fourth sister, do you have more? This isn't enough for me to fill my teeth." Mei Daniao saw that I didn't react at all, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "It seems you can't use the same hopeless method against me. I'm just a person in a blank eye." Mei Daniao was scheming inside but outwardly looked apologetic and guilty, saying to me, "I'm sorry, Xiaojiu. It's sister who is useless. I only found a few shells." I whispered a little complaint, "You're pretty useless. I really missed the big stone slab I caught yesterday." But my voice was very soft, so others didn't hear me. But Mei Daniao's hearing was especially sharp. She heard me clearly about paying. Mei Daniao's forehead veins were bulging as if they were about to burst. "That brat, I'm already good at it, yet you still dare to complain." Of all things, in front of outsiders, Mei Daniao couldn't lose her temper. I didn't want to draw too much attention. She hid her true thoughts and acted like a normal person, acting as caring and obedient as she said, "Fourth sister, I was just joking with you earlier. I don't eat much. After eating these shells, I'm already full." But I finished speaking, but my stomach seemed to be protesting on purpose, rumbling and starting to sing again. Everyone immediately stared at my stomach in unison. Are we really full? So everyone's eyes turned to Mei Daniao. "You'll still have to keep working hard for me." The next second, Mei Daniao immediately composed herself and gave a flawless smile again. She patted my head. "Xiaojiu, if you haven't eaten enough, just say so. Don't worry so much. Fourth sister will go make you some food." After all, the character is meant to create the perfect goddess. Of course, being good to your brother is a must of course. I saw Mei Daniao so angry she was about to cough up blood. Yet she pretended to smile. I couldn't describe how happy I felt inside, because I was helping AI. So the guests always take special care of me. When they find something to eat, they'll share some with me first. Plus, I'm attractive, sweet-talking, smile at everyone, and when I open my mouth, thank my uncle and aunt. When I say it, thank my brothers and sisters. Even Mei Wang, when I come, I just stick to Mei Daniao. Compared to other unknown and indifferent younger brothers, I was clearly more in tune with everyone's feelings. Over time, people became more willing to revolve around me, which made Mei Wang both envious and eager to see him. Before long, I saw Mei Daniao walking toward us holding a crab. Mei Shiwang's eyes lit up and she immediately went up to him, looking aggrieved again. She said, "Fourth sister, I'm so hungry. My stomach is growling." Mei Daniao usually disliked Mei Wang's way of doing things, but this time, he said nothing, just handed her the lively big crab and said with a smile, "Take it and eat." The crab was already handed to her, and he tried to pinch her with big pincers. Mei Hope was startled, her face turned pale. "This is raw, how can you eat it?" Mei Daniao shrugged. "No choice, we can't light the fire or cook it right now. If you're really hungry, just eat raw. Isn't there always a way to eat raw tobacco along the coast?" Mei Qishi absolutely couldn't accept the way she ate raw cigarettes. She wasn't even her eye, so she looked pitifully at Mei Daniao and acted spoiled, saying, "Fourth sister, I can't eat raw. Try to think of a way to eat it cooked." "I want to eat it cooked." With no other choice, Mei Daniao decisively refused, then walked over to me with a barely noticeable mischievous smile and said, "Xiaojiu, it's not popular now. No one can eat these things. Can you eat them?" I looked at the big crab that almost touched my face. I thought to myself, Mei Laosi probably wants to see me get caught by a crab to be happy. I snorted coldly, reached out to grab it, and then broke it open with both hands. With a crack, I split the crab in half and I stuffed the other half straight into my mouth. The hard crab shell crackled from my bite. The viewers in the live stream were absolutely blown away. Awesome, my little brother ate the shell and meat together. The real-life back view was amazing, absolutely incredible. This must be real eating, not a prop. Mei Daniao saw me eat the crab in no time. Her eyelids twitched, and she said with a half-smile, "Xiaojiu, you can eat raw crab? That's impressive." I brushed it off. What's the big deal? But in her heart, she thought, in the past, when I went out on missions, I ate everything in full force. Before rescue arrived, to survive, I had eaten earthworms. Compared to crabs, they were practically a delicacy. Mei Daniao squinted, wanting me to eat some pancakes. It's really not easy to meet. That night, the guests finally got fired up again, but unfortunately, there weren't many edible ones. Even filling their stomachs was tough. Everyone gathered around a pile of sea shrimp and shellfish with long whiskers, waiting to see and searching all day. I only found this little food. No choice. The fishing gear I finally made was swept away by a storm yesterday. Now I can't catch any fish, so I can only pick up some things by the seaside. I see everyone looking worried and a bit guilty. She looked at them apologetically and said softly, "Sorry, everyone." Even knowing there was so little food when you were looking for food, you gave me a lot. Mei Chi Wang couldn't help but sneer at the scene. Brother Xiaojiu, since you know you're sorry for everyone and were enjoying the meal just now you're saying it too much after the fact. I see Mei Hope needs to be tidied up again, and I really want to hit him directly. But this time, I want to live a low-key life. Hitting someone is too conspicuous and easily becomes a topic of conversation. So I kept copying her usual routine, blinking and chattering. Actually, I'm fine. At least I helped out with the work later. It's better than doing nothing. Mei Chang's face instantly darkened. Mei Xiaojiu, what do you mean by this? I look innocent. What's wrong? You're taking it on again. Mei Danyao came out and stopped the two of us. Alright, why are you two still arguing? She's still that kind and good older sister figure. She said to the two of us. Instead of fighting, it's better to find something to eat. Does anyone have any good ideas? Mei Chishi still stuck to her younger brother's life. Wink at Mei Danyao and act spoiled. I listened to fourth sister. Others don't have much opinion either. Either go to the island's woods to catch game. Aren't they all ready-made food? As soon as I said this, Mei Shiwang rolled her eyes at me again. Brother Xiaojiu, you make it sound so easy. Do you think those foods are just fools waiting for you to grab? But to me, they really are, because I'm so fast. The movements of other animals before my eyes are as if they're frozen in place. But I have to keep a low profile. Forget it, this time I won't argue with Mei Shiwang. Just as I decided to stay away from the outsiders, a bell suddenly rang. What is that sound? Everyone looked around in confusion, and the viewers in the livestream also became puzzled. Why is there a phone ringtone? Didn't the production team take away the phone from the start? Isn't this a blooper? Ha ha ha. They also said to be pragmatic and verified. That's it. Then, everyone saw me boldly take out my communicator and naturally check the message. It turned out it was from Bai Ningbin, telling me not to worry about exposure. I was having fun with the show. Seeing this news, I couldn't help but feel that Bai Ningbin was just my lucky money. I was just thinking about my status and not stooping to Mei Shiwang's level, but Bai Ningbin told me to let myself go, showing off his skills. At that moment, the director hurried over, his scalp tingling. How can you carry a phone with you? I asked in return. Who doesn't carry a phone nowadays? The director explained with a wry smile, but we're currently in the wilderness survival zone. You can't use your phone, otherwise what's survival? I'll give you your phone. I've already checked the messages, and these days are basically a holiday, so there's no need to check messages anymore. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Remind me again. Absolutely no more modern tools, you know? After the director leaves, Mei Wangxi will start acting suspicious of me again. Brother Xiaojiu, do you know you almost ruined this show? Isn't it common sense that there should be no communication devices in survival in the wilderness? The director strives for authenticity, but you keep holding us back. I have no limits and am starting to return to my true self. Can you stop whining all the time? You deserve a beating, right? Mei Wangxi's eyes widened. Mei Xiaojiu, what did you say? As soon as he said that, Mei Danyao, who was watching the show, changed her mind. The other guests also stared at me with ghost-like expressions. Oh my, why does it feel like the well-behaved and cute little brother has turned dark? I stood up energetically. Raise your hand and point at Mei Hope. Start roasting. Mei Hope, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Are you crazy? The other guests were also startled by my attitude. Someone hurriedly pulled me along, worried and asking, Xiaojiu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want to rest? But I turned to the guest and said seriously, Sister Lin Shan, I'm not feeling unwell. On the contrary, I'm in great shape right now. I even want to go into the sea and catch a few for trial classes. Honestly, the things you found today aren't very good. Just wait, I'll let you have a big feast tonight. Everyone exchanged glances. Oh no, this kid is already talking nonsense. Should we send him back first and hurry to the hospital to get a good diagnosis? At this moment, Mei Shiwang said with a dark face, Mei Xiaojiu, can you please stop going crazy? Fourth sister, you better deal with Mei Xiaojiu. Mei Qishi doesn't dare to control me anymore, because I said hitting people really is a good idea. She can only pin her hopes on Mei Danyao. That way, even if they argue, she won't be the one getting hit. Mei Danyao has no reason or hope. Her gaze kept watching me with interest. Her reaction was completely different from the others, not questioning. Instead, she smiled and asked, Xiaojiu, can you really let us have a big meal tonight? And Ban Yun, fourth sister. Mei Wangwang was shocked to hear Mei Danyao agree with me. Others were also surprised by Mei Danyao's question. Someone said, Sister Yao, Xiaojiu must be joking to liven up the atmosphere. Don't take it seriously. Actually, Mei Danyao was also skeptical about what I said, but looking at me and saying, it's fine. I believe Xiao Zhou can do it. And what she was thinking was true. I said it myself so she could take the opportunity to elevate me and lose face. That way, I definitely have to roll in the sea. I know Mei Danyao little scheme, but I don't care. Raise it a little. You guys don't believe me, huh? Just wait and see. I'm gonna catch it now. You all just wait to eat grilled grouper. Saying that, I walked toward the seaside. This really scared the guests. Xiao Zhou, wait, you really have to go? The sea is dangerous at night. There are reefs, whirlpools, and lots of seaweed. If you get tripped, you're in trouble. Before they could finish, I dove into the sea in the blink of an eye. After I jumped in, the guests rushed over. I thought Xiao Zhou was looking for her on the shore. But why did she go straight into the front sea? Is it really safe like that? Don't worry, Sister Yao said it would work, and if Xiao Zhou said she could do it, then she definitely would. But wait, was Xiao Zhou underwater for too long? Was she not even breathing? At this point, the director started to get anxious and hurried over to Mei Danyao. Danyao, Xiao Zhou is really fine. It's been so long, and she still hasn't floated. Mei Danyao's thin lips pressed together, and now her face was gone. Her usual relaxed and mild smile was now fixed deeply on the sea, but she scanned the sea surface and still didn't see me surface to breathe. I had never surfaced since I started diving. Time flew by, and at this moment nearly 15 minutes had passed since I dived. Mei Danyao, who always handled everything with ease, felt a bit uneasy at this moment. Could something really have happened? That brat had sworn so confidently that she wouldn't be in danger for real. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Look, something is floating, but it's not moving. Something's off. Oh no, could that be Xiao Zhou? Just as the guests were getting anxious, there was a bang. Everyone looked in and saw that Mei Danyao had jumped into the sea. In the sea, Mei Danyao swam quickly toward the floating object. But it wasn't because she was worried about me, her brother. Mei Danyao considered herself very selfish and self-interested. She knew well that if something happened to her on the production team, her acting career would definitely suffer a major blow. And not only will my career suffer, but when I get home, I might even face questioning from my eldest sister. It's fine for me to eat cakes, but she can't push myself up too, because if I suffer a double blow to my career and family, that wouldn't be worth it. However, when she swam to the floating object and flipped it over, she realized it wasn't me at all, but a shark. The shark was battered and battered, unable even to fight this shark. Should she leave quickly? After all, career and family are important, but herself is what matters most. Just as Mei Danyao was about to back out and leave, something suddenly leapt out of the sea right in front of her. Water splashed everywhere, waves crashed everywhere, and the icy seawater splashed Mei Danyao's face. I tilted my head, clutching a few groupers I'd knocked out from my fighting, along with other deep-sea fish. I was really surprised to see Mei Danyao approaching. Fourth sister, why did you come to the sea too? Come see if you're dead. Don't mess around. If you die, I won't be able to explain myself. After hearing that, my face fell. I complained, Mei Laosi, can you hope for me to be a little better? I realized that compared to Mei Laosi, the usually plain eldest sister now looks like an angel. Mei Danyao didn't care. Her smile bright, but her words cold. I don't like you, so why should I wish you well? This time, I didn't hold back and tossed several fish weighing dozens of pounds to her. Then suddenly threw the fish at her. Mei Danyao was almost pushed into the water, but luckily her stamina far surpassed that of ordinary people, so she barely caught it. Then she laughed angrily and said, Mei Xiaozhou, you're asking for death. I saw Mei Danyao still swim while holding a fish weighing dozens of jin. A bit surprised and deeply regretful. Why didn't I throw you down? Mei Danyao sneered. Sorry, you picked me up. You were born with outstanding physical ability, not something ordinary people can match. The guests on the shore breathed a sigh of relief when they saw me float up. Then someone started to wonder again. Why are Xiao Zhou and Sister Yao floating on the sea all the time? Seems like they're chatting. Look, Xiao Zhou really caught a fish, and Sister Yao even helped Xiao Zhou hold the fish. Someone else started to sigh. Sister Yao is really a good sister. Yes, you can tell the siblings have a really good relationship. You stay here and watch. I'll go catch another round in the sea. After saying this to Mei Danyao, I planned to keep diving into the sea. Who would have thought? Before I could dive into the sea, Mei Danyao grabbed my wrist tightly. She frowned and said, You still don't think it's enough? With these fish plus shrimp, crabs, and shellfish caught on the shore, everyone has enough to eat. Not enough. I can handle a few by myself. My thought was, since we're here, why not catch more now? Isn't it a letdown to the abundance of sea's resources? Seeing that I still wouldn't give up, Mei Danyao cleared her forehead and began to exhale again. She took a deep breath and glanced in the direction where the shark was floating. Mei Xiaojiu, are you blind? Did you see that shark? There's something in this water. The shark is already like this. If you accidentally run into it, are you waiting for me to clean you up? Shark. I tilted my head and glanced at the shark around Mei Daniao. Then she calmly said, you said she was beaten up like this by me. I was fishing in the sea, and she insisted on freeloading what I had. So unfair. I'll beat her up first, and later drag the shark up too. Although shark meat is especially fishy, the shark fin is still quite good. As soon as she said this, Mei Daniao's eyelids twitched sharply. You beat a shark like this in the sea. At least a shark in the sea should at least have a good fight. It's just so disgraceful. Mei Daniao realized she really needed to take a closer look at me. This brat. My fighting power seems to be unusually strong. I won't waste words with Mei Daniao anymore. I'll shake off her hand, or else don't waste any more time. I dragged the fish and sharks ashore. I went to see what fish there were. After saying that, I dove into the sea. Mei Daniao saw that I lost interest in the blink of an eye, so she glanced at the barely breathing sharks on the surface and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alright, this brat has gone into the sea. Only the ocean overlord fears his backlash, so there's no need to worry about his safety. Mei Daniao returned to shore with my first wave of loot. The guests were so shocked when they saw the fish in her hands that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Everyone gathered around. Oh my god! Sister Yao, you caught so many fish. On my first day I really failed. Wow, coming to this deserted island. I've never been this wealthy. Where's Xiaojiu? Why didn't he come back with him? In front of outsiders, Mei Daniao returned to her noble lady demeanor, patiently answering everyone's questions. All these fish were caught by Xiaojiu, and since he was worried it wouldn't be enough for everyone, he planned to catch more. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the female guest. He laughed and asked, who among you is good at swimming? Come with me again. There's also a shark, but it's too deep, so we bring it back together. Everyone was shocked. That's ridiculous. Just half an hour ago, they were still jumping around the basic food line, so how come now they're eating grouper and shark fin? Xiaojiu still has to catch another round. Will they be able to eat sea cucumber, abalone, and king crab later? At this moment, the live stream chat was exploding. Props? Who would believe this isn't props? Wow, turns out the production team spent all their money on this. What a huge budget. And there are even sharks. Maybe we'll have to catch a tuna later? The staff saw the netizens all go wild. He hurriedly asked the director, what's going on? Do you have this arrangement? But doesn't this go against the immersive experience we promoted earlier? The director was also at a loss and hurried over to Mei Daniao. Daniao, what's going on? All these fish were really caught by Xiaojiu alone. If Mei Daniao had said it was just her and her brother fishing together, it wouldn't be this ridiculous. Mei Daniao looked at the director's incredulous expression and laughed. I was floating on the surface all along, and only Xiaojiu was diving. If he wasn't the one catching it, who else could help him? At this moment, Mei Daniao, still recovering from her shock, bit her lip and said, maybe she went to the market to buy it. Then she pretended to be catching it herself to build her persona. Mei Wangxi would never believe I could catch these fish. This is simply ridiculous. Damn it, opening the door to absurdity. It's absolutely absurd. Hearing this, Mei Daniao's eyes swept over to Mei Shiwang. Her smile is gentle, her language sharp. Woof woof. Have you forgotten this is the uninhabited southern waters? The nearest friend's coast is 4 or 5 hours away by boat. Do you think she'll be happy? Mei Hope was so choked up she couldn't speak, but unwilling to give up, she added. Maybe she had the supply ship stay nearby and then quietly went over to fetch fire. Mei Daniao pointed toward the sea. Then take a look and see where the supply ships are. Mei Sisi gritted his teeth. How could I see this pitch dark? Mei Xiaojiu was taking advantage of the chaos when no one was watching, which made it easier to cheat. Mei Daniao was completely speechless and could only nod awkwardly. You think so, right? After a while, the sharp-eyed guest immediately noticed a small figure suddenly surface. Look, Xiaojiu is back. In the blink of an eye, I swam back to the shore. This time, I was holding a tuna about the size of my person in one hand. With the other hand, he pulled a set of tongues made of seaweed. The rope was covered with sea fish and big crabs. The guests immediately gathered around. Gold and Joy, you caught so many fish again. What is this? It looks a bit like tuna. I calmly said it was tuna. Lucky I encountered it. This thing usually dwells in the deep sea. I don't know how it ended up near the Forbidden Island. Tuna meat is delicious, and the portions are huge, enough for everyone to eat several meals. The guests were all shocked. Wow, it really is tuna. Even they thought it was a prop this time. But looking at the director, oh my, his mouth was already wide open to swallow an ostrich egg. He was even more shocked than they were. Looks like it was my personal action, unrelated to the production team. A female guest volunteered to help me get the tuna. Ha ha ha. Little nine brother, you've worked hard. I'll help you carry it. But the moment she took the tuna from my hands, with a bang, both hands were pressed down, and her legs dropped to the ground. The female guest's companions started mocking. Luo Yifun, what's going on? You can't even lift a single fish. Luo Yifun was pinned to the ground by a tuna. Startled, I threw it to the sky. This fish is so heavy. My companion didn't believe me. Are you kidding? 100 or 200 kilograms. I went over and was about to lift the tuna. But when she tried to lift it with one hand, she couldn't lift it. Then she used both hands to slightly lift the fish's heart. But it was too heavy and quickly put it back. Fortunately, Luo Yifun reacted quickly and quickly pulled his hand away, sparing the fish from being pinned down again. She cursed, Zhang Yuning, you want to cripple my hand? She put down the fish again. Zhang Yuning innocently said, I didn't mean to. This fish is really heavy, you can't even lift it alone. The other male guests couldn't help but argue after hearing this. Luo Yifun, Zhang Yuning, and you guys are girls. You can't even lift a fish, so what use are you women? Luo Yifun and Zhang Yuning were not convinced. Do you think this fish is light? 100 or 200 kilograms. Okay? 4 or 5 of you guys can't lift it, but the male guests don't believe it. You guys just brag, but 4 or 5 guys still can't lift it. Then the male guests try to lift the fish, but they really can't even lift it. The female guests see that the male guests can't even shake the tuna at all, let alone hold it. I immediately straightened my back. The male guests looked at me in surprise. Xiaojiu, how did you drag such a heavy fish back? And with just one hand? That arm strength is a bit incredible. Facing everyone's questions, of course I wouldn't say, our batch of carefully selected test subjects back then used daily weight-bearing training, wasn't it over 1,000 gene? In lab terms, that's how it is. Fourth sister Mei Danyao secretly laughed to herself. If everyone working in the countryside could be like me, carrying hundreds of gene of fish with one hand, their dragon kingdom would be #1 in the world long ago. Only these people have no concept of weight. That's why they believe me. At the same time, fourth sister was certain that the person handing over to them said I was from the countryside, which must be lying. I definitely wasn't from the countryside. My speed and strength far surpassed ordinary people, so it must be the result of special training. Maybe I still have a military background, but there's no hope that I'm not as smart as fourth sister. She believed my nonsense. I walked over. He reached out to take the fish and crab from my hand, smiling and saying, Xiaojiu, thank you for your hard work. Can you move the tuna to the fire? Sure, I'll hook the gills with one hand. No one else can move the tuna. I actually lifted it up so easily. I walked briskly toward the campfire, and I didn't go back on my word. Everyone had a hearty meal. The guests all sat on the floor stuffed, their stomachs looking like they had beer on it. Xiaojiu, this time we really owe you enough to have enough to eat. With Xiaojiu here, we won't have to worry about food for the next few days. Xiaojiu, love you. But my gaze seemed to be fixed on the forest on the island. Someone was curious. Xiaojiu, what are you looking at? I turned around and said to everyone, are you all really full now? A little. Do you want to help digest food after meals? Sure, how do you digest? I saw the light of Yaya Jade shining in my eyes, pointing to the pitch-black forest behind me. Let's go to the back forest and catch some game. As soon as I said this, my face went wild. The guests stared at me wide-eyed. I felt like the surroundings suddenly went quiet, still not sure what was going on. His head tilted, a bit confused. Why are you all silent? Still hopeless, can't hold back first. He cursed. No, Xiaojiu, are you crazy? I couldn't be bothered to waste words and reached out to grab Hopeless' collar. He clenched his fist and asked, no hope, are you asking for trouble? Hopeless screamed in fright. Fourth sister couldn't help but sigh without a single bite. He realized that this rascal really doesn't care about the camera or what others think. He went over and pried my hand apart, acting like a good older sister, and lectured, Xiaojiu, don't leave my collar so easily. We need to be more civilized. Also, why go to the forest so late at night? So dangerous. What's there to be afraid of? But inside I was complaining wildly. When I used to be alone in the rainforest for half a month on missions, I never encountered anything. Even snakes, insects, rats, ants, jackals, tigers or cats. I just ate whatever I saw. But after doing this, the wild animals from afar caught my scent and didn't dare approach. You made me survive by eating earthworms. I didn't bite alone and shrugged. You're not afraid, but everyone is. I looked at everyone and tilted my head asking, are you scared? The guests looked at each other. Please enter the forest late at night. Who isn't scared? Someone smiled kindly and said to me, Xiao Jiu, let's not go to the forest tonight. We don't know the terrain of the forest, nor do we know how fierce there are. Even if we don't encounter a beast, we might step on a snake. That's still hard to handle. I was even more confused. How could stepping on a snake be so hard to handle? Isn't that nature's gift? Perfect time for a barbecue. Everyone was speechless again. Wow, in this kid's eyes, there's nothing that can't be eaten. At that moment, Meidan leaned close to my ear and cursed in a voice only the two of us could hear. No one, Xiao Jiu, please use your brain. Do you think everyone has the same constitution as you? If something happens when everyone goes in tonight, you won't be able to go to the forest for the next few days. Still, I didn't bite alone and hit my weak spot. As soon as I heard everyone was injured, we couldn't go to the forest. I immediately gave up the idea. Alright, I won't go. Everyone was surprised when I suddenly changed my mind. How did this brat suddenly change his mind? Everyone looked again at the smiling Meijio without a single bite, feeling moved again. Sister Yao and Xiao Jiu's younger brother are really close. The sister is gentle and considerate. The brother is well-behaved and sensible, so sweet. No Hope stared at Maidu Dan Bite with a resentful gaze. She's really annoyed right now. Doesn't fourth sister hate Xiao Jiu so much? Why is she still so in love with me? It's like they get along so well. No, fourth sister's younger brother is just hopeless. Without Xiao Jiu, what's the point? She hurried to squeeze between the two of us. Then she linked arms with the one who didn't bite alone, coquettishly saying, Fourth sister, my stomach is so full right now. Come with me to the beach for a walk to help digest food. Actually, without a single bite, I prefer straightforward people, and dislike those who are pretentious. And Wuchi was like her mom, both typical pretentious characters. Yet now she had gotten even worse, clinging to her in a coquettish voice, making her hair stand on end. She really wanted to delete her, but now she was a celebrity. It's also the peak of her career, and every move is under scrutiny. She can't afford to make mistakes, so she suppresses the urge to punch people and keeps maintaining her good sister image. Alright, there's nothing going on, so taking a walk is nice. Xiao Jiu, do you want to come along? If you don't bite alone, you want to pull me up because I tend to have a sharp eyebrow. If the two of us get together, it won't be long before we start arguing. Then she can both watch the fun and keep to herself. Unfortunately, I'm not buying it. After I couldn't go to the forest, I started squatting on the ground playing in the sand. I don't want to go, so you guys go ahead. I didn't bite my eyelid and twitched, so angry I started complaining inside. This kid doesn't fall for it, hopeless, but can't wait for it. Wu Kuei laughed and said, Brother Xiao Jiu, then I'll go for a walk with fourth sister. I ignored her with a, I want to go. Just go or not. Get lost. No Hope and no one ignored me, continuing to pester me without a single bite, and said in a coquettish voice, Fourth sister, let's go. Got goosebumps all over but no single bite. Looks hopeless, clenched fists loudly, but there's nothing to be done. No single bite and no hope to leave. The director is a bit troubled. The live streaming equipment is only one set, and now the top star of the production team has left. Logically, they should chase after them without a single bite, but I'm a newcomer who also attracts traffic and is very popular, which makes it hard for him to choose. The director looked at the squatting sand playing in the sand, thought about it and said no hope. I probably won't make any big moves, and besides, I can't argue with anyone, so there's no point in discussion. So the director waved his hand and went to chase after the order. The director and staff ran off and the other guests saw it. It's a bit sad. Not being famous is really miserable. Once Sister Yao left, we completely lost all popularity. No choice, she was just a little crazy person with no real backing. Sister Yao coming here is already a stroke of luck. At least by following her, we've gained more exposure now. That's true. People should be content. Everyone comforted themselves for a moment, then turned their attention to me, who was squatting on the ground digging sand. In the blink of an eye, I actually dug up a small hill, and everyone was amazed. Xiao Jiu, what are you doing? I looked up, my eyes shining as I said to everyone, pile up sand. Would you like to join us and play? There's no hope for the proud little brother's life to be happy right now. With no hope, she launched a cruel and inhumane mental torment on Mei Danyao. Fourth sister, look up at the sky. The stars are so beautiful. Fourth sister, look. There's a shell in the sand. Let's pick up the shells. Fourth sister. Mei Danyao listened to those wave-like cries of fourth sister, feeling herself teetering on the edge of violence. Damn. She finally understood why I said I had no hope and deserved a beating. Wasn't this just asking for a beating? Not just Mei Danyao, even the viewers watching the livestream couldn't stand it. Mei Wangwang's coquettish voice was triggered. Then the chat was flooded with complaints. I can't take it. Mei Wangwang, can you speak normally? Isn't you really forceful? How could a normal little brother talk to his sister like that? Seriously, it's so fake. My brother dares to talk to me like that. I raised and lowered the way and punched him twice. Can you cut the camera to the other guests? It's really boring. Sister Yao is too kind. She can tolerate this. I'd rather watch little Nine play with sand. Not wanting to hear Mei Chang's post here. The staff couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing netizens protesting, they took the opportunity to say to the director, "Director Lee, should we go back and film Xiaojiu? There's nothing good to film here, and netizens aren't happy to watch." The director was the same, watching so much he almost threw up his leftover food. He made a snap decision and immediately ran off without stopping. Mei Shiwang was stunned when he saw this. Why did the work team run off? Mei Danyao was furiously complaining inside. Don't you have any sense of self? But you still maintain a good image. Let's go for a walk for a while. The night is getting colder, so let's head back. There are no cameras to follow. Mei Wangxi didn't bother to keep wandering. Alright, but when she returned to the camp with Mei Danyao, but I was completely stunned. What the hell is this? A group of guests were busy digging up sand, watering it, and adding sand, while I stood in front of a huge, towering sandbar, continuing to add bricks and tiles on it. I built a castle, and the craftsmanship was especially meticulous. The director and staff who came back were stunned. Wow, they just went out for a while. What on earth happened here? How did such a huge and exquisite sand castle suddenly come into being? Netizens were also amazed and boiling over. Damn silly, wow, I missed out on 100 million. Is this something Xiao Zhou piled up? So beautiful. What are you going to use to compensate for my wasted time? Damn. Isn't this 10,000 times better than having no hope of getting rich there? A look of surprise flashed in Mei Danyao's eyes. She clearly hadn't expected me to build castles out of sand, and how to build them like art. She strode over to me. A netizen joked, "Xiaojiu, you built it up." I replied casually as I piled up the sand. Yes, Mei Danyao raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to have such a skill. I could hear Mei Danyao's genuine admiration. I smiled proudly. What is this? I have plenty of skills, Mei Danyao asked with a smile. Then what other skills do you have? Fourth sister is very curious. I was about to say more, but noticed Mei Laoxi's big fox kiss revealed, and I immediately leaned in. After a pause, Yu looked at her and said, "I won't tell you." Although Mei Danyao doesn't like me, she's very interested in my secrets, so she made the move on me. She shouted, "I'm your sister. Is there anything you can't tell your sister? Tell me." Xiaojiu, fourth sister, really wants to know. I heard Mei Danyao's sticky voice. Goosebumps fell all over the floor, and the castle I had just built was almost smashed by my punch. My face instantly fell. I asked the clever Mei Danyao, "You really want to know?" Fourth sister wagging her big tail and smiling. "Xiaojiu, what else can you know? Tell me." I keep a blank face. I can also score single, pick 0. Fourth sister, do you know? Baba's vegetables are all especially delicious. Mei Danyao covered her mouth. Could it be? Sorry to bother you. I'm feeling a bit nauseous right now. The viewers in the live stream room were instantly driven crazy by my outrageous move. Then the chat flooded in. Damn, I'm still eating. Now hearing it makes me want to vomit. Little Nine is so wild and uninhibited. So calm. I really like this little Nine brother. Come more from now on. The taste upstairs is a bit strong. Ha ha ha. Sister Yao is embarrassed, so funny. Mei Wangxi beside her was about to lose her temper. Damn Mei Xiaojiu, if she doesn't focus on rebranding for attention, will she be full of eyes? Staying fine isn't good. Why do you have to build a castle and write random things? How much do you want to attract attention? She trembled all over as she walked toward Mei Danyao, trying to pull her sister over. But because Messi was watching the road, he accidentally got tripped by sand, causing everyone's morale to panic and crash straight toward the castle. The castle made of sand was instantly pushed away by Messi's gaze, destroyed in an instant. Messi Wang's mind exploded, thinking, "Oh no." He hurriedly got up to explain that he didn't mean to. Then I heard my annoyed voice come from above. "Messi Wang, why do you love to cause trouble?" Messi Wang listens to me slandering him. Furious, I suddenly got up from the ground. Mei Xiaojiu, who did the sabotage? I saw Messi looking like he'd been wronged, almost like he'd seen a lunatic. I pointed to the castle on the ground and asked in return, "Isn't this your fault? Or is it his own fault?" Messi was furious. "Even though I broke it, I was careless. How can you be so cautious? I fell and you didn't worry about me. You only cared about your own pile of sand." I let out a frustrated sound. Then he muttered quietly, "Who knows if you were careless? When I was at home before, I was drawing for the old man, and you pretended to fall to try to break it. I've never heard of the story of coming the wolf. Besides, this isn't sand. It's like he's being piled up into a castle. It gives it meaning and value, and this is something I built together with everyone. If you break it, you don't even get paid for it. So rude. Messi always thought I was just a puncher. But who knew my little mouth was so talkative? After this long speech, Messi Wong didn't even know where to start his rebuttal. But Messi Wong had a core technique, making unreasonable trouble. He stomped his feet on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and cried, saying, I didn't mean to. Mei Xiaojiu, you just want to slander me so everyone thinks I'm a scheming guy. You're too bad. Boo-hoo. Seeing this, I get irritated. Messi Hope, you're really a hairdryer expert, always sobbing. You did something wrong and didn't apologize, yet you still have the nerve? I haven't even done anything to you and you're already crying. Anyone who doesn't know better might think I'm bullying you. You clearly broke my castle, and I haven't even cried yet. I really hate people who turn the tables and blame me. My verbal attacks are maxed out. Messi looked at his fragile heart shattered by my blow, crying even louder. The audience saw this scene and started commenting, Family, I am guilty. The two brothers were arguing so fiercely, but I really want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Little Nine is amazing, he couldn't say a word to Messi Wong. How can this little mouth be so talkative? At first, when I saw Little Nine little brother, I thought he was very quiet and well-behaved, but it turned out he had a machine gun hanging from his mouth. If you don't like something, just tap it out. Ha ha ha, playing machine guns. Netizens, don't be too outrageous. Today, merit is restored. Meanwhile, Mei family Xia Rongyun watched the overwhelmingly supportive comments in the livestream. Mei, 2 points to you. He had always known his son wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Now, with the rising star Mei Danyao, his fourth sister took Wang Wang to variety shows. This was originally a great opportunity. If he performed so well, his son might break out of the spotlight and get out of jail smoothly, just as Mei Danyao said. First, he became a variety show star to gain attention in front of the public, then joined film crews to act. Once he became popular, he was firmly established in the entertainment industry. Wang Wang liked being in the spotlight, so as his mother, he paved the way for him. Xia Rongyun wanted Mei Chi Wang to successfully break out through variety shows this time. He even hired paid trolls and bought trending topics. A couple of days ago, he had his son bind to his fourth sister, Mei Danyao, to boost his persona, then had the trolls flood the chat and trend, successfully gaining a wave of followers for his son. Online, people started calling him Wang Wang Brother and National Brother. The momentum was just right, but on the third day, I suddenly appeared out of nowhere, completely ruining his plan. And because of me, his precious son got so many negative comments online. Why can't Mei Xiaojiu just die out there quietly? Xia Rongyu knew he would never have a place in Mei Chaoxiong's heart in this lifetime. But fortunately, Wang Wang looked like his sister, so Mei Chaoxiong was quite loyal to the mother and son. This way, even if they inherit the family estate in the future, they won't neglect the mother and son. Although Mei Dantang and the other sisters have a distant relationship with them, as long as Wang Wang still carries the title of young master of the Mei family, they will definitely help out in the future. And these sisters are all outstanding individuals. With Wang Wang and their support, life will only get better. But unfortunately, I came back. Although my father and the sisters don't like me, I am still his sister's son. As time goes on, having spent every day together, no matter how cold the heart is, there will always be a day when it feels warm. When the time comes, our family will be reunited. Will his son still have good days? Who would dare love his son's knife? He would never let him off easy, even if I, Mei Xiaojiu, am his sister's son. Once he made up his mind, Xia Rongyun picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Guza Shuijin? And harshly scolded Mei Xiaojiu, completely ruin his reputation, then praise Wang Wang more and build his image. No problem, money isn't the problem. My Mei family is the matriarch of the household. How could I possibly need you for these few melons and 2 dates? If it goes well, I'll naturally have a joint affair with the previous one. Wilderness Survival Show livestream. Just now, most netizens were supporting me, but soon the tone shifted. This generation, is Mei Xiaojiu your biological father? Supporting him so much now clearly means Mei Xiaojiu is bullying her own brother. He can even laugh. How twisted his heart must be. Wang Wang's little brother is really pitiful. Mei Xiaojiu loves to use violence so much and has suffered countless abuses at home. Mei Xiaojiu, the scumbag. Does he really think Wang Wang's brother has no fans? If you dare show up in front of me, I'll beat him up first. Mei Danyao is no good, just watching her own brother get bullied. Pa, hypocritical woman. What kind of lousy production team is this? Everyone has shady values. Oh dear. The staff noticed the sudden change in the chat and were puzzled. Director Lee felt something was off about the comments. Director Lee was a real shrewd. After seeing the flood of comments, he narrowed his eyes and said someone had probably bought paid posters for Mei Xiaojiu. Who bought it? Why is it not just Xiaojiu, but Danyao getting scolded too? Director Lee shook his head and said, I don't know. In this entertainment industry, anyone can be a water soul. The staff asked, so what should we do? Should we remind Danielle and the others? They tried to tone it down, but Director Lee waved his hand and said, no need. Unless it's an unavoidable force, it's best to intervene less and record as truthfully as possible for netizens what happened on the deserted island during these 7 days. As for the hater wars, whether good or bad, this is all about creating buzz for the production team. In fact, the more controversial they are, the better it is for our show. After hearing this, the staff suddenly understood that Director Lee made sense, so the production team became completely clueless. She didn't give the guests any hints and let things continue. May Danielle caught sight of the staff out of the corner of her eye and saw them staring at the comments discussing something. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the argument had sparked a huge discussion online. Naturally, May Danielle wouldn't let the production team suck her or damage her feathers. She saw us 2 young guys crying one after another. The other guests had never seen this kind of battle before, just stood there at a loss, their eyes blank. She then stepped between her 2 younger brothers. May Danielle stood in one of her brothers' way. All right, you 2 can give way. Playing the role of a caring older sister, she gently advised me, Xiao Jiu. Whether Wang did it on purpose or not, if you keep pursuing this, the castle won't be restored. I won't indulge her. I want her to apologize. Actually, I think I'm already super easy to talk to. As long as Mei Chi-wang apologizes, if this were any other violent machine, Mei Chi-wang would have died 7 or 8 times back and forth. Mei Danielle could see this was my bottom line, so she looked at Mei Chi-wang again. Wang apologized to Xiao Jiu. Mei Chi-wang, her nose red, slapped and beat her. What right do I have to apologize? I clearly didn't mean it, yet Mei Xiao Jiu slandered me. She should be the one who should apologize to me. But Mei Danielle told Mei Chi-wang, Wang, let's not even mention whether Xiao Jiu is slandering you. It's true you broke the castle, right? Look, everyone has put a lot of effort into this castle, and you deserve an apology for it. Isn't that right? Mei Chi-wang is in the wrong, but she's been crying for so long and still wants her to apologize. She's really embarrassed, so Mei Chi-wang keeps quiet. Unfortunately, Mei Danielle won't indulge her. Now it might ruin her reputation. Mei Chi-wang dared to mess around and was the first to deal with her. Then Mei Danielle placed a hand on Mei Chi-wang's shoulder, her smile bright and friendly. I know Wang is the most well-behaved, admitting mistakes and correcting them. You'll apologize, right? Mei Wangxi looked at Mei Danielle tremblingly. Although a woman's smile was so kind, it was as if she saw a devil emerge behind Mei Danielle, gritting his teeth at her, as if she dared to say a word of no and tear her apart on the spot. Now Mei Chi-wang didn't dare care about saving face anymore. She was a bit wild for a moment, then choked up at me and said, I'm sorry, Brother Xiao Jiu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken your castle. Getting an apology makes me very satisfied. That's more like it. Mei Danielle's smile grew even brighter. That's enough. It's not a big deal, we're all brothers. How could there really be any grudge, right? Woof woof. Mei Hope looked at her 4th sister with a resentful expression. If you dare not nod, I'll put an end to your friendly expression. Nodding while sniffing, 4th sister was right. The argument was perfectly resolved by Mei Danielle, and because of her move, she even earned a good reputation for high emotional intelligence and a courtly reincarnation. I also vacated because of my straightforward personality. Although Mei Chi-shi had Shui Chi's protection, besides Shui Jun, there weren't many casual fans left. So, after the quarrel, only Mei Chi's world was wounded, and the world was resolved. The next day, at dawn, I couldn't wait to wake everyone up and said, Everyone, get up. Let's go up the mountain today to catch wild game and eat. The guests looked troubled. Xiao Jiu, you still want to go to the forest? This is the tropics, and the forest must be full of dangers. I was too excited. Come on, I'm already here, I have to go and see. At this point, no one knows how to refuse. A guest suddenly comes up with an excuse and says, Xiao Jiu, maybe we should first find some water to drink. Purified water is a big problem. These days, everyone is trying to reduce their water intake. We're almost exhausted. When I drink, my head tilts and I feel a bit strange. I pointed to the coconut trees everywhere on the guide. There are so many coconut trees here, and you guys still want some water. Mei Danielle walked over and sighed. Xiao Jiu, look at those coconut trees. Their trunks are slender and tall. We've tried picking coconuts before, but they're too tall. I simply couldn't climb up, really couldn't reach it. After hearing that, I didn't waste any words and walked straight to a coconut tree, then punched the trunk. With a loud bang, the coconut tree began to shake violently, and a coconut couldn't withstand the shaking and fell down. Without even looking, I caught it directly, then walked over to the crowd and poked again. A finger-sized hole appeared on the hard coconut shell. I acted as if nothing had happened, scanning the group of stunned people. Which of you can take it? All the guests were dumbfounded. The one with a big mouth could fit a duck egg. Damn. Mei Danyao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. But she wanted to keep her image, so she kept thinking, whoa, damn, Mei Xiaojiu, don't be too outrageous. So that day, the production team was filled with beautiful homeland dialect, fish voices lingering endlessly. After a while, everyone finally snapped out of the shock of me breaking a coconut with my bare hands. Then they all gathered around. Xiaojiu, how did you open the coconut so easily? In their memory, the coconut shell was very hard and couldn't be opened without tools. Besides, this wasn't a green coconut, but an old coconut. The shell of an old coconut is even harder, like iron. Otherwise, they wouldn't just stand by and watch the water source hang on the tree without hitting its face. Seeing everyone so surprised, I was a bit puzzled and tilted my head, saying, is this difficult? It's really easy to drive. As the nation's secret weapon, the Empire's fearsome violent machine, my strength is just SOSO. Among our 9 violent machines, the strongest can really pierce a steel plate with bare hands. That's the real ridiculousness. The guests looked at me with a look of no wonder. Could it be that the coconut varieties on this island are different from elsewhere, but they're just so crisp? Some people were puzzled, so they took the coconuts and imitated me too. He poked a finger hard at the coconut box, and then, broken, instantly wailed like ghosts and wolves. Some guests mocked, Wangzhe, do you have to react this much? The other person hugged their poor finger and said in grief, it's really hard, right? Without a tool, you absolutely can't open this thing. Didn't Xiaojiu say it was easy to open it? How hard can it be? He took the coconut and poked it with his finger like that. So, the second victim appeared. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on me again, their eyes full of disbelief. This is really easy to drive. Under everyone's skeptical looks, I blinked innocently and suddenly realized, I forgot. Bai Ningbin once told me, I'm different from these ordinary folks. You can't judge others by my standards. My mind is really sharp. I blinked, and on the right side I gave a reason. I told everyone. Forgot because I used to do manual labor in the countryside. Men are exposed to the elements, so their skin is tough and their flesh thick. People in the city with delicate skin can't compare to me. The guests didn't fully believe it this time. They were half skeptical. Xiaojiu, are rural people really this skilled? They can even open coconuts with their bare hands. Mei Danyao's mind was like 1,000 horses galloping wildly. Hey, Mei Xiaojiu, don't be too outrageous. Now Mei Danyao suspects that I have connections to the military, using their identity to cover up my identity. My abilities and strength are definitely being kept secret. I don't even know if my manager is out of his mind to allow me to participate in such a highly exposed variety show. Does the other party not know I'm seriously crazy? Mei Danyao is extremely self-interested. She can't let me act recklessly. Then it would affect her career. Seeing everyone shocked, Mei Danyao was afraid that if she kept talking, something might happen. So she hurried over to stop me, smiling at everyone. Just listen to what you say. This kid is always exaggerated. He was just a bit more physically strong. When it came to opening a coconuts, finding the right angle and opening them with bare hands wasn't hard. The 2 victims raised their fingers to Mei Danyao and said, Sister Yao, you're the one joking, aren't you? This thing is really hard to drive barehanded. Look, our hands are broken. Mei Danyao smiled but cursed inwardly. Who told you 2 idiots to imitate this? But everyone started to doubt and decided to stop this quickly. Let things escalate. Who knows what the online rumors will become. She took the coconuts and was still so friendly. Haha. That's why I said you didn't find the right method. Opening a coconut's job also requires proper technique like this. Mei Danyao fumbled around and found the thinnest bottom of the coconut shell. Then, with the back of her hand slightly raised, she pressed her palm and managed to pry open a piece of the coconut shell. Everyone was stunned. Impressive. Sister Yao actually opened the coconut with her bare hands. I looked at Mei Danyao in surprise, her expression matching everyone's. I didn't expect Mei Laosi to be quite skilled. Just now, the 2 of them fought the coconut shell head-on, and their fingers were broken. Mei Laosi was able to open the coconut with her bare hands, which was already far better than ordinary people. Amid everyone's surprised expressions, Mei Danyao still wore her signature elegant smile. She glanced at everyone and handed the coconut over. Ask who you can say. Me, Sister Yao. A male guest immediately took the coconut and thanked her. Thank you, Sister Yao. You're welcome. Mei Danyao's hand poking the coconut was placed behind her back. If you looked closely, you'd see her 2 fingers opening the coconut were trembling slightly. This is a normal physiological phenomenon during pain. Although Mei Danyao appears calm and composed, she is actually in pain. Inside, she curses Mei Xiaojiu. Her mother is idiotic, thinking before doing things and expecting her mother to clean up after her. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many outsiders now, she would have already argued with me. But Mei Danyao still put on her disguise, affectionately ruffling my head and smiling. saying, "Xiao Jiu, from now on, let fourth sister handle these dirty and exhausting tasks. You're just like Wang Wang, just wait and eat. And right now, she really doesn't want to keep cleaning up after me." I looked at Mei Danyao in confusion. Why does it feel like old Mei has suddenly changed her ways? Even though she's always pretended to be so pretentious in front of outsiders. But I feel like Mei Laosi is even more pretentious and talkative than yesterday. I just can't figure it out. But am I the kind of obedient and well-behaved younger brother? I'm the grudge-holding me. I still remember Mei Laosi saying he hated me a lot. Since we look at each other, we both dislike each other. Why should I go along with Mei Laosi? If it's an enemy, of course I should go against him. So the corners of my mouth curved into a smile. My eyes suddenly lit up, and I spoke to Mei Danyao with righteousness. "Fourth sister, I won't do it myself. I'll have enough to eat. I don't want to be like Mei Shiwang, doing nothing and just waiting to eat. I want to work. Labor is glorious." Mei Shiwang, who was inexplicably stepped on, was furious inside. "Mei Xiaojiao, I've angered you again." Mei Danyao stared at me intently. On the surface, she's warm and gentle, but inside she's cursing her parents. "Oh my God. You insist on working against me? Just you wait. I'll deal with you after the variety show ends." Damn it. The two of us siblings locked eyes in passionate eye contact and were already cursing like crazy. But from an outsider's perspective, they are the deeply affectionate couple of siblings. The older sister is gentle, considerate, and caring for her brother, while the younger brother cares for the sister and lightens her burden. Isn't this a truly touching way to resolve the brotherly bond? Because I want to be a proud laborer, refusing to wait for the top spot. I plan to go to the forest today to get some work. Wait, hunting to improve the teammates' meals. Originally, the guests didn't want to go to the deserted island forest because there were too many unknown dangers. But after learning that there were two experts in the team who could smash coconuts with their bare hands, everyone's enthusiasm suddenly multiplied several times. Let's go. Since we're all on a deserted island, how can we just stick to the beach? The unknown nature is still waiting for us to explore. "Xiao Jiu, I'll go with you." Mei Danyao stood gracefully to the side. Her face was flawless, with a ladle-like smile. She watched this group of people get angry with me, veins bulging on her forehead. I don't know how she lost her mind back then, but ended up creating a gentle and ladle-like persona. Now it's done. If you want to lose your temper, you have to look after the young lady. Mei Danyao suppressed her anger and kept a perfect smile at everyone. "Everyone, poison gods and fierce beasts in the forest are unavoidable," Mei Danyao said. "Fourth sister, if you don't want to go, stay on the beach. I'll go with a few others." Mei Danyao's face instantly put on a good sister smile, gently and dotingly patting my head and speaking softly. "Xiao Jiu, what are you talking about? The forest is so dangerous. How can you feel at ease if sister doesn't stay with you? It's okay. I can take care of myself." I smiled slightly and said to Mei Danyao, "It's okay, fourth sister. Just rest assured." But the more confidently I swore like this, the less Mei Danyao would let me do it. If I showed some extraordinary strength again, she would worry that my actions might attract the attention of the higher-ups, so she simply blacklisted everyone who found out. To avoid getting into trouble, Mei Danyao was forced to bark at me and said, "Xiao Jiu, being good is one thing, but sister worrying about you is another. I'll go to the forest with you. That's settled." I looked at Mei Danyao with gentle gaze, but in my heart, I'm complaining wildly. "Mei Laosi, why are you so annoying?" The look in her eyes is clearly a reply to me. "Do you feel annoyed? Perfect. Then I'll feel better. Are you crazy? Oh my little brother. Compared to you, fourth sister, I'm really far from being sick." The two of us are at odds. Our gaze almost sparks flying when our eyes meet in the air. But the guests nearby all burst out laughing. Xiao Jiu and Sister Yao really have a great relationship. Ha ha ha, this must be the tacit understanding between siblings. Mei Wang stood to the side, eyes fixed tightly on Mei Danyao and me. She pressed her lips tightly, the anger in her eyes almost overflowing. Hearing the guests mention Mei Danyao's interactions with me, it did happen. She even glared fiercely at us. Mei Wangxi was so angry she was about to cough up blood. Didn't fourth sister really dislike Mei Xiaojiu? Then why did she always keep hanging around Mei Xiaojiu? Even though she was here, fourth sister should revolve around her, wouldn't she? It's all Mei Xiaojiu's fault. Why did this bastard come to the wilderness survival show? She must be afraid of getting angry, so she deliberately came to mess things up and ruin her hidden dream. Mei Shiwang was unwilling to be left out, so he quickly walked over to Mei Danyao. He linked arms with her and said, "Fourth sister, the forest adventure looks so interesting. I'm going too. I'm going too. Mei Danyao eyelid twitched as she listened. Why are you joining in the fun again? Don't you have some kind of experience with yourself? Then she said, woof woof, the forest is dangerous. Mei Danyao originally wanted to persuade Mei Shiwang to leave, but this time Mei Wangwang had to go because of the weight of the scale. She acted spoiled and said, I'm not afraid. Fourth sister, do you want me to go? You and brother Xiao Zhou can go. Why can't I go? Mei Danyao bluntly said, you can't keep up with your stamina. Mei Shiwang gritted his teeth. Brother Xiao Zhou is fine, I can too. I'm not worse than him. We're all sons of the Mei family. Mei Shiwang didn't believe it. What Mei Xiao Zhou could do was that Mei Qishi couldn't do it. As long as she was willing, she would only do better than Mei Xiao Zhou. Mei Danyao saw this and was helpless. After all, she had to care about her image, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. After that, I packed my luggage with the others. Then we set off toward the forest. After entering the forest, I led the way for everyone. Mei Danyao walked second, and the others followed behind. The forest path was uneven, surrounded by grass and insects, and Mei Xiang was especially afraid of bugs. He froze completely, clinging tightly to Mei Danyao's hand and refusing to let go. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed guest spotted the food and quickly saw the fruit. Look, there was a fruit tree ahead.